Hey, Julianne Gonzalez. I haven't seen you in a long time. Hi, Amanda Love. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on some of this discovery that we've been going through in the Danielle Redlick case. I do want to put a shout out to Karen H. I sent you a couple of emails. I think Jimmy inadvertently sent you something that should have been sent to Sherry. So we have Jimmy making another mistake because he's... $75, man. $75. I don't know what he was talking about. I'm live and I don't know what you're talking about.
Brake rotors.
Your brake rotors. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thing I got put on.
Yes.
Real quick. You're gonna get done by the time you get done being alive.
What does it have to do with money?
It's all $75.
How are you going to get them?
Drive your car to Napa. Get it. Jeff is
And you're going to get it done in time to go to the nursery?
I think. I don't know. I gotta try.
You think? Well, you just replaced your brakes and didn't do the rotors?
Well, honey.
You just replaced your brakes and didn't do the rotors?
The rotors. I think the rotors in the brake pads. I thought I saw the knee, but the caliper that's what squeezes it. Squeezes the brake pads together. I think they're our shot, and they're just gonna ruin all the brakes I just put in. I don't fix it. Can't drive it.
So it's not rotors, it's a caliper.
Well, it was the rotors. It was the rotors in the brake pad. Everything got put on it, I needed.
Okay. Hi, Julianne Gonzalez and everybody else. I don't know. I'm sorry. But Karen H., if you could reply to me, because I think Jimmy sent you all of Sherry's stuff.
I think I did.
So that would be great. Let me go to the hi GB, hi Earthbound. You're starting to get ready for work. Okay. Hello, Tammy. Hi, Stormy Kate 77. Hi, Hannah. Good morning. Okay, so let's look. For those of you that are brand new, hi, I'm Carolyn, Mommy Ramblings. It's not always like this. Sometimes it's worse, sometimes it's better. But we're going through this Danielle Redlick discovery that was sent to me from the district attorney's office. We've gone through a lot of it, but there's still a lot more. You can look at previous videos in this. It should be all in this playlist, I think. I'll make sure. Hi, Kubi. And it should be there. Hi, Coldy Case. So we're going to go through some more of this. We were, let me see where we were last night. Let me see where we were. Where were we last night? We were on Danielle. Oh my gosh, we were on that when she got booked in on the parole violation on January 23rd after the murder. That was priceless. What went on there with that guy and the red, we all know now you have to have a red stamp on the warrant. You must have it. That was just ridiculous. And then he was typing like that cat in the meme. Okay, so let me get to our database and we'll see what we're going to look at today. All right. So I think we went to Redlick discs. Where were we on this? Photo discs, phone interviews. We've done all the phone interviews, Kayla Aquino. Yes, we did all of those. So these are all on other victim message. Let's see what this is.
Hi, this is calling. My phone number is area code. I don't have the case number that I'm calling about. I'm calling about Mike Redlick's death and the arrest of Danielle Redlich. I have information that I don't know if it's relevant, but I believe that I needed to share about Mike Redlick. So if you could please give me a call back, that would be great. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Stormy Kate, I have really good videos if you want to get started with the case. If you just go to Danielle Redlick, you'll see I give you the whole backstory and everything on this case. So, Stormy, you might want to check that out. Let me see if I'll give you the playlist here, because I believe everything is in the playlist. Just go here and see if I can give you the link to this. Yeah, this should give you the link. Let me share. Okay, here's the link. And for anyone else, I'll have to add this to the video description. Let me find where the... Here's the playlist. Danielle. Shoot, I don't like that when it's not capitalized. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, if you go here, you'll get it all. Just go by date, and there you go. Okay, hi French fry. I know, French fry, they're not I saw that yesterday. How can you look at the testimony and they're talking about the pictures and you can't even see the picture? I've kind of stopped watching at that point, and then I went back to the Celebrecht stuff, but yeah, that was pretty ridiculous. Didn't understand that at all. Anyway, okay, so yes, if you want to see the pictures of the crime scene, they're in 2 videos back. You can see those. We'll show everything as we go along here through this discovery, okay? All right, does anyone else think it's not, well, Kubi, it's not, he wasn't really her stepdad. That's been blown out of proportion for sensationalism, and I think the defense is going to use it for another, in their motive, craziness. But yeah, she was an adult, Kubi. She already has 2 stepdads. Yeah, it's even weirder than that. Okay, so let's go back and see what this one is, okay? And I will mute.
This is Detective John Dallas with the Winter Park Police Department. Today's date is February 8th, 2019 at 8:51 hours. I'll be making a phone call in regards to case 2019 4600 0053. I'll be calling Eileen Bergen at phone number 802 434 2917.
Hello?
Hi, this is Detective Dallas with Winter Park Police. I was trying to reach Dr. Bergen.
Oh, yes, speaking.
Hi, how are you, ma'am? We got your message from yesterday.
Thanks for calling back. I was calling with information about Mike Redlich that I don't know if it's relevant or not, but I just sort of was feeling like I should be calling somebody and telling somebody. 49 years ago when I was 13 and he was 17 and he was my sister's boyfriend in Ohio. He sexually assaulted me. It was probably rape. And I didn't tell anybody at the time, and I didn't actually tell my sister until 2013, at which time she contacted him about it, and then got an extremely threatening letter back from an attorney from him, and I just didn't know if, there could have been any, other sexual abuse, sexual assault, rape, and I thought I needed to report this to somebody.
Okay, well, thank you for your call. As far as if that's a component of the case, that's not something I can comment on.
Right, I know that, but I just sort of felt like I had like a moral or civic responsibility to, to tell somebody.
Okay, gotcha. Well, and how long ago was this again?
So this was when I was 13 and when he was 17. He was in our house, and my parents weren't there, which wasn't supposed to be the case. Apparently, my sister must have fallen asleep, and he came into my bedroom and, assaulted me. He put his fingers in me, his penis all over me. I was telling him to stop, and he told me I couldn't tell anybody. If he did, he would say I was lying, that nobody would believe me. And then he started into this thing, you're the one, you're the only one, you've always been the only one. And just like he had been my sister's boyfriend for a couple of years. I mean, the whole thing was just terrifying and traumatizing, and he threatened me if I told anybody, and I was scared to tell anybody. And I think at the age of 13, I didn't even really have the words to describe everything that he did to me. And I only told my sister about this in 2013 when she then told me that he had married his wife's daughter, that apparently his wife had died, and he married the daughter of, from obviously a different marriage, that married the daughter of his deceased wife. And then my sister started saying, oh, he was, such a great high school boyfriend. And at that point I said, well, that's not my experience with him. And so, I told her what he had done. I mean, it took a little while for me to tell her all of it, and she still doesn't know, all the stuff that he said to me. And then he was in our house all the time, and I would just stay in my bedroom, and I would lock my door because I was terrified that he was going to assault me again or rape me.
Gotcha. And was this in Ohio, you said?
It was. It was in Shaker Heights, Ohio.
Okay.
My sister and Mike was 1 year ahead of my sister in high school, and they started dating when my sister was a sophomore in high school, and I was 3 years younger than my sister, and Mike was a year older than my sister, so we were 4 years apart.
Okay, and is this something that you have disclosed to police at the time, or
no? I did not tell anybody at the time. I told my mother a little bit 2 years later when we were going to be driving Mike Redlich to Florida with our family, and he was going to be coming in the car with us, and I said to my mother, I can't be in the car with him for 24 hours, that he had hurt me, and I said that he had touched me, and I don't think I used the word assault. I think that was not in my 15-year-old vocabulary. And my mother's response was that he wouldn't be staying with us in the hotel, so it was fine.
Okay.
And I don't even know if my mother told my father. And then when my family started talking about this, I mean, my husband, my children had known. I had a therapist who knew, because this was obviously something that I was pretty traumatized by. And then when I had actually told my mother several times after that, when I was an adult, because she would say things like, "Oh, I love the dark. Why are you so scared of the dark?" And I said to her, "I'm scared of the dark because Mike Redlich raped me in the dark." And so, I mean, this was something that I would periodically remind her of. But, you know, it was never reported to the police. And when I told my sister in 2013, and she then sent this letter to him, you know, we were both threatened if we pursued this by his attorney. And so I'm sure my sister has the documentation of that.
And this was in 2013, you said?
This was in 2013.
And do you happen to recall the name of the attorney that sent the letter?
My sister said that when she mentioned the name to an attorney friend of hers, that the person said it was the same person who had defended Ariel Castro. Do you remember the Ariel Castro story of the guy who had the women locked up in his house for a number of years? So I don't know the attorney's name, but my sister said that it was that she had been told that it was the person who had defended Ariel Castro. And I can give you my sister's, you know, name and contact information if you'd like.
And the attorney is the one that replied?
Exactly. The attorney. So, right. So Mike, so my sister sent a letter to Mike. Mike then apparently was living in Florida at the time, because my sister actually had trouble tracking him down, because at first she contacted him in Indiana, which is, I think it was Indiana, where he had been, and he had moved around a lot because my sister was trying to figure out where he was. She contacted him, I guess, at Indiana, wasn't getting any response, contacted his workplace at Indiana, and they said they had no idea where he was. And so then it took a bit more investigation on her part, and she found that he was in Florida, and sent a letter to Florida. And I think it was sort of like, and you'd have to ask her, but my recollection was that it was one of these sort of, you have to sign to say that you've received the letter.
Oh, like a certified letter.
Exactly. It was like a certified letter, and I think she was hoping that he would apologize for what he had done to me, and instead, you know, receive this extremely threatening letter from this attorney. And, you know, at that point, I wasn't sure what to do. You know, it was 40-plus years after this had occurred. I think my sister tried to find out whether or not, given that what he had done to me, I was the younger sibling of somebody he was dated. He then married his wife's daughter. If there were other people who had been victims, and I don't know if she found anybody. I mean, you know, she never said anything more to me, but I got the impression that she was like telling people what had happened.
Okay.
I told her it was fine to talk about it, and so I think she then started talking to people in her community, because she still lives in Cleveland, and she's a pediatrician in Cleveland. And actually, when I was telling her about what had happened, and, you know, then things that had happened to me, you know, I started wetting my bed, and I hadn't realized at the time. She said, you know, when she, as a pediatrician, would have people come in who then started bedwetting, that's like the first sign that there's been sexual assault. So, you know, which I hadn't even realized at that point. And so I think as a pediatrician, and everything, then she started seeing the effects, and I think she then started talking to people, and obviously she was, she had brought him into the house. I didn't blame her. It wasn't her fault. She didn't do it to me, but so she started looking into it, and then she sent this letter to him, and then at that point we didn't know what to do.
Did anything happen after the letter as far as communication between you and Mike Redlich or your
Nothing.
Or your sister?
I as far as I know, there was not further contact between my sister and I. Didn't do anything. My husband was really concerned about me doing something because, was I just going to get sort of, was anything going to happen about this? It had been so many years, and so. Yeah, and so I think he was worried, and this letter from this attorney was extremely aggressive and pretty terrifying.
Was it sort
like they're just coming after us, like we're going to come after you, sort of thing. If you say anything,
them taking the stance of this would be defamation.
I think so. I think it was that sort of thing. But again, I never saw the letter. My sister told me what was in it.
Okay.
So I think you need to talk to my sister about that. So I didn't see the letter, but he denied what he had done, and. But I know what he did to me. I mean, I have the scars, what he did to me. I have the vivid memories. I can hear what he said to me. And, I had told people about this over the years. This was not like... And you could see the profound effects it had on me from the day after he did it to me.
Well, I do thank you for sharing something so personal with, someone who's effectively a stranger to you over the phone. And forgive me, but could I get your contact information?
Yes.
And,
yes. Yeah.
Your full name, could you help me spell it if you don't mind?
Yep. It's Eileen, Eileen, and my last name is Bergen, B as in boy, Urgin. And my date of birth is 1/14/57.
Okay. And this phone number
is my home phone number.
That's your home phone, okay.
Yep.
And your address?
It's 630 Greystone. That's Greystone Drive, Richmond, Vermont. 05477.
Okay, well, as far as your information being relevant to the case, at this point, our case has been turned over to the state attorney's office. So I will document our contact and your phone call and the content of it, and it's more or less up to the court and the prosecution whether or not this is information that is relevant to the 2019 case. Initially, I couldn't tell you one way or the other, but I do think there's a possibility that it's not just because of the time frame and my knowledge of the case. Not that I can provide you insight, and I apologize for that. It may feel a little one-sided on...
No, I totally understand that you can't do that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're perfectly fine. And I'm very sorry for the experience you went through.
And so I then just wait to see if the state's attorney wants to get back in touch with me.
Essentially, yes.
Okay. And do you want my sister's name and contact information, or should she be calling you, or will somebody will contact me? I mean, because as I said, never saw the letter from the attorney.
And I'll just take her information down. I don't necessarily see a immediate need to contact her right now, since this is your experience. If
right.
That makes sense.
Right.
But yeah, I can take her information down.
Okay, and can you give me your name again?
Oh, of course. My name is John.
Okay.
Dallas. My last name is D as in dog, A, L, L, E as in echo, S as in Sam.
Okay.
And I'm a youth detective with Winter Park Police.
Okay. Okay, and my sister's name is Diane, Diane, and her last name is the same as mine, Bergen, Burgin. And her home phone number is 216-921-4004. And her address is 24000 Duffield Road, Duffield Road, Shaker Heights, Ohio, 44122.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your phone call. Is there anything else you want to make us aware of before we conclude our conversation?
Not that I can think of. I guess if something pops into my mind that I should have said to you, I will give you a call because I have your name, but I don't think so at this time.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your call, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you very much. You too. Bye-bye.
We'll end recording at 09:10 hours.
I'm downloading this. That was a weird call. We don't know anything about that. This is downloading a bunch of stuff. So this must be a lot of stuff coming up. We don't know anything about that, and it's still downloading. So there. Excuse me, someone's got something going on in the microwave. Yeah, it's got a lot more to download here. So I don't know what this is that we're going to see, but I'm sure we'll see a letter from an attorney. If it was, I'm sure the defense would have jumped all over that. If we didn't hear anything about that in the opening statements, So I'm thinking it's much to do about nothing. Some people have mental problems. I mean, haven't you ever run across people that either they think something happened that didn't happen, or, you know, frankly, like I said, she's 13, he's 17. I knew people back in my sister's, she'd be even older than my sister, much older than my sister. But back, my sister's 7 years older than me, who were 17 and 13 and dating. So, yeah, not sure what I would put in that so much. Okay, and at that point, you know, what are we going to hear? Like, you know, something like, he slammed my finger in the desk in 4th grade. Does that show that he has violent tendencies? And, you know, he kicked me on the bus when he was in 6th grade and I was in 2nd grade. Does that show that he's victimizing younger women? I don't know where she's going with this. And it just sounds weird that her sister doesn't show her the letter. She could have mental problems. We don't know what her state is, right? All right, let me see now. This downloaded. Let's see what we've got here. Please install. Okay, this is a mailbox, but it's telling me to install an app. Hold on a minute. All right, let's look at something else in the meantime while I figure out what to do with this, because it says I have to install some kind of an app. All right, let me put this over here and we'll look at something else in the meantime before I figure out how to do that. Okay, let's see. What do you think these are? Let's see what these are. Oh dear. Oh dear, we can't show those. Okay. All right, let me see if there's one that we can show, okay? We may have to,
Because you're deaf. You'll find out.
all right. Okay, hang on. So, let me see here. Hold on, let's see something that we can see.
Did you guys put that in the second time?
Yeah, just like
Oh, I don't do it that way.
I did it for a minute. Orange juice. You know the orange juice?
No, it's expired. That orange juice is expired.
We went over this now.
I'll taste it for you. Come here.
All right, so we did go over the arrest affidavit early on in the first video, but I just wanted to show this because so many people are confused about how many wounds he had, okay? He sustained one stab wound to the torso, another front left shoulder area. The cause of death is a single stab wound. The manner of death was ruled a homicide. let me see if it says exactly. It's the torso wound. People say that she stabbed him in the eye. No, there was a mark on the side of his eye, but it wasn't. Let me see. They have the medical examiner in here. Because I keep seeing this in the chat when people are watching the trial. Okay. Attended the autopsy by Dr. Sarah Seidowich at Orange County Medical Examiner's Office. So let's look at this, okay? So there was a superficial cut by the victim's left eye that was possibly made by a sharp cutting object. So it's very possible he got in the way of that knife, and there was just a superficial cut. But that has translated itself throughout the trial chat to that he was stabbed in the eye. He had a very bad wound by his eye. No, it was superficial. I tried to correct that in the chat when I could, but not everybody listens. So it was possibly made by a sharp cutting object. Detective Ware observed bruising on the victim's left arm that was consistent with defensive wounds. Detective Ware observed that there was a wound to the victim's inner left forearm close to the wrist and appeared to be fingernail impressions with a skin tear. Detective Ware observed that there was a black and blue injury located on the inside upper lip of the victim's mouth. Detective Ware noticed a circular mark on the victim's left upper arm. Detective Ware visually observed the location of the stab wound and noted that it was located in the left shoulder, several inches away from his armpit area. Detective Ware asked if there were any signs of a heart attack and was informed there were no signs of a heart attack. In determining how much time the victim would have had to survive after his injury, Detective Ware was informed the victim would have bled out in approximately 5 or 6 minutes. Detective Ware was advised the victim would have been able to walk around but would have felt the effects of losing blood at a fast rate. Some of the effects of his injury would have been lightheadedness, unsteadiness, and fatigue. Detective Ware noticed a clear mucus-like substance on the victim's pants, which, in her opinion, looked like egg whites. Detective Ware noticed that the victim's ribs were intact and there was no bruising to the center of the victim's chest, commonly observed when CPR has been performed. Detective Ware also observed that the victim's mouth appeared to be clear of any vomit or substances. Now, there is something in here where it does tell about the artery. Danielle was concerned that how he died was going to be released. We heard that in her interviews yesterday, right? She remembered, that stated that she knows it was a mess and not a pretty scene. We heard all this last night, right, in those interviews. Not a pretty scene is what she said. Let me see here. Detective Ware called Robert Aquino. Danielle just did her stepfather. That's Mr. Aquino, okay? But she's got another one in Philadelphia. Mr. Aquino lived in Ohio, okay? And then this is about regarding the children, and it's all redacted. And hang on a second. Okay, so then okay, so this is Dr. Lapchick. That was the supervisor who Michael worked under. And Dr. Lapchick said the victim told the defendant that Danielle had a serious alcohol problem Dr. Lapchick stated that there were times when he was with the victim at dinner and the victim was not drinking. Dr. Lapchick said the victim told him he was very concerned for the children, seeing the defendant, Jadyn Redlich, drink. We went through this affidavit. That's why I'm not going through this whole thing, but I'm just pointing out some stuff about that we saw and heard in the photos, interviews, calls. But there was something here. I'm seeing if the medical examiner's report is here because okay, you know what? There is some extra information in here, I believe. Okay, on January 22nd, Detective Ware and Detective Dallies met with Ashley Hendrick. Now, that is Mary's mother. Mary is the Mary Meyer, the girl that Jadyn, the 15-year-old, was hanging out. Denise, you can go, let me see if there's the playlist. It's one of the first videos on this case that it's in there. But we may go over this because we didn't get all of this in there. There's more information here. So we're going to go over some of this now. Yeah, because this is what we heard last night in the call, and this is all extra. They added this. So this is regarding the children. So we're going to go over some of this. On January 13th, Detective Ware received a phone message from Danielle, who had stated she had certain questions. Detective Ware called Danielle back at 15-16 hours. Danielle asked about funeral arrangements and her children. We heard this call last night. Defendant Danielle said that she had gotten in touch with her stepfather, who picked up the information from her daughter, Jadyn Redlich's social media. Danielle expressed that she was concerned because she wasn't sure if her children would be taken care of and wanted some direction. Detective Ware told Danielle that the medical examiner would be the one to release the body when arrangements were made. Detective Ware reassured Danielle that the medical examiner knew that she was in the hospital and needed time to make arrangements for the body to be picked up. Danielle stated that the victim was Jewish and would like to talk to his family before arrangements were made. Danielle could not give the names or phone numbers for the decedent's family. Danielle wanted to know what was being said or told to the news or to people. Danielle wanted to know how to move forward with this. Detective Ware explained that since Danielle requested legal representation, no further questions could be conducted. Danielle stated that she reported it to the dispatcher and wanted to know if we were looking into it from there. Danielle stated that she didn't want people thinking the wrong things or whatever. Detective Ware stated that that what was on the news was the only thing that was being released because the investigation was open. Detective Ware explained that since legal representation was requested, any further conversation needed to be when Danielle Redlich was willing. Danielle said that she was at a loss without her phone and requested several numbers from the phone. Detective Ware told Danielle that if she made a list of numbers, that they would be provided to her. Danielle asked when she was going to be in touch to receive updates on the case. Danielle stated that she was wondering if someone could get her clothes from the house. Detective Ware told Danielle that the house was not released, but once it was, someone could get what she needed from the house. Danielle requested her neighbor's phone number under Jan and Malcolm. and her daughter's phone number. Detective Ware gave Danielle her daughter's phone number. Danielle was concerned. Let me see, where was I here? That what her children were told when they were notified that the victim, their father, had passed away. Detective Ware told Danielle that they were just told that their father passed away and their mother was in the hospital. Danielle asked if the children asked how. Detective Ware told Danielle that even if the question was asked, the details of the incident would not be given out. Danielle was concerned that how he died was going to be released. Danielle asked for any advice. Detective Ware told Danielle that if she had any questions, she could call again, but because legal representation was requested, Detective Ware would not be calling unless Danielle left a message. Danielle stated that she was willing to talk, but she just wanted to make sure that it was okay. Danielle said that she might call back and explain what happened like she told everyone else. And remember, this whole all started because she said that someone around was saying the death was suspicious. That's what it was being reported as. Detective Ware called Danielle back with the phone number that was requested and the medical examiner's phone number. Danielle stated that she got the phone number from her daughter, Jadyn. Detective Ware asked Danielle if the garage code worked to secure the house. Danielle said that we could lock all the doors to secure it and give the house key to the neighbor in the blue house, Jan Reeves. Danielle stated that she knows it was a mess in there, not a pretty scene. Detective Ware stated the house needs to be cleaned and told Danielle that the house was being released. Danielle stated that the key could be left with the neighbor and then Jadyn could go in if she wanted to. Detective Ware told Danielle that she would not recommend Jadyn going into the house before it was cleaned. Detective asked Danielle if she wanted us to contact the victim's family. Danielle stated yes and said that the numbers would be in the victim's phone. However, Danielle did not know the passcode to get into the phone. Danielle gave the name of Debbie Rowe and said it would be in her phone. Detective Ware explained that it would have to wait until Monday because she did not have access to the phone. Danielle said that without anything being confirmed, it just seems odd. Detective Ware received a phone call at 14:49 from Danielle requesting the phone number for Debbie Rowe. Detective Ware explained again that she was unable to obtain the phone number because she did not have access to the phone. Detective Ware called Robert Aquino, the defendant's Danielle's stepfather, to set up an interview with him. Mr. Aquino stated that he would come in to talk after he got to Winter Park. Detective Ware and Detective Dallies met with the Department of Children and Family Services investigator Taralyn Tucker. Never heard of Taralyn, but okay. Okay, so on January 14th, this would be 2 days after the homicide was reported by Danielle, Detective Ware and Detective Supat met with Richard Lapchick at the University of Central Florida campus Sports Business Administration office. Dr. Lapchick submitted a sworn verbal statement that included the following information. Dr. Lapchick stated that for the past 5 years, the victim, Michael Redlich, worked for him in the DeVos program at UCF. Dr. Lapchick was notified of the victim's death when he received emails on Saturday from board members that were worried about the victim. The email stated that the board members heard about an incident that occurred in Winter Park and the address was near where the victim lived. Dr. Lapchick started to text the victim, and his wife texted defendant Danielle Redlick, and when they didn't hear back, their concern grew. Dr. Lapchick said that on Sunday, he talked to Grant Heston, Vice President of Communications, and he confirmed that the victim had passed away. Dr. Lapchick heard that the victim's daughter had posted on Instagram Saturday night about the victim passing away. So now think about that. The victim's daughter. That means Jadyn posted on Instagram Saturday night. That was that night about her father passing away. Dr. Lapchick texted the victim's daughter on Sunday evening to see how she was doing. Dr. Lapchick stated the victim's daughter never mentioned how the victim had passed away. Dr. Lapchick went out with the victim and his family several times during the year. Dr. Lapchick said that the victim and the defendant, Danielle, both drank socially. Dr. Lapchick did not know if the victim, Danielle, drank excessively. Dr. Lapchick stated that the victim told him that he had stopped drinking several years ago to support Danielle Redlich. Dr. Lapchick said the victim told him Danielle has a serious alcohol problem. Dr. Lapchick stated that there were times when he was with the victim at dinner and the victim was not drinking. Michael was not drinking. Dr. Lapchick said that Michael told him that he was really concerned for the children seeing that Danielle was drinking. Dr. Lapchick stated that the victim told him he was concerned for Danielle's safety. Dr. Lapchick remembers Michael telling him that Danielle was arrested because of her alcohol problem. Dr. Lapchick said that Michael started coming in late and leaving early because it had become his responsibility to take and pick up the kids from school. Dr. Lapchick said that Michael would come to work at around 9:30, 9:45 and leave at 3:30 to coordinate to get the kids from school. Dr. Lapchick was not aware if Michael was looking for other employment. Dr. Lapchick stated that most of his friends were around the country. Dr. Lapchick stated that he knew Michael was close with Alex Vergara and Sam Stark. Dr. Lapchick was not aware of any affairs that Michael had. Dr. Lapchick described Michael as happy, but would sometimes get frustrated at the students. Dr. Lapchick never heard Michael make any comments about harming himself. Dr. Lapchick described the relationship with Michael and Danielle as contentious. Dr. Lapchick said that Michael urged Danielle to get counseling and he felt that she was depressed. Dr. Lapchick stated that Michael moved out once or twice but always moved back in because Michael really wanted the marriage to work out. Dr. Lapchick said that Michael was concerned for the kids and concerned for Danielle because of her drinking. Dr. Lapchick said that he was talking to his wife and they both felt that it was inconceivable that Michael would take his own life. Dr. Lapchick stated that he felt violent confrontation broke out between Michael and Danielle, and he ended up dying as a result of that. On January 15th, 3 days after it was reported about the homicide, Detective Ware and Detective Dalius met with Robert Aquino, that is Danielle's stepfather, at the Winter Park Police Department, and Mr. Aquino submitted a sworn verbal statement that included the following information. Mr. Aquino stated that he met Danielle's mother, Kathleen, when Danielle was 2 years old. Mr. Aquino married Danielle's mother. Mr. Aquino stated that Danielle is like a daughter to him. Mr. Aquino said that Danielle married the victim. Mr. Aquino asked what happened to the victim. Mr. Aquino stated that Danielle told him the victim had a heart attack. Mr. Aquino stated that he was married to Danielle's mother until she passed away. Mr. Aquino said that he was not sure how Danielle and the victim met. Now, I believe when it said Mr. Aquino stated that he was married, he's talking about Michael being married to Danielle's mother. Mr. Aquino said he was not sure how Danielle and Michael met. Mr. Aquino stated that there were no problems with Michael in regards with alcohol or violence. Mr. Aquino said that beer cans were found in Danielle's room when she was approximately 15 years old. Mr. Aquino stated that after his kids turned 18 and became adults, he didn't have much involvement. Mr. Aquino said that he was notified of the event because one of his daughters called because they saw a post from Jadyn, that's Danielle's daughter and Michael's daughter, about her father passed away. Mr. Aquino stated that it's been a while since he talked to Danielle. Mr. Aquino believes that the last time they had contact was last summer, possibly June of 2018. Mr. Aquino said that he's aware Danielle and Michael were having problems. Mr. Aquino stated that Danielle told him that Danielle and Michael hadn't had sex in a while. Mr. Aquino said that he told Danielle that outside of that, they still had children together. They need two people. Mr. Aquino said he wasn't the one to say he is beating you up or you are abusing him. That's not his business, other than he was trying to look out for both of them. Mr. Aquino stated that Michael was really good to him. Mr. Aquino stated that he didn't know about the police report between Danielle and the victim in 2001. Mr. Aquino said that he doesn't remember being notified about that report. Mr. Aquino stated that with the instance of what happened in the recent events, one of them should have called the police. Maybe he still would be alive. Mr. Aquino said that if it is a heart attack, Mr. Aquino said he went to the fridge and he didn't know if the victim had a diabetic seizure. Mr. Aquino said he didn't know what happened to the victim, but was going with what they told him, and it was a heart attack. Mr. Aquino stated that he doesn't think the worst or the best. Mr. Aquino stated he doesn't want to jump to conclusions because that's my daughter. Mr. Aquino said he can't believe that this happened to him or this happened to her. Mr. Aquino stated that he has been in the house already. Mr. Aquino said it's not something that anyone is used to seeing. Mr. Aquino stated that he has seen dead people and seen people get blown up. It's not new to him. Mr. Aquino stated that it's a shock, but he can handle it. Mr. Aquino thought if there is blood or whatever, he can clean it up. Mr. Aquino stated that knowing that it's his daughter's blood or Michael's blood, it hit him harder. Mr. Aquino said that the house needed to be cleaned up in case the kids came back or Danielle came back. Mr. Aquino was told that Danielle was being held in the hospital for her safety. Mr. Aquino said that being held in the facility would be good for Danielle because if Danielle had an alcohol problem, it would help her clear up. Mr. Aquino stated that he talked to Danielle on the phone and noticed that there's an edginess to her, and to him that means that she might be rehabbing. Mr. Aquino stated that to him, this is good for Danielle. Mr. Aquino stated that it's good because he didn't want Danielle to come to the house, and if the kids do something, then Danielle's blasting off on the kids or himself. Mr. Aquino stated that he was there because he doesn't want the kids to be on the stick end of what is going on. Mr. Aquino stated that Bill, Danielle's biological father, was a drinker. Mr. Aquino stated that sometimes when people drink, they flip. They aren't that nice guy. Mr. Aquino stated that when Bill drank, he used to throw the kids around and beat up Danielle's mother. Mr. Aquino remembered that there was a fight between Danielle and an old boyfriend that was physical. Mr. Aquino remembers the boyfriend telling him that Danielle was violent. Mr. Aquino stated that the boyfriend tried to calm Danielle down and the cops were called. Mr. Aquino stated that he never talked to Danielle about it. Mr. Aquino stated that the incident with her old boyfriend was long time ago. Refer to Lakewood Police Department report, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Aquino stated that he was there for the kids and not Danielle, because she was an adult. Mr. Aquino was told that Danielle is on probation. Mr. Aquino asked if the police were called to Danielle's house or if she was pulled over for drinking and driving. Mr. Aquino was told that the police were called because of an argument that occurred. Mr. Aquino was told that Danielle is not allowed to leave the state of Florida. Mr. Aquino then stated that he came down to visit earlier in the year, like January or February. Mr. Aquino was told again that Danielle would not be allowed to leave the state of Florida without clearing it with her probation officer. Mr. Aquino stated, "This is terrible. The guy was a good guy. I've seen him. You know, men get angry because things don't go their way, but I don't know. I don't know what to think. I don't want to think the worst of my daughter or him, but whatever. He got the stick end of it, which, to me, it isn't fair. They should have walked away and he would still be here because he, Michael, loves the kids." Mr. Aquino stated that he did notice that Michael was spending a lot of time with Sawyer. That's the son. Mr. Aquino said he didn't know if Danielle was telling him the truth. Mr. Aquino stated he never saw Danielle or the victim being violent. Mr. Aquino asked for a police report to give him some idea of what really happened. Mr. Aquino stated that it was him and his other daughter that cleaned up, and it took him a little bit, but he told himself he could do it. Mr. Aquino said, "Just think of a bad horror movie that's real. To him, looking at a movie, you say, that's not real. But looking at this, I said, oh my God, what the hell went on here? What really went on?" Mr. Aquino said the only people that know is defendant Danielle, Jadyn Redlich, the dog, and the big mirror in the living room. Mr. Aquino said that his concern is Jadyn and Sawyer. Mr. Aquino told me that he would let us know when he was returning to Cleveland. On January 15, 2019, Detective Ware called Robert Aquino and asked if we could drop Jadyn's backpack with laptop off at her house. Mr. Aquino stated that was fine. Once at 1231 Temple Drive, Detective Ware gave the backpack to Jadyn and asked to speak to Jadyn's aunt, Ms. Joyce. Detective Ware was invited into the house and spoke to Ms. Joyce about the welfare of the children. Detective Daly stayed outside and spoke with Mr. Aquino. Refer to Detective Daly's sworn written statement. On January 16, 2019, Detective Ware met with Susan Katz. Susan Katz provided a sworn statement that included the following. Ms. Katz said she has known Michael for the last 5 years. She stated that she heard Michael passed away from Ms. Ray Hopper. Ms. Katz stated that she was going through a divorce. The victim told Ms. Katz that Danielle had a lot of emotional issues and would freak out, yell, and scream in front of the kids. Michael wanted Danielle to get help, and Danielle refused. Michael told Ms. Katz that Danielle was drinking. Ms. Katz offered to talk to Danielle about some things. Ms. Katz talked to Danielle on the phone one day and offered to go to lunch with her and try and help. We heard this interview, guys. Ms. Katz said that Danielle called Michael and accused everyone in the office of hating him. Ms. Katz said that the victim told him, Danielle told the kids that everyone at the office hates him. Ms. Katz didn't understand how Danielle got that impression. Ms. Katz said that everyone loved the victim and enjoyed working with him. Ms. Katz said that at the beginning of December 2018, Michael came into the office and was upset. Michael told Ms. Katz that Danielle was tracking his phone. Ms. Katz said that a graduate student overheard the conversation and was able to stop tracking his phone. Ms. Katz wasn't sure how long Danielle had been tracking his phone, but remembered an incident that occurred when they were traveling for business in New Orleans, August of 2018, where she overheard him talking to Danielle. Ms. Katz stated that she didn't think the victim would hurt himself because he was joking. The victim told Ms. Katz that Danielle was upset because Michael was social to other parents. Ms. Katz said that Danielle was off the charts upset about those little things all the time. Ms. Katz knew that the victim moved out. Ms. Katz said that the that Michael was at the house on weekends. Ms. Katz stated that Michael did not want to leave the kids with Danielle. Ms. Katz stated the first thing she thought was that Danielle had done something to Michael. Ms. Katz said that Michael was always concerned about the kids when Danielle would flip out. Ms. Katz said that Danielle seemed very normal over the phone. Ms. Katz stated that Michael moved out in 2018 because he couldn't live there anymore. Ms. Katz said that Michael was looking for another job. Ms. Katz stated that Michael would take all of the family with him if he got a different job. Ms. Katz knew that the family had moved a lot because of his work. Ms. Katz stated that Michael was annoyed with being questioned all the time at work from his supervisor. That's the lap chick guy. Ms. Katz stated that she didn't think Michael would separate the kids from their mother. Ms. Katz knew that Michael had relationship issues ever since he started working at UCF. Ms. Katz said the victim drank, but it was never excessively. Michael told Ms. Katz that Danielle would get drunk. Ms. Katz said that Michael never mentioned any physical altercations. Ms. Katz said that Michael would tell her that Justine would crazy scream. Ms. Katz described Michael as having more great days than bad days. Ms. Katz said Michael was definitely a happy person aside from having to deal with all that. Ms. Katz said she was not aware of Michael moving back into the house. Ms. Katz knew that Michael was at the house a lot because of the kids. Ms. Katz didn't know of any affairs outside of the marriage. Ms. Katz feels that Michael would not do something to hurt himself, especially with the relationship he has with his kids. Ms. Katz said that Michael was planning different events and moving forward. Ms. Katz said that he would not leave them like this. Ms. Katz said that he is the happy Mike that she knew. Ms. Katz said she never saw any marks or bruises on the victim. Detective Giarrusso assisted with obtained video surveillance. Refer to Detective Giarrusso's sworn written statement. Detective Graham assisted with obtaining an application for a warrant for historical cell site data and other customer records. Okay, so let's see. On January 18th, 2019, Detective Ware explained to Danielle that she was not under arrest. We heard this interview too in the car. Remember that? Not under arrest, but was being served 2 search warrants, one for the house and one for DNA standards. When Detective Ware was reading the search warrant, Danielle made the following spontaneous utterances, statements, and questions. My kids can see this. It's not fair. What? I did not murder my husband. Please, I do not understand this legal jargon. Danielle stated, am I clear that you are saying the saliva when the resuscitation was done, that is second-degree murder? Detective Ware explained that the warrant was to collect saliva standards. Danielle said, because of the resuscitation? Detective Ware explained that it was because other evidence was collected. Danielle said she did not understand. Detective Ware explained that it was to differentiate between the victim's DNA and Danielle's DNA. Danielle stated that she needed to speak to her attorney. Detective Ware told Danielle that she was not being asked any questions and that it was just to execute the search warrant. Danielle stated she wanted to ask her attorney before the collection. Detective Ware explained that she could call her attorney afterwards and a copy of the search warrant would be provided to her. Danielle stated that this is a tragedy and she couldn't believe that people were trying to put her in jail and she couldn't breathe. Danielle asked for more information for the other evidence. Detective Ware said that she was not there to discuss the facts of the case and reminded Danielle that she had requested an attorney multiple times. Detective Ware explained again that she was there to execute the search warrant. Danielle stated that, Danielle said, it must be nice to be all business like that with this tragedy and these children. I'm facing God, I know. Detective Ware explained the process of collecting the standards. Danielle said that she is trying to cooperate with this as best she can, and you guys are trying to build a case. I don't understand why you would not want to know what I need an attorney, and you haven't given me any opportunity to do that. Danielle said, so you guys are saying once this DNA is conserved as mine, I am being charged with second-degree murder? Is that what I'm hearing? Detective Ware explained again that the DNA was being collected to be tested. Danielle asked, as my DNA, correct? Detective Ware explained again that from what was collected from the house, tests needed to be done to differentiate Danielle's DNA from the victim's DNA. Danielle stated that she did not understand what the police were looking for. Danielle said, I'll tell you what freaking happened. I don't understand. What in the world? Danielle asked, can you tell me what they're looking for? I might be able to help. Danielle stated, trying to charge me with, if you give it to my father, why can't you tell me? Detective Ware explained that copies were left and a search was being conducted on the house for any other items that were necessary for the case. Danielle said to put a mother before her kids. See, oh, where's J.A.? In the thing, it sounded like she said to put a mother of 4 kids. But this is what she said. To put a mother before her kids, like in front of her kids. Before her kids in jail after her husband dies. That's fabulous. That's really great karma for you guys. I mean, I know you're doing your job, but at the same time, I have had no choice for defense or anything. Detective Ware stated again that no questions were being asked and the police were there to execute the search warrant. Danielle stated, you told my sister that you would warn my kids. Thank you for doing that. That's got to make you feel good at the end of the day. We went over that too in the interview last night. Detective Ware explained that the warrant was finished. Danielle was told she was being released. Danielle said, oh, my daughter's friends get to see the show. On January 22nd, 2019, Detective Ware and Detective Giarrusso met with John Keane. Mr. Keane stated that he had known the Redlich family since they moved in across the street about 5 years ago. Mr. Keane said he's never been in their house. We saw this interview. This was a video interview. Mr. Keane stated that Michael and Danielle came over to their house for a Christmas party a couple years ago. Mr. Keane said he was aware of the bickering and fighting that went on and that it was primarily Danielle screaming at the victim. Mr. Keane has never seen any physical violence and said that verbal altercations occurred more often than what he would expect. Mr. Keane knew that Michael had left for approximately 6 months. Mr. Keane described Michael as a nice guy, even keel. Mr. Keane did not see anything Friday, January 11th. Mr. Keane looked through his video cameras and did not see anything. Mr. Keane stated the video cameras are pointed more towards the front and back of the house. Mr. Keane said that Danielle mentioned that they had split up because the victim had had a relationship with someone else. Mr. Keane has never seen any marks or bruises on Michael. Mr. Keane stated that he noticed less arguing since Michael moved back in. Mr. Keane described the victim as low-key, and he described Danielle as less than low-key. On January 22nd, Detective Ware and Detective Giarrusso met with Linda Keane. We saw this interview. She stated that they know the Redlich family because they live across the street. She stated that she doesn't really know them personally. She stated that she saw them arguing in the driveway plenty of times. She's reluctant to talk. She stated that she saw Justine hit Michael numerous times in the driveway, described the physical violence as Danielle slapping him around in the face. She said that she never saw Michael react to the physical violence. Ms. Keane said that it was not on the victim's part. Danielle had initiated the arguing. Ms. Keane has seen the arguing in at least in the last 4 months, Ms. Keane did not know what happened behind closed doors. Ms. Keane said she knows that there was infidelity because Danielle shared that with her. Ms. Keane described the victim as slow-moving and laid back and described Danielle as volatile and short-fused. Okay. On January 22nd, 2018, Detective Ware and Detective Dallies met with Ashley Hendrick. Now, we have not heard anything about this yet, so this is all new to us here. Ms. Hendrick explained that her daughter is best friends with the victim's daughter, Jadyn. Ms. Hendrick stated that she has known the family since the girls were in 8th grade. Ms. Hendrick said that the daughter told her that the victim, Michael, was having an affair about a year ago, and everyone in the house knew about it. Jadyn told Ms. Hendrick that Justine told Jadyn she was bipolar. Ms. Hendrick stated that when Jadyn found out that something was going on at the house, she said that her parents had been fighting really bad. Ms. Hendrick asked Jadyn if she talked to Danielle, and Jadyn said, yeah. She just said she's dealing with some stuff right now. Ms. Hendrick had picked up Jadyn when Danielle had told her to get out more than once. So Danielle told Jadyn to get out of the house, 15 years old. Ms. Hendrick stated that it was usually over something naughty. Ms. Hendrick explained that naughty was going to the beach or someone else's house without her parents' permission. Ms. Hendrick said that Jadyn and had a rocky relationship with Danielle. Ms. Hendrick stated that Jadyn has been really mad at Michael because of the affair. Ms. Hendrick said that Jadyn just spent the night over her house on Friday, January 11th. Ms. Hendrick stated that Jadyn was talking about the incident and said Danielle told her that they were drinking and that the victim had a heart attack. Danielle saw the victim, Michael, lying on the couch dead, and she was so drunk and upset that she laid down next to him, and when she woke up in the morning, she called 911. Jadyn had posted on a private Snapchat that things are about to get bad for the family, their family, and she was worried about money. Ms. Hendrick stated that she was willing to care for Jadyn and her brother. Ms. Hendrick stated that she really doesn't know Danielle very well. Ms. Hendrick stated that Danielle never reached out to her to pick up Jadyn. Ms. Hendrick only talked to Danielle about the kids. On January 22nd, there was a contact of James Kaler. Mr. Kaler, and we heard this interview, okay, stated that he has known the victim for over 20 years and is unofficially the kid's godfather. The victim, Michael, would come to Mr. Kaler's house for Thanksgiving and Christmas on a regular basis. Mr. Kaler described Michael and Danielle's relationship as strange. Mr. Kaler knew that Michael was married to Danielle's mother. Mr. Kaler explained that Michael married Danielle's mother because she was sick, dying of cancer, and she needed better insurance. Mr. Kaler explained that after Danielle's mother died, Danielle was still in the house and they fell in love and got married. Mr. Kaler said that Michael shared with him that things were good for a while, but after he lost his job with the 49ers, things started to get awful rocky. Michael would tell Mr. Kaler about Danielle's outbursts in anger. Mr. Kaler said he would ask how things were going with Danielle, and Michael would say, as long as I hide the steak knives, everything will be fine. Mr. Kaler said that when they lived in Indianapolis, there were heated arguments because Danielle didn't like living there. Mr. Kaler would try and counsel Michael and tell him to keep the kids out of it, but it was obvious that the kids were around that all the time. Mr. Kaler knew that it was very heated and a rocky relationship. Mr. Kaler did not believe that the victim, Michael, would ever lay a hand on Danielle. Mr. Kaler knew that Danielle was capable of throwing things at him and just getting really angry. Mr. Kaler said that outbursts of anger were usually tied to alcohol. Mr. Kaler knew that Danielle had a drinking problem, possibly 2 DUIs. Mr. Kaler did not think that Michael had a problem with alcohol. Mr. Kaler said Michael was a social drinker and his moods did not change. Mr. Kaler stated that Michael was trying to get healthier. Mr. Kaler described Michael as a lovable guy, walks into the room with a smile, and has the magical ability to build relationships. Mr. Kaler last talked to Michael before Christmas. Mr. Kaler knew that Michael and Danielle were talking about getting a divorce and that he was in and out of the house. Mr. Kaler knew that Michael had moved back into the house. When Mr. Kaler talked to Michael in December, he asked how things were going and joked, "Are you still hiding the steak knives?" Excuse me. To which Michael replied, "Oh, yeah." Mr. Kaler didn't think that Michael would take his own life because they were planning to see him in Las Vegas. Mr. Kaler knew that Michael was looking at different job offers and knew that he was being recruited for a job in Madison Square Garden. Mr. Kaler would ask Michael if he wanted to do that because of the disturbance of the distance with the kids, and Mr. Kaler made the assumption that Danielle wouldn't move. Mr. Kaler has seen Danielle drink, and it was in his social setting. Mr. Kaler described Danielle as at times quiet and at times she could be normal. Mr. Kaler did not know the specifics of the divorce but thought it was just a toxic situation. Mr. Kaler was not aware of any affairs outside of marriage. Mr. Kaler provided a couple of different names of people that knew Michael. Mr. Kaler said it wouldn't surprise him if Danielle took a swing at him. Mr. Kaler said that because of the way Michael described Danielle's outbursts, Mr. Kaler stated that the outbursts were either the night Danielle was drinking or the morning after. Mr. Kaler is trying to put together a fundraiser for scholarships for the children. Mr. Kaler knew that the family Danielle grew up in was pretty dysfunctional and wasn't harmonious. On January 23, 2019, Danielle was arrested on a warrant for a violation of probation out of Seminole County. This is what we heard last night with all the cat typing, okay? She was transported to the Orange County booking, placed under psychiatric evaluation due to statements of self-harm during the arrest. On January 23rd, Detective Ware and Detective Giarusso met with Jennifer Rayra Hopper. We heard this interview last night. I'm just going to call her Jennifer. Stated that she has known Michael for approximately 5 years. Jennifer said during the hiring process, Michael mentioned that he hoped his wife would really like it in Florida. Jennifer stated that she did not see Michael every day. Jennifer said that Michael never really confided in her about personal issues. Jennifer stated that earlier in the fall, she observed Michael's right eye was black. She stated that very recent, either Tuesday, January 8th, or at the end of the previous week, Michael had his sleeves rolled up, and she noticed that the victim's, Michael's right forearm, there appeared to be 4 finger marks clustered together, purplish black. Jennifer said that the marks were real distinct and looked new. Jennifer did not ask about the bruising on either occasion. Jennifer has met Danielle when the family first moved to Florida. Jennifer said saw Danielle in December 2018 at a work function. Jennifer said she was surprised to see Danielle at the function because Michael had stopped bringing her to work events. Jennifer talked to her because, excuse me, hold on a minute. I lost my thing here. Jennifer did not notice anything out of the ordinary that evening. Jennifer noticed that in spring of 2018, Michael stopped wearing his wedding ring and never put it back on. Jennifer said that Michael missed a lot of the graduate student interviews and missed a lot of work in the spring of 2018. Jennifer wasn't sure why Michael missed a lot of work, but stated that she heard that he was having marital issues. Jennifer overheard a conversation that the victim was explaining to Dr. Lapchick. The conversation was that Michael stated she threw a drink in someone's face. Jennifer never saw a change in attitude with Michael. Jennifer said that Michael was real open and honest. Jennifer didn't know Danielle well enough to describe her. Jennifer felt like if they were having problems, they could at least get it together and behave in public. Jennifer knew that Michael had moved out a couple of times since he had moved to Florida. Jennifer knew that Michael's kids were his world. Jennifer remembered in December that she was sitting at a round table with a group, and Michael mentioned he thought that there was an app on his phone that was tracking him. Jennifer said that Michael told the group that Danielle's drinking was out of control and that it was more than a glass of wine. Michael told them it was a problem and it affected the whole family. Jennifer said that Michael mentioned that he was going to Al-Anon meetings. Jennifer knew that Michael was looking for other jobs. Jennifer said that she was talking to the victim about upcoming interviews and future things, and she did not feel that Michael was depressed. On January 25th of 2019, Detective Ware spoke to Jan Omens. Mrs. Omens stated that she knew Michael and Danielle when they lived next to them on Forest Avenue about 5 years ago. Ms. Omens said that they were having trouble because Michael would rent their house during the summers, and she stated that Michael rented their house for 2 to 3 years, and even last year. Ms. Omens knew that they were on and off again, and it was a very troubled marriage. Ms. Omens said that Michael rented a condo at one point. Ms. Omens said that Michael was back in the house. Ms. Omens said that Michael told her that Danielle was up and down. The fighting was impossible. Michael felt that it was better for the kids if he just left. Ms. Omens didn't know of any physical violence. Ms. Omens said that at one point, when she came back home for the winter, from October through May, Michael asked if he could put his medicine in her refrigerator because Danielle had once thrown it out. Ms. Omens did not know what the medication was for. Ms. Omens was concerned for the children. On January 25th of 2019, and we heard that interview as well. We did, yeah. I'm trying to think if I heard that in the courtroom or if we heard it. No, we heard it, right? I know I heard it. Okay, I remember she said, I didn't know what the medication was for. Yeah, we heard about it. It's all running together now. On January 25th, 2019, Detective Ware received a phone call. I feel like I heard it on my own, though, but I know that we heard it together. From Jerry Rebecki. Who's Jerry Rebecki? There was another person, Rebecki. Wasn't that in the, oh my gosh, in that other case? Oh my gosh, was that guy? The one that was accused of killing his wife, then he died, and he was crazy on the stand. He killed that guy in Texas. He killed that other lady in Beverly Hills. Robert Durst. Wasn't there a Rebecki? Yeah, I think that was the guy that did the documentary, but it was Rebecki, wasn't it? Who requested to remain anonymous. Mr. Rebecki stated that he has known Michael for 30 years. Mr. Rebecki said that Michael was dealing with serious issues with Danielle Jadyn Redlich in regards to mental issues, domestic violence on her part, and alcoholism. Mr. Rebecki stated that Michael would never commit suicide. Mr. Rebecki had visited the family in Orlando, and Jadyn was always on her best behavior. Mr. Robato, knew about Danielle's previous arrest and dealings with law enforcement. Mr. Rebecki knew of all the parental problems with Danielle because of her alcohol use. Mr. Rebecki told Michael on numerous occasions that the consequences were going to get worse and more dramatic. Mr. Rebecki suggested that Michael have Danielle Baker acted. Mr. Rebecki stated that he had a bad feeling about this. Mr. Rebecki never saw any signs of physical abuse, but knew that Danielle had attacked Michael on more than one occasion. Mr. Rebecki said that one time Danielle threw an ashtray at him, which cut him. Mr. Rebecki stated that Michael would tell him all these things. Mr. Rebecki told Michael that this was a dangerous situation and Danielle was a danger to herself as well as to Michael and the kids. Mr. Rebecki stated that is why he kept pushing for a Baker Act. Mr. Rebecki received a call from Danielle, who told him that she is in a mental health facility. Danielle told Mr. Rebecki that she couldn't talk about what happened because she was advised not to. Mr. Rebecki's major concern is for the kids. Mr. Rebecki continued to express that it's a dangerous situation and will continue to be until Danielle gets help. Mr. Rebecki said it got to the point that Michael told him he didn't want to talk about it anymore. Mr. Rebecki stated that he was there to counsel Michael and requested to remain anonymous. On January 28, 2019, defendant Danielle Jadyn Redlich called Detective Ware and requested the phone that she was holding when she was arrested for violation of probation be released. Detective Ware explained that the phone would not be released. On January 28, 2019, Detective Ware received a phone call from Kevin Rochlitz. Now, we heard this interview yesterday as well. Mr. Rochlitz stated that he has been on the board at UFC and has known Michael for the past 20 years. He stated that he has seen Michael a couple of months ago, stated that ever since he has been with Danielle, their relationship has not been good, and that he has heard issues from time to time about fighting. Mr. Rochlitz said that he would ask the victim how things were going at home, and the victim would respond, "As long as I can lock up the steak knives, I'm okay." Mr. Rochlitz stated that the victim was a loving husband, cared a lot for his children. Mr. Rochlitz said that Michael's children were a big part of his life. Mr. Rochlitz did not know that Michael was meeting with a woman, not a relationship thing, but more to help Michael dealing with the anger of someone and a difficult spouse. He knew that he was meeting with a woman for that reason. Mr. Rochlitz stated that he didn't know the individual's name or how many times he met with her. Mr. Rochlitz stated that he has never seen any evidence of any physical violence between Michael and Jadyn. Mr. Rochlitz described Michael as a cuddly teddy bear, a fun-loving guy. Mr. Rochlitz said that Michael is just a simple guy and he would have been there on Saturday morning to coach his kid. Mr. Rochlitz stated that Michael stopped drinking about a year ago and just started to drink again the last week or so. Mr. Rochlitz stated that the victim was not a big alcoholic. Mr. Rochlitz stated that he had met with Danielle and there was something always off. Mr. Rochlitz knew that Michael had to hide certain things from Danielle because she had a temper. Mr. Rochlitz stated that Michael was always trying to be positive and didn't like to talk about relationship things. February 5th, 2019, Detective Ware obtains an arrest warrant for defendant Danielle Jadyn Redlich. On February 6th, defendant Danielle Jadyn Redlich was arrested and transported to Orange County booking without incident. Probation officer Chaboyan and DCF investigator Tucker were notified of the arrest. Detective Ware received an investigative subpoena for Janice Reeves. The interview is scheduled for March 1st, 2019. Detective Ware received an investigative subpoena for defendant Danielle Jadyn Redlich's PNC bank card. Detective called Nicole V. Abram and left a message for her to call back. Mrs. Abram is believed to be the woman that Jadyn emailed regarding the affair. Oh, look at that. So that Nicole, this is believed to be the woman. On February 7, 2019, Detective Ware contacted Tricia Cullen. Ms. Cullen stated that she knew Michael and Danielle when they lived in San Jose, California. Ms. Cullen never saw Michael and Danielle argue or get into physical altercations. Ms. Cullen described Michael and Jadyn's relationship as rocky. Ms. Cullen stated that Jadyn and Michael both had a drinking problem when they were in San Jose, and Ms. Cullen stated that Michael stopped drinking. Ms. Cullen described Michael as a fun drunk and always smiling. Ms. Cullen described Danielle as a sloppy drunk. Ms. Cullen said that Danielle would make a lot of snide comments about the victim. Detective Ware is still waiting for FDLE mapping reports on the historical phone records, 3 laptop extractions, and the victim's cell phone extraction. The victim's cell phone is a newer model, Android. The investigation is waiting for technology to be successfully extract the data on the phone because the passcode is unknown. On February 8th, Detective Ware delivered the case packet to the state attorney's office. Attention ASA, Linda Drain Burdick. We looked at this. This is the evidence that was seized. Let's see if it brings us to the about the vehicles. And we read all this. This is Slaughter's version. We went over that. We went over that. We went over that. It's the crime scene person's log of who was there. It's for the laptop. This is for the evidence. Forensic preview, Samsung laptop, MSI laptop. Okay, that they're requesting all records from the Winter Park Fire Rescue Incident on January 12th, 2019. Property records. 1231 Temple Drive, names Michael Redlich, Danielle Redlich, mailing address, physical address, property. Their assessed value. That's just their records there. We saw this last night. This is just the, someone did a layout of the house and just labeled it and put a little key there. Their little key was knife on floor, blood trail. Blood trail, knife on floor, victim. There's the charges. This is where, did we read her? Let me see. This is about, let's see, at 9:51 I received a call from dispatcher Richard Dixon. That's the word. In which he provided me with the location 1231 Temple Drive in Winter Park at 10:02. Sergeant Strube called me and explained the following. A 911 call had been received with the caller, the female resident Danielle, stating that her husband was believed to have a self-inflicted stab wounds. Danielle explained further that she and her husband had been involved in an altercation the night before, January 11th, 2019, but she believed he had stabbed himself and was deceased as a result of that. When officers responded to the residence, Danielle appeared to have self-inflicted cut marks on her wrists. Sergeant Strube and MPO Stanford entered and cleared the residence. Finding Danielle's husband, Mike, deceased on the living room floor, Sergeant Strube stated that Officer Slaughter had taken photos of Danielle's injuries but wanted to know if I would like Danielle to remain on scene for further photographs by me. I explained that if Danielle needed medical treatment, That was the priority, especially since photos had already been taken. I told her I was okay with her being released from the scene to be transported to the hospital. And if further photos were needed, they could be taken by the officer and accompanying her to the ER. Observations. Outside residence. The scene in this case consists of a very nice, well-maintained 2-story residence near the intersection of Temple Drive and Lake Knowles Circle. In the driveway, there are 3 vehicles, a Lexus SUV, a Lexus sedan, and an Audi sedan. There appears to be approximately 2 broken eggs in between the Lexus sedan and the SUV. There are city garbage bins that are up against the garage door. There is a plastic egg carton with 2 whole egg shells in the gray garbage bin. There is an unraveled garden hose in the driveway near the Audi vehicle. Looking in the closed window on the Lexus GS 350 sedan, suspected broken egg shells are seen on the driver's seat. There is a green mountain bike, a black toy ramp, and a black chair with a pillow on the front doorstep area. A box of extra large size gloves are placed on the chair and appear to be the brand that WPPD uses, Winter Park Police Department. The front door is an oversized double door, and the right side of the door is slightly opened inward. The yard is well maintained and appears freshly manicured around the right side of the home. Towards the back gate, nothing is noted. The back gate is locked and latched. However, it is not locked. The back gate is closed and latched. However, it's not locked. The pool is well cleaned, and everything appears in order except for an umbrella and side table that are tipped over. It's a very windy day. The gate around the left side of the home is also latched but not locked. There is nothing to note about that side of the home. Inside the residence, the foyer, formal dining room, kids' bedrooms, closets, laundry room, garage, and loft. The home's right front door is open. Upon entering the residence, I observe suspected blood drops directly at the frame of the door. There appears to be a diluted red substance coupled with suspected blood drops throughout the entire foyer. The decedent, a white male, is located just off the foyer in the living room area. The home is partially open, concept floor plan. Directly to my left, off the foyer, there is a formal dining room. There is a decorative side table to my right against the wall. Directly past the table, there's a hall closet, door open out, and half bath, door opens in. Both are on the north wall. Going south with the formal dining room on my left, there is a small foyer that opens up to multiple bedrooms, a kitchen entrance, and a staircase. The southwest bedroom appears organized, clean, and possibly occupied by a male. There is nothing additional to note about this room. A Jack and Jill bathroom separates the southwest and southeast bedrooms. The bathroom is well kept. As I continue through the bathroom to the southeast bedroom, I observe a clean and organized room, which possibly belongs to a female. The room, too, appears to have nothing of evidentiary value. Outside the southeast bedroom, in the hallway foyer next to the staircases, there is a pile of miscellaneous towels, a bucket of pinkish liquid, a mop, vacuum, and a scooter. The towels have a reddish staining on them. The gray bucket is approximately 3/4 full with a pinkish liquid. The mop has a green and white handle, and the mop head has a reddish staining soaked into the fabric portion of it. Adjacent to the staircase, there is a hallway leading to the garage on the east side of the home. Next to the towels, mop, and bucket, there are apparent bloody footprints that are moving in an eastward direction. There is a linen closet on the right side of the hallway facing east, and approximately 4 feet further on the left side there is a closet with many miscellaneous items. At the end of the hallway, on the right side, there's a laundry room. The laundry room consists of a sink, washer, dryer, and 2 laundry baskets with clothing. Adjacent to the laundry room door is a door leading to the garage. The garage is disorganized and contains multiple bikes, sporting equipment, and many other miscellaneous items. There are no vehicles. I then make my way up to the loft area using the only staircase in the residence. The loft area is well maintained and cleaned. The futon couch is laid out, and the pillows and blankets are in order and folded. Kitchen. Heading west down the stairs back towards the kitchen area, there is a knife seen lying on the left of the entryway to the kitchen. The serrated, wooden-handled kitchen knife, is lying on the ground with the blade facing west and the serrated edge facing out north. There is a silver metal garbage can on the right side, just past the entryway, that appears dented. The attached lid is closed. There are scattered, apparent bloody footprints traveling around the area of the kitchen in front of the refrigerator and sink. There is a red Solo cup lying on its side in front of the fridge. There is also a small amount of blood on the southern edge of the kitchen island. In the kitchen sink, there are multiple items, including a Tervis-style cup, a red Solo cup, a towel, a sponge, a spoon, wet kibble, dog food, and 3 knives. There is suspected blood on all 3 knives and on the edge of the sink. The kitchen overall appears clean, organized, and free of clutter. There is a gallon of milk in the fridge, which appears to have blood on it. In a hidden garbage bin to the left of the sink, there's also an empty glass handle vodka bottle that is a mostly full bottle of, there is a mostly full bottle of the same vodka in the freezer. So that's vodka that we saw in the freezer. Family room, dining room. The family room, which is on the west side of the home and directly off of the kitchen, is clean and organized. The room is a large open area, and there's nothing that appears to be out of place or of evidentiary value. There are double doors leading out to the pool area. The top lock is locked. There is a small eating area with a round wooden table. On the table, there is a laptop and a purse. A backpack is in one of the dining room table chairs. Across from the dining table, a bar-style countertop and 3 bar stools are present. To the left of the bar, there's an arched doorway that's leading to the living room. While standing in the doorway leading from the family dining room area and looking north, the couch appears to be approximately 3 feet in front of me and 1 foot to the right of the door-sized window on the west wall. There's a black jacket and a brown blanket draped over the back of the couch. There are multiple apparent bloody footprints on the floor behind the couch, facing multiple directions. There is a large blue rug in the center of the room, which appears to have suspected bloody footprints on it. They are on the east side of the rug. There's a leather chair with a blanket and side table located off of the east side of the rug. There is blood on the seat of the chair. A blue pair of men's athletic sneakers are seen by the small coffee table that's located in the center of the rug. Located on the tile floor around and behind the leather chair and side table, a large amount of blood is seen along with a blue towel. There appears to be both smeared and dropped blood. On the east side of the couch, there's a small lamp on the floor. It is touching the side of the couch. There is also a small decorative type table with 4 numbered drawers that is touching the southeast edge of the blue rug. There is a drinking glass on top of that table. That table lamp and glass all have suspected blood on them. Office, just past the doorway located in the northeast side of the living room and into a hallway. There is an office to my right. In the hallway outside the office, there is a gray camera tripod setup. The office appears well maintained and organized. The room consists of a desk, chair, and other miscellaneous furniture. There is a laptop observed on the desktop. Master bedroom, bathroom. Facing east from the office, the master bedroom is located off of the same hallway. Straight ahead and slightly to the right, a trail of smeared and dropped suspected blood is continued from the living room area throughout the hallway and into the doorway to the master bedroom bathroom. Upon entering the bedroom, there's a towel located on the path of the observed blood. There is a small dog bed immediately to the left of the entryway. The room is very well organized and decorated. The bed appears made, although somewhat wrinkled. There is a sitting area with 2 chairs on the west wall. Other items include workout equipment, furniture, and a TV. There is a path of blood that is continuous from the entryway, as mentioned before, and curves left to a small hallway leading to the master bathroom. There is a closet on each side of the hallway. The one on the left appears to belong to a male, the one on the right to a female. On the right side of the hallway, there is a pair of plaid pants closest to the woman's closet. The pants appear partially folded and have been soiled by suspected blood. Continuing to the bathroom at the end of the hallway, there is a significant amount of blood on the tiled floor and partially on the area rug. In the walk-in shower, there is apparent blood on the faucet handle. On the west wall of the shower, there is water noted on the shower floor near the west side. In the toilet area, that is in a closet-style setup, inside the toilet bowl, there is a small amount of suspected blood. The faceplate on the light fan switch appears to have been broken off on the left side. There is a linen closet on the north wall just before the shower. The door is open. There are multiple gray towels on the ground on the floor of the closet. The bottom right of the door frame on the inside of the bathroom entryway is broken off and resting on the ground. There is blood that is present on the broken piece of the door frame and appears to match up with the blood seen on the door frame next to it that is still attached. The ambient temperature in the home is approximately 73 degrees per the thermostat in the master bedroom. Decedent. The decedent is located in the living room area surrounded by approximately 3 towels. He is on his back with each arm extended out in a T position, and his legs are extended straight with his feet approximately 18 inches apart. His right hand is touching the south living room wall. The top of his head is approximately 4 to 6 inches from the east side of the couch. His left arm is outstretched and lying between the lamp and the decorative table. Other measurements taken of this decedent's location in the living room include north to south wall, 17 feet, 10.5 inches, west to east wall, 18 feet, 6.5 inches, head to south wall, 2 feet, 6 and 1/16 inch, right torso to south wall, 2 feet, 2.5 inches, right knee to south wall, 1 foot, 8 and 3/16 inches, bottom of left foot to front door, 17 feet, 7.25 inches, left knee to north wall, 14 feet, 6 and 16 inches, left torso to north wall, 14 feet, 5 and 15/16 inches, and right hand to south wall touching. Left hand to north wall, 12 feet, 11/16 inches, and top of head to west wall, 9 feet, 10 and 5/8 inches. The decedent is clad in pants, underwear, a belt, and socks. He appears to have a significant amount of blood on his pants and socks. The decedent is almost completely covered in blood. There is a very large amount of blood around the decedent. There is a cloth rag that is near the decedent's left upper arm, which is supersaturated with suspected blood. There is a small defect to the left outer eyebrow. There also appears to be an approximate 1.5-inch defect on the left inner shoulder area. Upon the arrival of INV Ralph Kalachi with the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office, the decedent was rolled to his left side to reveal his backside. Lividity is consistent with the most recent position, and although there is a large amount of blood, there are no injuries or defects noted at this time on his back. With the approval of Detective Ware, Kalachi removes the contents from the decedent's pants pockets that included keys, glasses, a cell phone, and U.S. currency. Medication belonging to the decedent were found in the master bathroom vanity on the east side of the bathroom. These were collected by Kalachi. And upon removal of the decedent by the medical examiner's office transport team, the floor reveals a large amount of blood with multiple patterns, including but not limited to footprints, shoe prints, drops, and pooling. At approximately 10:36 hours, I arrived on scene at 1231 Temple Drive. At approximately 12:36 hours, I opened a photo log to document the scene and evidence items. At approximately 17:44 hours, the medical examiner's investigator, Ralph Kalachi, arrived. At approximately 21:40 hours, evidence collection began. At approximately 23:19 hours, the photo log was closed. At approximately 23:22 hours, I cleared the scene and proceeded to the Winter Park Police Department for evidence submittal. On 1/15/19 at approximately 10:05 hours, I responded to the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office to obtain major case prints from Michael Redlich. The prints were submitted by me into evidence on 1/15/19 at 11:15 hours. On 1/17/2019, submitted evidence items were dried, inventoried, packaged, and submitted by me into the Winter Park Police Department Evidence Unit. See the chain of custody report for full details. Evidence submitted in this case by me will include 1. Swab contents from decedent's pockets and 604 digital photos. 1/18/2019, approximately 11:45 hours, I was requested by Detective Weir to respond to 1231 Temple Drive for serving of a search warrant. My role would be to document the overall scene photographically, to maintain the search warrant inventory log, as well as collect any potential evidence. At approximately 12:52 hours, the photo log was opened to document the search warrant scene and collected items. At approximately 12:54, the scene search and evidence collection began. At approximately 15:20 hours, I cleared the scene, returning to the Winter Park Police Department for evidence submittal and processing. A copy of the search warrant inventory log was left at scene to document the items removed from the premises. At approximately 15:34 hours, I arrived at the Winter Park Police Department, secured the collected evidence into the temporary storage area. Approximately 1700 hours, I arrived to the WPPD vehicle bay, where myself, CST Edward Bigley, and Detective Ware began evidence processing and collection of items, EM number 1, number 2, and number 10 from search warrant. At approximately 1703 hours, evidence processing and collecting began. At approximately 1810 hours, I closed the photo log, cleared the scene, and submitted all collected items to the WPPD evidence unit. 262 digital photos were submitted on the Q drive by this CST. On 1/22/2019, at approximately 10:43 hours, I arrived to the District 9 Medical Examiner's office to retrieve evidence collected during the autopsy examination. At approximately 11:05 hours, I took possession of 1 DNA card and 1 package said to contain clothes and physical evidence from Ashley Shaughnessy. At approximately 11:14 hours, I left the medical examiner's office, proceeded back to the WPPD for evidence submittal. Over the course of 1/22/2019 and 1/23/2019, the submitted evidence items from the search warrant on 1/18/2019 and the medical examiner's office were inventoried, packaged, and submitted by me into the Winter Park Police Department Evidence Unit. See the chain of custody report for full details. End of report. Conclusion. This concludes my involvement with this case as crime scene technician. While on scene as primary crime scene technician, CST, I assigned CST Bigley to document the entire scene using a video recorder. He was also put in charge of the evidence marker log and evidence collection. Please refer to CST Bigley's report for further information on the case. Special considerations: Danielle J. Redlick. Witnesses: John Keane, Linda Keane, Janice Reeves, Rick Dixon. Law enforcement: Holly Williams, Stanford John, Ware Pam, Renesky Jonathan, Volgerson Tim, Wing Ryan, Wagner Sharon, Dallies John, Alejandro Genesis, Kid Randall, Masallo German, Deal Michael, Markham Pam, Strube Lena, Supat Lisa, Wright Matthew. Audio interviews, scene photos, DVD, audio interview, audio, scene photos, cell phone, 1 Samsung, Apple iPod, MSI laptop, JBL speaker, 1 sheet and blanket, black long sleeve shirt, black stretch pants, tan Victoria's Secret bra, plum-in color underwear, 2 earrings, a gauze swab, digital photos, video files, towels, 1 black in color Nike shirt, 1 mop, liquid sample, 1 silver in color knife, 1 silver in color knife, 1 knife with a black handle, 1 knife with a white handle, 1 red and white striped bag, 2 towels, 1 red in color rag, 1 gray in color towel, 1 gray in color towel, 1 gray in color towel, plaid pants. 1 dark gray towel, 1 swab of floor, 1 swab, 1 swab, 1 swab, 1 plastic empty egg carton, video surveillance, major case prints, $172 in currency, swab, a wallet with contents, keys and glasses, buckle swabs, video surveillance, scene photos, DNA card, clothes and physical evidence, Home Depot receipts, fingernails, 3 receipts, 4 Best Buy receipts, 1 swab of suspected blood, 1 swab of suspected blood, prescription medications belonging to the decedent, miscellaneous papers, 1 backpack, HP laptop, Apple iPad, receipts, knife, Apple iPhone, swab from iPhone, DVD, me photos, audio interviews, video surveillance, 2 DVDs, video surveillance, the thumb drive, documents, audio interviews, video interviews, audio phone messages, audio interviews, historical cell data, the decedent's fingernails, swabs from the decedent's hands, and mobile device extraction. Okay, this is Detective Ware. Where's she going? Doodly-doo. We already got her report on this. Upon her arrival at 10:40 hours, she met with crime scene technician Carla Sunval and Detective Pam Ware, who explained what had occurred up to this point in time. My role was to assist crime scene technician Sunval as needed, who was primary for this scene. At approximately 14:19 hours, I was requested to respond to Florida South Hospital by Sunval to photograph injuries to a Ms. Danielle Redlick. Upon my arrival, 14:50, I met with Officer Lauren Galloway outside of room 60 in the emergency room section of the hospital. I introduced myself to Ms. Redlick and I requested to photograph her injuries, which she agreed. At approximately 1500 hours, I opened the photo log. Injuries noted were bruising above the left elbow, the right side neck area, and the left knee area. Ms. Redlich complained of an injury above the left ear, which I photographed at her request, though I did not notice any injury. It should be noticed that she would not allow me to photograph her self-inflicted wrist injuries. At approximately 15:10 hours, I closed the photo log. While at the hospital, I took possession of the clothing and miscellaneous effects recovered from Ms. Redlick by Officer Galloway. See the evidence report. At approximately 15:16 hours, I cleared the hospital and proceeded to the Winter Park Police Department. Items obtained at the hospital were secured into evidence. At approximately 1600 hours, I cleared the station, returned back to 1231 Temple. At approximately 1622, I met with CST Sunval, where I was assigned video documentation of the scene. At approximately 1630, I began video documentation of the scene that included downstairs area of the home which had been involved in the incident. At approximately 17:15 hours, video documentation was completed. At approximately 2100 hours, I met with CST Sunval, where I was assigned the evidence marker report and the collection of those listed evidence items. At approximately 2103 hours, I began the evidence marker report. See the case documents section of this report for complete details. At approximately 2140 hours, I began evidence collection. At approximately 2322, I cleared the scene, returned to the Winter Park Police Department for evidence submittal. At approximately 2340 hours, the evidence had been secured. Over the course of 114, 115, and 116 of 2019, the submitted evidence items were dried, inventoried, packaged, and submitted by me into the Winter Park Police Department Evidence Unit. During the course of the investigation, I submitted the following into the Winter Park Police Department Evidence Unit: Michael Redlich's smartphone, a Samsung laptop with power cord, Apple iPad with case, MSI laptop computer, 1 JBL Bluetooth speaker, 1 sheet and 1 blanket, black long sleeve shirt, black stretch pants, tan Victoria's Secret bra, plum and color underwear, 2 earrings, a gauze swab, 44 digital photos, 20 video files, 9 towels, 1 black and color Nike shirt, 1 mop, liquid sample, 1 in silver and color knife, 1 silver and color knife, 1 knife with a black handle, 1 knife with a white handle, 1 red and white striped rag, 2 towels, 1 red and colored towel, 3 gray and colored towels, plaid pants, 1 dark gray towel, 1 swab of the floor, 3 swabs, and 1 plastic empty egg carton. On January 18, 2019, at 12:50, I responded to 1231 Temple Drive at the request of Sergeant Lisa Supat to assist with the serving of a warrant. My room assignments were the laundry room, downstairs hallway, downstairs storage room, and the upstairs loft. Items of interest were brought to the attention of Case Detective Pam Ware. I cleared the scene at approximately 15:20. At approximately 1700 hours, I assisted CST Sunvale and Detective Pam Ware with the search of the collected trash bins from the residence. Items of interest were photographically documented and collected by CST Sunvale. I was released by CST Sunvale at approximately 1800 hours. This concludes my immediate involvement with this case as a crime scene technician. This is the pool area that they're showing here. This is more of just the items they seized. Here's the medical examiner's office. Okay, clothing. They have pants, socks, a belt, and underwear for Michael, a handkerchief, and a scarf. Physical evidence is the DNA card, head, hair, fingernails, swabs from the left and right hands and bags, left and right hands, bags, left and right feet. Investigative timeline. So on January 10th, the day before, Michael Redlich, they have him home, they have him at Publix, they have an outgoing call from Danielle to Michael for 42 seconds. They have Michael at the Home Depot, they have Michael at Balch Avenue, they have Michael at Nebraska Street, Michael at Bennett Street, Michael at Best Buy. This is all on January 10th. He's eastbound on East Colonial Drive. He's near PNC Bank. He's home on January 10th, 11:15:15. He's then on Lee Road, Park Avenue. This is all still January 10th. Gets an incoming call from Michael to Danielle, missed call, outgoing from Danielle to Michael, 40 seconds in duration, incoming from Michael to Danielle, missed call, voicemail from Michael to Danielle, 30-second duration, incoming call from Michael to Danielle, missed call. Michael is at Park Avenue in New England area. This is still January 10th. Voicemail from Michael to Danielle, Michael home. Michael sends a text to Danielle, incoming, missed call from Danielle. Michael sends a text to Danielle. Danielle sends a text to Michael. Michael is at Lakemont Avenue. This is at 4:44 in the afternoon on the 10th. Michael's at the Village Barber Shop. Michael's last location point at Barber Shop. Then he's home again. 4:07. 4:07. This is 2:44, this is 4:07. 4:40, outgoing call from Danielle to Michael, 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Outgoing call, then you got a bunch of text messages. Then he's home again. Text messages. Now we're on 1:11. Okay. 1:11, Michael, missed call from Michael to Danielle. 1:11, 7:42, Michael's last location point at home. Michael at UFC at 8 o'clock. 8:37, Danielle views Meet Mindful. She's on Meet Mindful till 8:44. Then she texts Jadyn, I was at Sephora and now I am by our house heading your way. Danielle signs out. Jadyn, I just signed you out. Michael's last location point at UCF. That's 12:51. He's home at 13:10:11. He's having text messages. Okay, they're having text messages. Then here we go. So she's at the football game of the little boy. Danielle takes first picture at MLK Park. And then Michael Redlich is home. Incoming call from Michael to Danielle at 21:37. Michael Redlich's last location, home. Danielle sends a text message to Jadyn regarding McDonald's. Then Danielle is at McDonald's. Michael is at Lee Road. Michael is home. There's an altercation between Michael and Danielle began, and Danielle at 22:52 on 111 puts 911 outgoing canceled phone call. Nothing again until 7 in the morning when she immediately gets on Meet Mindful. Then she searched slitting her wrists, how to slit wrists. She searched Sky. Then she searched how long before you die if you slit your wrists. How long does it take to bleed to death after slitting your wrists? Then at 9:28 she called 911 for 9 minutes 28 seconds. Sergeant Strube was on the scene at 9:36, and then the other officers there. I believe we read this one. Let's see. Maybe not. So on January 12, 2019, I, Detective John Dallies, received a call from Sergeant Lisa Supat regarding a case for investigation involving the death of Michael Redlich, white male, date of birth 5/1/1953. Michael Redlich was found deceased in his home at 1231 Temple Drive, Winter Park, Orange County, Florida. As a secondary on-call investigator, Detective Dallies responded to assist primary on-call investigator, Detective Pam Ware. The Communications Center received a call from a female at this address, later identified as Danielle J. Redlich, white female, date of birth 11/3/1973, indicating that her husband was deceased. The caller initially advised that her husband had a heart attack and passed away last night. The caller then stated that the two had an argument last night and her husband stabbed himself around 22:30 the evening before. The caller indicated that she attempted to help him but was exhausted and woke up next to him. The caller stated that she was on probation and didn't call immediately because she was in fear of getting in trouble. Danielle Redlich called 911 11 hours after the incident. Upon arrival, Detective Dallies met with Detective Ware, who was already on the scene. Detective Ware had Danielle Redlich's cell phone in her possession. Detective Ware had obtained the passcode of 737373. Detective Dallies, having training and experience in mobile device collection and examinations, directed Detective Ware to place the iPhone in airplane mode. The device was collected as evidence. Detective Dallies obtained a brief verbal statement from Sergeant Linda Strube and Officer John Stanford, who were the first officers to arrive on scene. Sergeant Lena Strube and Officer John Stanford arrived, and the front door was locked. Danielle Redlich opened the door, and Sergeant Strube observed dried blood on Danielle Redlich's neck, but did not observe any injury in that area. Danielle Redlich was barefoot and had blood on the soles of her feet. Danielle Redlich's wrists were cut perpendicular to her forearm and appeared self-inflicted. A large bruise was located on Danielle's left arm. Sergeant Strube observed blood on the floor in several rooms. The deceased, Michael Redlich, was on the floor. Approximately 15 feet from the front door, just inside the living room, Sergeant Strube observed that there were wipe marks and blood leading from the bedroom to where Michael was laying. Michael Redlich was laying supine and did not appear to have any readily visible injuries to the front of his body. Door trim in the office to the northeast of Michael Redlich appeared to be forcibly dislodged. Officer Stanford observed a kitchen knife approximately 12 inches in length, including the handle, on the floor near the doorway between the hallway and the kitchen. The knife was, in Officer Stanford's estimation, approximately 8 to 9 feet from Michael Redlich's body. Officer Stanford observed a laceration on Michael Redlich's chest on the left side near the armpit. There were towels at the base of the stairs with what appeared to be blood on them. The blood on the floor near Michael Redlich was disturbed in several directions. Medical attention was provided by the Winter Park Fire Department to both Danielle and Michael. Michael was pronounced deceased upon arrival. Danielle was transported to Florida Hospital South. Detective Dallas drafted and submitted a search warrant for the residence, 1231 Temple Drive. Search warrant was issued by the Honorable Judge Gail Adams. The scope of the search warrant included cutting instruments, clothing, mop, bucket, cleaning chemicals, cleaning supplies, towels, digital cameras, tablets, laptops, cellular phones, forensic evidence, photographic images, items showing recent possession. Detective Dallas drafted and submitted a search warrant for the Apple iPhone in a transparent case that was identified as belonging to Danielle Redlich. The search warrant was issued by the Honorable Judge Gail Adams. Detective Dallas traveled to 1231 Temple Drive, where the search warrant was executed, and served. A copy of the search warrant and inventory was left on scene as no persons in control of the property were present. Detective Dallas executed and served a search warrant for the Apple iPhone identified as belonging to Danielle Redlich. The search warrant was issued and signed by the judge. The device was documented with digital images. The device was in a transparent case, which has a red substance, appeared to be blood on the surface. Detective Dallas collected a swab of the blood as evidence. The device was in airplane mode and the screen was locked. The screen unlocked upon entering the passcode 737373 per directions from the Celebrite Touch 2 forensic tool. The screen lock was set to never. The passcode was disabled and the option trust was selected upon being connected to the Celebrite Touch 2. The examination was successful in completing a logical and file system extraction. The extraction report and associated reports were uploaded to the evidence server. Detective Dallas reviewed the extraction report and observed several items of evidentiary value. The examination located several messaging chats between Danielle and her children, Jadyn, JD, and Sawyer, Soyboy 178. Jadyn was messaging Danielle Redlich from her cell phone. Do you know Danielle has a YouTube channel? She does, and there are videos from her children on there. From her cell phone, 327-501-1302. And Sawyer was messaging Danielle from his iCloud account, Soyboy178 at iCloud.com. The chats involved an argument between Jadyn and Michael, in which Sawyer was a witness. Danielle, based on the content of the chats, did not appear to be home at the time. Sawyer messaged Danielle at 7:38:52. Sawyer: Mom, they're yelling so much. Please help me. He's drunk. They're screaming curse words. D: You okay there? R: Phone call from Jadyn to Danielle. Duration 5 minutes 44 seconds. The messaging continued and Jadyn decided to leave the house, pack a bag, and meet up with Danielle. Jadyn asked, Where are you? What about Sawyer? Danielle replied that she believed Sawyer would be okay and messaged, Okay, cool. I'm sitting in the car on Alabama watching a gray cat cross the road 1,000,000 times. I think it is feline OCD, LOL. After Danielle dropped off Jadyn at a friend's house, Danielle attempted to sneak back into the house with the help of Sawyer. See the Cellbrite report for the full chat messaging between Danielle and Jadyn and between Danielle and Sawyer. The examination located several web history results for Meet Mindful. Meet Mindful is a website and application-based dating site. Meet Mindful's website stated, Singles here show up fully, connect with intention, and building strong relationship foundations. The best online dating site is more than an app. It's where meaningful connections blossom. The Meet Mindful application was not installed on the device. All of the Meet Mindful activities was locating on Safari web browser. Later, after a completed examination of the device, Detective Dallas conducted a manual search of the device to review any information of value that was not interpreted by the physical analyzer. In the Safari web browser, there were several Meet Mindful pages open to Danielle Redlich Meet Mindful profile and several conversations with men on Meet Mindful that Danielle was matched with. Chats were included with men named Greg, Mark, Michael, and Adam. The chat with Mark was the longest and dated at least prior to December 10th of 2018 and as recent as January 8th, 2019. A deleted Safari web browser search for mindfulness dating apps was dated December 5th, 2018. The most recent Safari web browser history for Meet Mindful was January 11th, 2019 at 8:44 and 37. Michael Redlich was found deceased by first responders the following morning. The examination located 2 voicemails from Michael on the date of January 10, 2019, and that is the same date as the aforementioned chats between Danielle and Jadyn and Sawyer. The first voicemail was at 12:53 hours. You must have really loved doing this to me, sleeping with me, and then texting them immediately, calling them, whatever you were doing, however you were communicating, laughing behind my back. Yeah, Mike, you don't even know. I'm really effing you now. You must have really enjoyed that, didn't you? And don't tell me anymore. Oh, you remember who Dan's was. You are who Dan's is. Your record is what your record says you are. You are Dan's, and that's who you've always been. A person that would do something like that? The second voicemail was at 12:57 hours. You must have really gotten a great laugh out of that the other night. Oh, I think I'm going to start studying jiu-jitsu. Yeah, right. You must have been just howling inside through all this. That hurts. Reveling in it and what you were doing to me. I'm going to take jiu-jitsu. I'm going home. I'd really appreciate it if you checked into a hotel. No text-based chats were located between Danielle and Michael. Michael Redlich was named Mike Mobile in Danielle's Redlich's contacts. The only text-based chats found that included both Michael and Danielle was a Happy Thanksgiving message dated 11/24/2018 in which both Michael and Danielle were included in a group message. Records were later obtained for Michael Redlich's and Danielle Redlich's phone numbers from Verizon. The records advised that there were text messages between Danielle and Michael on January 10th and January 11th. The most recent text 1/11/2019 at 2002 hours, 8:02 p.m. No text messages were located on Danielle Redlich's iPhone between herself and Michael Redlich. Thus, the text messages were manually deleted from Danielle Redlich's phone after 1/11/2019 at 2002 hours. The examination located images of Sawyer Redlich at a flag football game. The images were dated January 11th, 2019 from 20:45:18 to 20:46:02. The metadata in the images included GPS coordinates, which placed them at Martin Luther King Park at the time the images were captured. At 21:38:53 hours, there was a missed call from Michael to Danielle. At 21:34:02, Danielle texted Jadyn, "At Mickey D's again, thinking of you. Aren't you answering your phone?" Jadyn replied at 21:57:08, "My phone was charging and we were watching a movie." The examination located a canceled phone call, 1/11/2019 at 22:52:14 hours. The phone call was an outgoing phone call to 911-911. During a manual search of the phone, the status of this outgoing call was canceled. A search of Winter Park and Seminole Dispatch did not result in any 911 hang-up calls from Danielle Redlich's phone number at that date or time. The outgoing call was not documented by Verizon on the call detail records. This concludes that the call was canceled on Danielle Redlich's iPhone prior to outgoing call reaching a cell phone tower. The examination located searched items in web history for the term slitting wrists on 1/12/2019 at 7:22:38 and 7:22:39 hours. At 7:23:38 hours, the term how to slit wrists, Cura, was searched. Cura is a question and answer website where questions are asked and answered, edited, and organized by its community of users in the form of opinions. At 7:25:04, the term sky was searched. At 8:21:38, the term how long before you die if slit your wrists was searched. At 8:21:34 hours, the term how long does it take to bleed to death after slitting your wrist, Cura, was searched. At 9:28:52 hours, Danielle Redlich called 911. The call lasted 9 minutes, 28 seconds. This is the same call that ultimately resulted in law enforcement's response. the discovery of Michael Redlich's body, and the initiation of this investigation. On January 13, 2019 at 10:17 hours, Detective Dallas met with witness Peter Deibel, white male, date of birth 7/10/1973, and conducted a video-audio interview. Witness Deibel swore to the truthfulness of his testimony. Witness Deibel's son and Sawyer Redlich play flag football together, and on the evening of 1/11/2019, they were at the Martin Luther King Park. Michael Redlich was an assistant coach for the flag football team. The game took place in the fields adjacent to the sinkhole at the intersection of Denning Drive and Comstock Avenue. Witness Deibel greeted Michael Redlich, shook his hand. Witness Deibel observed that the handshake was weaker than normal, and Michael seemed distracted, but did not think much of it at the time. During the game, Witness Deibel sat next to Danielle Redlich. Danielle seemed quiet to Witness Deibel at the time and did not go out of her way to converse with Danielle. Witness Deibel greeted Danielle but did not have any discussion with her. Witness Deibel knew the Redlich family from the Babe Ruth Baseball League. Witness Deibel coached Sawyer Redlich on the baseball team for a few seasons. At one point, Michael Redlich wanted Sawyer to be on a different team so Sawyer could learn from different coaches. Sawyer was moved to another team. Danielle Redlich approached Witness Deibel after the change sometime in March of 2018. Danielle verbally argued with Deibel, and Danielle's volume caught the attention of people in a different ball field. Witness Deibel had observed several interactions with the Redlich family that he wanted to inform the Winter Park Police Department about. Witness Deibel was aware of an interaction between Danielle and witness Megan Linn. In this interaction, Danielle and Megan Linn were out drinking. During their evening out, Danielle asked Megan Linn if Megan Linn thought Michael Redlich was attractive, and Megan Linn responded in the affirmative. Danielle Redlich suddenly verbally attacked Megan Linn for trying to get involved with her husband, Michael Redlich. Michael Redlich diffused the situation. Witness Deibel was told of this interaction, however, he did not witness it himself. Witness Deibel was not directly aware of any infidelity on Michael Redlich or Danielle Redlich's part. Witness Deibel did not witness any physical violence between Michael and Danielle. Witness Deibel knew Michael to be outspoken and passionate as a spectator at their son's baseball games, but never observed him to be aggressive outside of that setting. Witness Deibel went to a 2019 New Year's party, 12/31/2018 to 1/1/2019, where Michael and Danielle attended. The home was in the area of Lakemont Avenue and Bancorturi Avenue. Witness Deibel observed that Danielle was very intoxicated. Witness Deibel observed Danielle being distant with Michael at the party. Witness Deibel observed Michael Redlich kept being lovable to Danielle Redlich during the party, like touching Danielle or giving Danielle a kiss. Each time Danielle would move away. Witness Deibel previously observed an incident at an 8-year-old Little League baseball game in which Danielle Redlich's son was playing. Danielle disagreed with the other parents' reactions to play in which Sawyer Redlich did not make a play as a catcher because of a bad throw from second base. Danielle Redlich reacted with anger and profanity in front of the 8-year-olds and called the throw a shite throw. Michael Redlich pointed out that the second baseman's father was sitting next to her, and Danielle Redlich commented, "I don't give an F who that is." The father commented that they did not use that language in front of their kids. Danielle Redlich's actions resulted in Sawyer not being invited back to the team. At 12:52 hours, Witness Deibel left a voicemail advising that Michael Redlich received a job offer from the New York Knicks as the chief financial officer. Detective Dallas called back and advised that he was told this information from David Messina, who spoke directly with Michael Redlich about the job offer. On January 14th, 2019, Detective Ware and Detective Dallas met with DCF investigator Tara Lynn Tucker at the Winter Park Police Station. Investigator Tucker had completed a written statement regarding an interview she conducted with Danielle Redlich. The interview took place January 13, 2019 at approximately 10:14 hours at Central Florida Behavioral Hospital In the interview, Danielle Redlich provided details regarding the events leading up to, during, and after the altercation that resulted in Michael Redlich's death. Investigators swore to the written statement and signed the statement in Detective Dallas and Detective Ware's statement. She investigated Tucker's statement for further. On the same date, at approximately 1550 hours, Detective Dallas met with witness David Messina, white male, date of birth 6/25/1970, and conducted an audio-recorded interview. The interview took place at 3425 Seagrape Drive, Winter Park, Florida. Witness Messina advised that on the date of 12/29/2018, witness Messina took Sawyer Redlich home to 1231 Temple Drive. After taking Sawyer and witness Messina's son to the movies, after arriving at 1231 Temple Drive, Michael Redlich invited David Messina and his son inside to hang out and watch a college football game. Witness Messina and Michael Redlich watched the game and spoke about Michael Redlich's previous work with professional sports teams. Michael Redlich mentioned that he had received a job offer from a friend of his with the New York Knicks as the chief financial officer. Witness Messina's impression was that the job was Michael Redlich's to have if he accepted. Witness Messina did not know at what stage of the hiring process Michael Redlich was in. Michael Redlich informed witness Messina that Michael Redlich was getting estimates to have the house painted and then have the house appraised. Michael Redlich expressed to witness Messina that he was struggling with how to tell Danielle Redlich about the offer. Michael Redlich stated that he was trying to get things back on track with Danielle Redlich and knew that moving would be a setback for their relationship. All right, I'm choking. I need a drink. I really do. But let me see if I have anything left. Oh, I do. Okay, hold on. Witness Messina gathered that Danielle Redlich did not know about the job opportunity at the time. Witness Messina observed a previous argument between Danielle Redlich and Michael Redlich in the parking lot of a baseball field. The argument occurred approximately 1.5 years ago. Witness Messina described the argument as screaming and yelling. The argument was in the proximity of Little League baseball players in the 5 to 6-year-old range. Witness Messina felt the argument was so inappropriate that he notified the baseball league governing body. Witness Messina did not remember the subject of the argument, and the argument was verbal only. Witness Messina did not personally witness any physical arguments between Danielle and Michael. On the same date, the Honorable Judge Gail Adams signed a search warrant for the cell phone and found in Michael Redlich's pocket and the iPad found in the master bathroom. The cell phone was not properly identified, thus an amended warrant was issued by the Honorable Judge Gail Adams. The tablet was password protected and an extraction was not successful. The cell phone recovered from Michael Redlich's pocket was identified as a Google Pixel 2 XL, model G011C. This device was in airplane mode and the password protected. Numerous attempts were made at known passcodes provided by the Redlich family. None of the passcodes resulted in unlocking the device. The Cellbrite Touch 2 forensic tool was unable to bypass the passcode after numerous attempts. Detective Dallas consulted with Cellbrite customer support, who confirmed that there was not a known method at the time for bypassing the passcode on a Google Pixel 2 XL. Detective Dallas consulted the Orlando Police Department and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, neither of which had a forensic tool available to bypass the passcode. The two search warrants signed on this date for the iPad tablet and the Google Pixel 2 XL were ultimately returned to the court unserved as the devices were not accessible. On January 15, 2019, Detective Dallas served a preservation letter to MeetMindful.com for the account believed to belong to Danielle Redlich. The account was identified by the names and emails of Danielle Redlich, Danielle Drohan, Dan Drohan 73 at gmail.com, and Dan Drohan at yahoo.com. On January 15th of 2019, Detective Dallas and Detective Ware met with Robert Aquino, white male, date of birth 9/6/1955, at the Winter Park Police Station. The interview was video and audio recorded. Witness Aquino was Danielle's stepfather, who had traveled to Winter Park from Ohio to assist Danielle while she was at Central Florida Behavioral Hospital receiving treatment. Witness Aquino provided background information on the Redlich family and Danielle Redlich and Michael's relationship. See the interview with Robert Aquino for further. Later in the evening on the same date, Detective Dallas and Detective Ware traveled to the Redlich home, 1231 Temple, to deliver property to Jadyn. While there, Robert Aquino was asked to participate in a controlled phone call with Danielle Redlich. Witness Aquino declined to participate in the controlled phone call. On January 16th, the Honorable Judge Gail Adams signed a search warrant for a Meet Mindful account that was believed to belong to Danielle Redlich. The search warrant was served to Meet Mindful. The Honorable Judge Gail Adams signed a search warrant for the Google LLC account belonging to Danielle Redlich. The account was identified by the email dandrohan73@gmail.com. The search warrant was served to Google LLC. On January 18, 2019, the Honorable Judge Gail Adams signed a search warrant for the Google LLC account belonging to Michael Redlich. The account was identified as mredlich17@gmail.com and user mredlich17. The search warrant was served to Google LLC. The Honorable Judge Gail Adams signed a search warrant for the 2 laptops that were collected. Okay, let's see. Detective Dallas contacted the local office of Federal Bureau of Investigation, Safe Streets and Gangs, Violent Crimes Against Children regarding Michael Redlich's Google Pixel 2 XL. Ultimately, the FBI opened a police cooperation case in order to assist with bypassing the passcode on the Google Pixel 2 XL and accessing the data within. The Honorable Judge Gail Adams signed a search warrant for the device, which included FBI and Federal Law Enforcement Office acting with mutual aid. On the same date, a search warrant was executed and served for the home, 1231 Temple Drive, Winter Park, Orange County, Florida. Danielle Redlich was served with a separate search warrant for her buccal swab saliva standards for comparison to forensic evidence. The buccal swab warrant was served in Detective Pam Ware's assigned vehicle, and Detective Ware was in the driver's seat. Danielle was in the front passenger seat, and Detective Dallas was in the right passenger seat. Detective
Try to do it without getting dirty. I gotta change real quick.
Okay.
This is in the car.
Danielle Redlich was released upon the completion of the buccal swab collection. This interaction was documented with an audio recording, which we heard last night. On January 22nd, 2019, the Samsung laptop and MSI laptop were turned over. On the same date, Detective Dallas received the account documents for Danielle's Meet Mindful account, and the account was identified as Danielle's. The account was created on December 5th, 2018. The account was listed as active, not deleted or blocked. The account had Danielle Redlich's first name, no last name listed. The correct date of birth, 11/3/1973. The email account was dandrohan@yahoo.com, which is Danielle Redlich's email account that's located on Danielle Redlich's email application on her iPhone. Danielle Redlich's dating status was listed as separated. Danielle Redlich had 26 users that Danielle Redlich marked as favorites by a like feature. The most recent conversation between Danielle Redlich and another user was created January 8, 2019 at 21:42 hours. According to Meet Mindful account activity timeline, Danielle opened the Meet Mindful application and viewed conversations on January 12th at 7:22 hours. This is at the same approximate time that she slit her wrist. That slit wrist was searched in the Safari web browser on Danielle Redlich's phone. On the same date, Detective Pam Ware and Detective John Dallas conducted an interview with witness Ashley Heldrick at the Winter Park Police Station. The interview was video and audio recorded. Witness Heldrick's daughter was best friends with Jadyn Redlich. See Detective Ware's investigative summary and video regarding for further. On the same date, Detective David Graham received the historical cell site data for phone numbers belonging to Danielle and Michael and Jadyn. Detective Dallas reviewed the documents which were provided by Verizon. The documents showed that there were a total of 44 text messages between Michael, Danielle, and Danielle on January 10th and 11th. These text messages were absent from Danielle's phone. The call and text messages between Danielle and Michael were documented in the investigative timeline. On January 23rd, 2019, Detective Dallas received the Google account information for Dandrohan73 Gmail account. The subscriber information on file identified the account as belonging to Danielle Redlich. The documents advised that there was no location information available for Danielle Redlich's account. An email was located from Michael Redlich, mredlich17 at Gmail, that was addressed to two of Danielle's email addresses, ddrohan73 at Gmail, ddrohan at Yahoo. The email was sent December 6, 2018 at 16:05 hours, subjects your text, and stated the following. Hi. I apologize that I have not reached out sooner today. I have been swamped. Got here later than expected because of car repair and a number of calls and meetings. Ruthless, thank you for becoming a Deputy Rambler. We welcome you to the Mommy Ramblings community. A number of calls and meetings went way longer than I thought they would. I haven't been nonchalant, and you and your feelings are definitely a priority, so I hope you don't think that I've been ignoring you. I know how hurt you have been and how much you have suffered this past year. I know the pain you feel on an almost daily basis. I'm sorry for everything that has happened as a result of my behaviors, and in any way, shape, or form that I have been the cause of your pain. You are the last person I want to see with a broken heart or any type of hurt, and you certainly don't need any more stress or anxiety either. I write this from a place of understanding and do not want to blame in any way. I can imagine how badly you felt when you went through my emails and found upsetting messages. It is totally understandable. The words in the emails to that woman had to hurt you, no matter how much time has passed, and I feel horrible that you have been hurt again from previous actions earlier this year. The entire 2 to 3 month period where I communicated with her was the lowest point of our relationship. I too was upset, hurt, and susceptible to someone who seemed to understand my situation sympathetically, whether her picture of it was accurate or not. And because of where I was, I may have been looking for a way to feel better. Perhaps I fell to a need for connection for some light moments. I am sure you have felt the same way at some point, and I was wrong to go to engage in conversation, to begging to get to know someone else, for writing words that were flirtatious, or for pursuing. And I was wrong for meeting for coffee, or for playing hooky from work one afternoon and going to NSB to meet her, along with 2 of her gay girlfriends. I was wrong to do so, no matter how I felt. I put my own need to feel good ahead of my family, you, and the kids. And that was horribly wrong. And quite honestly, the best thing that ever happened was that flirtation coming to an end. I truly believe in us, whether we are semi-broken now or not, and want to be with you and our kids. And I truly want everyone to live a happy, contentedly satisfied life. Now, I may have screwed that up, and I may never happen. If it does not, I will regret even more what I did at that point of our lives. All of the words, emails, discovered, texting, etc. had to be soul-crushing, and I humbly, sincerely, and with every ounce of my being apologize. With every breath I take, I will regret it and feel remorse for the remainder of my life. On January 23rd, Danielle was arrested on a warrant for a violation of probation out of Seminole County. Danielle Redlich and had obtained another iPhone, which was collected as evidence. On January 24th, 2019, Detective Dallas received the account information for mredlich17 at Gmail. The subscriber information provided identified the account belonged to Michael Redlich. There were no emails of evidentiary value in the records. The records contained location information for Michael's account, which was likely connected to his Google Pixel 2 XL. The Google Pixel 2 XL runs on the Android operating system, which has the Google Play Store for downloading applications. The Google Play Store requires a Google account, such as Michael Redlich's Redlich17 Gmail account. Thus, the location information provided by Google LLC was from Michael Redlich's cell phone. On the same date, the Honorable Judge Donald Myers Jr., wonder if he's any relation to Mary Myers, Jadyn's best friend, signed a search warrant for Danielle Redlich's second iPhone that was collected after Danielle's violation of probation arrest. Detective Dallas conducted a mobile device examination of Danielle's second iPhone. Evidence tag number 68. The device was in airplane mode and was not passcode protected. The examination proceeded according to the Cellbrite Touch 2 prompts. The examination was successful in completing a logical and a file system extraction. The device was an iPhone 6S model A1688IMEI, serial number, blah, 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 blah. The examination did not result in locating any information of evidentiary value. On January 25, 2019, Agent Tim Doucette completed a preliminary examination of the Samsung laptop and the MSI laptop. The device extractions were provided to Detective Dallas for review. Hi, Mike. Agent Doucette's examination report was pending completion. The preliminary examination returned searches regarding divorce and divorce with financially stressed marriage. There were no items of evidentiary value that were dated between January 10, 2019 and January 12, 2019. January 29, 2019, Detective Dallas met with witness Megan M. Linn, white female, date of birth 5/19/1976, at the Winter Park Police Department and conducted a sworn video and audio recorded interview. Witness Linn felt it was important to speak with police regarding Michael Redlich's death. Witness Linn knew Danielle and Michael through their sons. Witness Linn's son played baseball in the Babe Ruth Baseball League with Sawyer Redlich. Witness Linn advised of an interaction between herself, Danielle, and Michael on November 3rd, 2018. Well, remember, November 3rd is Danielle's birthday. Witness Linn went out for dinner and drinks with Danielle to celebrate Danielle's birthday. While dining at the Hangry Bison, Danielle told Witness Linn that Danielle would throw dishes at Michael during arguments. Well, maybe J-Bells was over there. At one point in the conversation, Danielle asked Witness Linn if she thought Michael Redlich was sexy. This question caught Witness Linn off guard, but answered in the affirmative to avoid risking insult to Danielle. Michael joined Danielle and Witness Linn. The group continued on to the Kona Grill and then to the Porch, both of which restaurants in the city of Winter Park. At the Porch, Danielle again asked Witness Linn if she thought Michael Redlich was sexy. Witness Linn answered similarly to the first time she asked the question. Later, Witness Linn was returned to the table and was suddenly confronted by Danielle Redlich. Danielle Redlich was yelling, and Witness Linn decided to leave. The next morning, Danielle apologized to Witness Linn via text message. On February 1st, 2019, Detective Dallas was informed by FDLE agent Doucette that the HP laptop recovered from Michael's car was yet to be examined. A cable was needed to examine the laptop. Okay, and they didn't have it. On February 4th, 2019, the FBI advised that their operational technology division did not have the capability to bypass. Isn't this scary that they don't have the capability to bypass the passcode on Michael Redlich's Google Pixel 2 XL? Probably get some kid in there to bypass it, right? They should have these, don't they have these white hat hackers and stuff? However, a request was sent so that if and when a solution was developed, they would contact the requesting agent. On February 6, 2019, Danielle Redlich was arrested on a warrant for second-degree murder and weapon and tampering with evidence. So it took almost a month to arrest her. Okay, on January 16th, Detective Ware requested that I, Detective Amy Giarusso, request video surveillance from the McDonald's located at 2472 Aloma Avenue, Winter Park, Florida. I spoke with store manager Lion Mora and requested that he download the video surveillance footage of the business from Friday, January 11, 2019, 2 p.m. through Saturday, January 12, 9:30 a.m. I provided Mora with a thumb drive, and Mora downloaded the video, which I submitted to the Winter Park Police Department Evidence Unit. I then spoke with Kelly Fields, who controls the video surveillance for numerous McDonald's locations in Seminole County. I requested that Fields download video from the McDonald's located at 228 South Orlando Avenue, Winter Park, Florida, and the McDonald's located at 1291 Semaran Boulevard, Castleberry, Florida, from Friday, January 11th at 2 p.m. through Saturday, January 12th, 2019 at 9:30 a.m. Fields downloaded all video, and on January 8th, 2019, Fields provided thumb drives with the requested video surveillance. All thumb drives were collected by myself and submitted to the Winter Park Police Department Evidence Unit. On January 23rd at 12:25 hours, I spoke with Robert Rafoul. We heard this one last night, who advised that he is a friend of Michael Redlich. Robert confirmed his identity and provided his current information to include his date of birth and current address. The phone call was audio recorded, and Robert provided the following information. Robert knew both Michael and Danielle for approximately 7 to 8 years, met them when they resided in Indianapolis. Robert continued that he is aware that the marriage between Michael and Danielle was rocky, described Danielle as batshite crazy. Robert stated that he has seen weird sides of Danielle in the past and advised that when he learned about Michael's death, he was not surprised. Robert continued that when he would speak to Michael on occasion to check in with him, Michael would state, "She's either going to take my money and divorce me, or she hasn't killed me yet," when referring to Danielle. Robert stated that there was a dark side of Danielle that was very mean to Michael. The last time Robert had seen Michael in person was approximately 1 to 2 years ago. Robert stated that he recalls a specific incident that occurred on Danielle's 40th birthday where he witnessed Danielle become angry with Michael. Robert continued that Michael had recently accepted a job at the University of Central Florida and was traveling often for work, so he was unable to plan the birthday party like Danielle wanted him to do. But did he get her a birthday cake with icing? I don't know. Robert said that Danielle was very unhappy that Robert's wife, Heather, was the one who made the reservation and made that clear to both Robert and Heather. Robert continued that during the dinner he made a joke that Danielle did not like regarding Michael's new job, and Danielle's demeanor completely changed following the comment. Robert stated that you could cut the tension with a knife, and it made everyone at the dinner very uncomfortable. Following the dinner, Danielle went to Robert and Heather's residence and began saying nasty things about Michael to Heather. Robert stated that he heard through his friend, Tony Barone, that approximately 1 year ago, Danielle attacked both Michael and their daughter Jadyn on the same evening. Robert advised that he never saw any physical altercations between Michael and Danielle. However, he believes that the marriage has been unstable for a while. Robert advised that when Danielle was younger, Michael married her mom in order to get her insurance because she was sick. And when Danielle was 25 years old, her mother passed away, and Michael later married Danielle. Robert advised that the entire time he knew Danielle and Michael, it was always uncomfortable, and their happiness was not genuine. Robert described Michael as a genuine, great guy that everyone wanted to be around, fun-loving and warm. Robert described Danielle as conniving, controlling, mean, and fake. I then spoke with Robert's wife, Heather Rafoul. Heather confirmed her identity and provided her current information to include her date of birth and current address. Heather provided the following information. Heather advised that she knew Michael and Danielle through her husband, Robert. and mutual friends, and she had known them for approximately 3 years. Heather described Michael as genuine, funny, generous, and caring, and described Danielle as a little bit different, stating that she was always friendly, but seemed that she is not a happy person. Heather stated that Danielle put on a good show, but as she got to know her more, she appeared to be fake. Heather also described Michael and Danielle's marriage as fake. Heather advised that approximately 1 to 2 weeks before Danielle's birthday, where Danielle was at Heather's residence, and she was telling Heather that she and Michael were not getting along and that she was unhappy with Michael, Heather recalled an incident that occurred at Danielle's 40th birthday party where things took a turn, and Heather began to see a side of Danielle that she had never seen before. Heather advised that a month prior to Danielle's birthday, Danielle stated that she wanted Michael to make all the plans for her birthday, but Heather knew that Michael was busy with work. On Danielle's 40th birthday, they all went to dinner, and Danielle appeared to be unhappy that there was not a big celebration for her birthday. Uh-oh, I wonder if they forgot the cake and the icing. Oh boy. And she acted odd at the dinner, making it uncomfortable for everyone. Heather advised that she never observed any physical altercation between Michael and Danielle, but did see them argue at times. Heather recalled being at Michael and Danielle's residence one evening and observed a verbal altercation between them and described Michael's reaction as laid back and letting it go. Heather stated that she had never seen Michael angry at all. On January 23, 2019, at approximately 13:43 hours, I spoke with Mark Bluestein via telephone, who advised that he's a longtime friend and colleague of Michael Redlich. We also heard this interview last night. Okay? So we did hear this last night. So if you're not caught up to date, there is a playlist for this. Let me see if I still have the playlist here. And you should always review it because we're going to be going through the discovery. So that's the playlist for this. Mark advised that he and Michael met in 2008 and they worked together on many occasions, which led Mark and Michael to become close friends. Mark advised the last time he saw Michael was July 2018. He appeared to be his usual self. Mark advised that Michael had recently moved out because he and Danielle were having issues and he and the kids could not take Danielle anymore. Mark stated that he last spoke to Michael on Thursday, January 10, 2019, via telephone, and Mark stated that when he spoke with Michael, he mentioned that he was living back with Danielle and the kids, and Mark asked how things were going. Mark advised that he specifically asked if Danielle was still raging and drinking, and Michael stated not as much. Mark asked if Danielle was going to Alcoholics Anonymous, and Michael stated no. Mark began asking more questions, and Michael stated that he would tell Mark more when he saw him in a few weeks. Mark continued that he was very aware of the issues that Michael and Danielle had, and Michael has told Mark that Danielle had drinking problems, mental issues, and there was mental instability in her family. Michael had shared with Mark that Danielle had been mentally, verbally, and physically abusive with Michael over the years. Mark advised that every time he was in Danielle's company, she was drinking, and Michael had expressed to Mark that he believed Danielle was an alcoholic and that he and the kids wished she would stop drinking. Mark recalled a specific statement that Michael made to him approximately 9 to 10 years ago where he said, "I am trying to find out if my wife is certifiably mentally insane or just a biatch." Mark stated that there was always something wrong with Michael and Danielle's marriage and it was never a peaceful, harmonious marriage. Mark had never observed any physical altercation but observed verbal arguments at times. Michael told Mark that Danielle was verbally abusive to the kids as well. Mark described Michael as warm caring, devoted father, and frustrated husband. Mark stated that Michael feared for his children because of Danielle. Mark described Danielle as odd and aloof. Mark stated that Michael isn't the kind of guy that had enemies, and he never appeared to be mentally unstable to any of his friends, and he feels that Danielle may be involved or have something to do with Michael's death. On January 28, 2019, I responded back to McDonald's located at 2472 Aloma Avenue, Winter Park, Florida, to retrieve more video surveillance as the original thumb drive did not contain the entire time frame that was requested. I made contact with Lion Mora, who provided the requested video surveillance and completed a business record certification, which were all provided to Detective Ware. This concludes my involvement on this case. Okay, so let's somebody remember this. Oh, is this only 10 of 11? No. Where's my page number on this? Can somebody remember 130? Let's remember we're on like 135, okay? Because I'm not going to read 500 pages right now. We're going to go to something else. We're going to go to an interview or something. I'm marking it down over here. Page 135. Karen H., if you are here, I think Jimmy sent you something that shouldn't have been sent to you. It's Shari's, oh my goodness, Sherry stuff. Can't believe it, but he did it again. I sent you 2 emails, haven't heard from you. If you could just get back to me and let me know that, because, yeah. Anyway, let me go, let's find something else. 135 of the Redlich paper discovery. Redlich paper discovery. Okay. We're having our own trial here with the discovery. Audio number 1. Did we go through all of these? Keane. Molina, Richard Lapchick. We didn't do Sawyer Redlich. We didn't do that, right? Paul. Where were we? Rob and Heather Rafool. We did them, didn't we? We did Jadyn. Dixon. This is the guy we just heard about, right? Richard Dixon. Isn't that a weird thing? Jadyn, this was 1/13/2019. Interesting, because when did that guy say she posted on social media that her dad was dead? Wasn't that on 1/12? But we listened to that one. Redlich. What was this one?
Detective Wagner, Warren Park Police Department. Date's January 12th, 2019. I'm with Detective Ware at Florida South Hospital.
No, we heard that one. That's what's her name in the hospital? Dixon. Let's see. This
is Detective Wagner with Winter Park Police Department. Today's date's January 12th, 2019. And it's approximately 11:53 a.m. This is in reference to case number 2018-46000053. And with me is also Detective Reneski. I'm at 1241 Mayfield and speaking with a neighbor, Rick Dixon.
That's Dickson.
All right, sir.
Okay.
And you know why we're here. We're working an investigation
Yes.
To a neighbor that you said you know. Just wanted to ask you if you could fill me in on how you know the family on Temple and how long you've known them and what you know.
I do. Dad's name is Mike. It's Redlich. Danielle's the wife. They got a son, Sawyer. The daughter, I forgot her name. Okay. I met him over the fence, so to speak, because you can see how it is.
Right.
And I've been over their house once or twice in the afternoon right after they built their pool. I met him down in the Keys when I was down there on a boat. And I see him once in a while and just I see them at the Y. Their son has baseball practice with another friend's of mine's son, and that's pretty much it. They're really nice. They got all of them the nicest kids. And Mike had a good job out at UCF.
Okay. And how long have they lived there?
They probably lived there 2 to 3 years.
Okay. All right. And what did you know about the relationship between Mike and his wife?
I knew nothing. Every time I was around them, they seemed to be fine. One thing, when we were down in Marathon on the boat, I was on a big boat that was anchored out, and I had a dinghy. I was going in and getting them, and we were going back to the boat. And Mike said something to Danielle about doing something with the backpack, and she just went off on him. But other than that, they seemed to be fine, best I can tell. But
When she went off on him, what do you mean? Describe.
well, she just kind of barked back at him, leave me alone or something like that. I don't know, it was something like, I didn't think that's, was really cool, but I don't know. They've been married quite a while. There was a fairly big age difference. Mm-hmm. Mike was in his maybe high 60s, and I'm guessing Danielle probably wasn't even 50 yet. But that's all a matter of public record. So.
Okay. Did you ever hear any kind of
noise or
verbal
negative
confrontations between them?
Quiet as a mouse over there.
Okay. And the reason I'm kind of curious, I know when I first met you outside and I said we're investigating a death, and you said you reacted like this was something you kind of expected, or were you shocked at all?
Yeah.
At that?
Yeah, Mike was a little older, but he's still 10 years about younger than I am.
Okay.
I hope that's not a omen for me.
Okay.
But that's, I didn't expect anything to happen over there. I just know that Mike was older than Danielle. And
okay.
Mike had some trouble with his knees. I don't know whether he had knee replacement or what, but.
Did he ever discuss his relationship with his wife, or?
No.
No.
Not at all.
Okay.
I'm beginning to start to think this has got something to do with Mike and Danielle.
Well, we're still in the early stages. We're not really sure. We're just trying to figure out if you knew and socialized with them, anything about how they got along.
Did he die violently, or can you?
I can't really go into any of the details
okay.
right now, but just trying to figure out what kind of, how y'all knew each other, and if you socialized on a friendly basis.
I've got that electric bike. Their son Sawyer's got an electric motorcycle. And
Okay.
I was going to go fishing with him over in Lake Knowles. We never got around to it. I still can. I don't know what's going to happen now. They're probably going to move, but I don't know.
And do you have surveillance cameras?
One.
Okay.
In the entry, but that's it.
Okay. And is it inside the home?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have anything on the exterior that would capture?
It's right over there. And it's focused right on the front door.
Okay.
Nothing in the back.
Okay.
Do you know anything about their social behaviors, like what they like to do, or?
No idea. If you see them at the Y, if that's social, that's it. I know they have people over there at the pool once in a while when it's warmer, and I know their kids are into sports a lot. I know the Sawyer and the other kid I know play baseball together. I forgot their daughter's name. I keep forgetting. I think she's 15. But I talked to Mike the other day. I haven't seen, I forgot her name in a long time, but she says she's 15. She's always doing her thing. So, coming out here in the backyard by the pool used to be on her list, but it's not anymore. So,
okay.
Would you see them both at the gym at the same time, or?
One time. And that would be probably, I can't remember, if it was this week or last week. Either Friday or Saturday of last week, or maybe one day this week. And that's the only time I've ever seen them in there together. Danielle used to go in the mornings when I go about 10-ish or so. Mike, of course, worked at UCF, and his hours were a little bit different. But over the holidays, I know I did see him in there with Danielle and with Sawyer on a day that would normally be a work day. So it was, I guess, a part of the holidays or something like that.
All right. And did Danielle work?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think so, but I don't know.
Okay.
something makes me think she did, maybe part-time or something like that. But she's over there. I'm retired, so she's home a lot of the time when anybody else is working. You guys be working,
Okay.
So,
All right, sir. Anything else?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Any other information that you think might be
let me
helpful?
think for a second. No, we were going to go fishing over in the Mosquito Lagoon, but I hadn't gotten around to putting that together yet.
You didn't happen to hear or see any interactions within the past couple days?
Were you home last night?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't hear anything?
Nothing.
No disturbance? No.
Nothing.
Nothing. Did you hear the fire trucks respond
No,
today?
as a matter of fact, when I first realized that you guys were here was when I was walking Charlie and walking him back, and then we heard somebody over by the pool, and I saw their dog Leo, and Charlie goes nuts over Leo. And then I looked around the corner, and I saw lights, yellow tape, which I didn't like at all. I said, that ain't good at all.
You remember what time that was?
Yeah, what time did I go with a Y? Around 10-ish, I guess. Something like that.
All right.
And everybody's still there, and you got temple blocks still.
Yeah. All right, sir. I do appreciate you talking to me.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'm really sorry.
I'm going to end this. It's approximately 12 p.m. This is Detective Wagoner with the Winter Park Police Department. Today's date is January 12th, 2019, and it's approximately 11:16 a.m. And I am on Temple Drive, speaking with a couple of witnesses, neighbors. Can you guys give me your first and last name, please?
It's Linda and J. Keane, Keane.
Okay.
Our address is 1230 Lake Knoll Circle.
These are the two that were in the room that we watched yesterday. So this is approximately, like 2 hours after 911 was called, that they're talking with these neighbors right there on site, just so you know, okay?
Okay. There's an E at the end of the N.
Yeah, Keane.
Okay, and it's Linda and Jay?
Jay, yes.
Okay. And I don't have the case number yet. This is in reference to a death investigation that we are conducting that occurred across the street from where you guys live on Temple Drive.
Yes.
And I just wanted to speak with you and see if you know the family that live at 1231 Temple and what you know about them, how long you've known them, and just if you wouldn't mind.
We were friendly with them. We didn't know them too personally. Unfortunately, we've seen some arguments, very vocal arguments in front of the house, and we've always been somewhat concerned about the kids. It looked, from what we've noticed, that they've moved away from each other and then moved back together several times over the last few years.
Okay.
We know that Mike worked for UCF, and Danielle was more of a homemaker in that situation. She was home most of the time. They did have a
very volatile
relationship. It was vocal at times, and also there were some
altercations.
Yeah, physical altercations on her part towards him.
Okay.
More her than him.
Yeah.
Okay.
That we could see.
Okay. How long have they lived there?
Probably
I would say 5.
5 years.
Okay. And
somewhere in that vicinity.
do you know how long they've been together?
From what I understand, they've been together Well, obviously they have 2 children, and I think the daughter is somewhere around 14. So I would assume that it's probably been 15, 16 years at the minimum.
Okay.
He's 15 years older than
Yeah.
she is.
Okay. And you have seen physical
Yeah.
confrontations?
Yeah.
And verbal in the front of the house. We've
Okay.
never been around it.
When you're walking the dog and you see people screaming at each other and
Yeah.
slapping each other, I mean, she's the one that normally did the physical part.
Okay. Have you ever been in their home? Did you socialize,
No.
like going over to dinner,
No.
hanging out, anything like that? Did Mike ever talk to you about their relationship at all?
She talked to us more than Mike did.
Okay.
And just the frustration, and they split up. I guess it was about.
I think they'd split up several times.
Yeah, but the last time was probably about 6 months ago, 7 months ago, and he moved out, and then just recently moved back in.
What kind of things did she discuss, that were
When
her
she-
frustrations?
I hate to be one time she was embarrassed that we had witnessed her literally screaming her lungs off at him, so she came over here crying because we were outside, and apparently there's been, adultery issues.
Okay. On his part or her part?
I don't know. I think definitely his part, but I don't know about her.
Okay.
They were both very, very thoughtful in regards to both of the children also.
They were nice people,
Yeah.
but it just obviously they had an issue with each other.
Okay. Have the kids ever come over and
No.
needed anything?
No.
No, but the boy he's been out playing baseball and basketball and that type of thing.
The little girl seems to be quite a recluse. We've noticed that she's not leaving the house a lot.
Okay.
But she's also a teenager too, so we've gone through that where
Okay. And as for surveillance cameras, does your home have them?
We do, but it's
doesn't
facing-
go in that direction.
It doesn't go in that direction. I mean, if you want,
Would you mind viewing it? And we
If I
may
see
just
anything, yeah.
ask for a copy
sure.
because we don't know what happened prior to us being called.
Right.
okay.
There could have been something that occurred out on the roadway prior to that. We don't know. So if you could
Did she call
view
you?
it.
She
The
must
fire
have.
department called us.
So she must have called
Yeah.
the fire department.
Yeah, so they called us. But yeah, if you could at least look at that.
I'll look at it. We have Nest, and I'll look at that. Ours points out that way, and it also points out the front.
Okay.
But if there was anything on there at all that
At first we realized it when this morning when we saw all the cars coming, the fire department and everything.
they seem to be getting along a lot better recently, and then up until I don't even know.
It's hard to tell. When you really
know.
don't know people, you can make up your own little.
Right. Can I get a phone number for you?
Mine is 407-616-9802, and Linda's is 407.
234-3765.
Okay. Is there anything else that you can think of now that you think might be important?
Not really. It's just all we know, and we've talked about it amongst ourselves, is that they had an incredibly volatile relationship.
Okay.
But we always saw it more of the physical part on her side, so we didn't feel like it was as dangerous as if you saw him
Right.
hurting her.
When you saw the physical part, did you ever see any type of weapons
No,
being used or ever heard of any?
no. It was all
It was a
like
hand-
slapping,
Yeah.
Okay.
slapping
Right on top
around
of the
kind
head,
of thing.
Okay. All right. Do you know of law enforcement ever being involved over here prior to this being called or
The
seen?
only time I can remember is that one of the doors was open, and they came, but that had nothing to do with what was going on.
Probably an alarm we
Right.
got or something. Okay. All right. All right. Well, I do appreciate your time. And I'm gonna end the recording. I'm gonna leave you my card also, so if you do
Okay.
think of something, you can get in contact with me. And it's approximately
Can we ask if it was a suicide?
11:25.
Thank you very much, Deb on the Move. I really appreciate that. Let's go and listen to some more of this.
It's in reference to case number 2019-46000053. Today's date is January 16, 2019. Time now is 14:46 hours. I'm going to be speaking to Paul Panzera, friend of Michael Redlich. Just called in the office. Thank you for holding. It's in reference to case number.
Michael be aggressive when he.
And he is. Coming out to our agency to give us a further whatever information you know. Thank you for holding. Mr. Panzera, am I pronouncing it correct? Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you for calling me back. I appreciate you also reaching out to our agency to give us a further whatever information you might have to assist.
Okay.
So how long have you known Mr. Redlich?
About 25 years.
25 years. And how did you meet him?
We met in graduate school back in 95.
95. And where did he go to graduate school?
Ohio University.
Okay. Can you just tell me or describe a little bit about what his character is, or what type of person he is?
Red is a he's a tough one to explain, but he's first and foremost, I would say he's a caring person. He's a very very much a caring person, driven as a professional. He's a good friend. He's the type of person that will that's there for you if you need him. In fact, that's kind of how we became. Well, we started out as friends in grad school, but became much closer in '97 when my mom passed away. He was there for me and really there to support me and help out whenever he could. So in general, I would say he's, he kind of has two sides to him. He's a professional and all that, but as a, he's also a fun guy to be around. Drinks a bit, but just as a professional, he's still not afraid to joke, laugh, and what you would call somewhat unconventional. His persona, as you would read him, is, and he is very successful professionally, but if you saw him on the street and talked to him, that's not what you would get. You wouldn't necessarily figure that's who he was. He kind of was a...
So when you said he drinks a bit, would he drink to the point where he wouldn't remember, or you would say
no.
He was functional, but he would drink a lot?
No, he historically, I would say he would like I would say any of us, but it's a little broad. But I drank myself. He would drink, and sometimes more than others, depending on the situation. Mm-hmm. If we're out, watch football games, I do more. I can tell you, in the past couple of years, he'd completely stopped drinking. He did start again. Mm-hmm. What I say, Red had a, everybody's got their definition of it. Mm-hmm. Would I call Red an alcoholic? No. Would I say he drank? Yeah, absolutely.
When you say he stopped a couple of years but started back, how do you know he started back?
So I'll jump forward in it. So a couple years ago, maybe a year and a half, and I apologize for my timelines because they're, conversations. It's hard to really frame them exactly. But Danielle, his wife, was having a severe drinking problem. Mm-hmm. He had talked, we talked quite regularly. regularly, and it's one of the subject matters we would talk about is, what's going on, Red? How are things? How are the kids? How's Danielle? And
just to make sure, you call him Red. Is that like a nickname everybody uses for him?
Oh, sorry, yeah, Red, like we call him Red. Sorry.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, sure, yeah, it's his, we call him Red for his last name. So she had been having a drinking problem for quite some time. He had indicated to me that her drinking was getting progressively worse to the point where when she drank, she lashed out. There have been several incidences, I believe, with the police, not necessarily in Winter Park. I know in Indianapolis, I believe there was one. He had indicated that on there were a couple occasions I know of where one time when he was out of town on work, this is probably midway through her drinking, or as we had talked about, from a time perspective, that he got a call out of town from the school that Sawyer, which is his son, Sawyer was at school and never got picked up.
Oh, okay.
And they had called Mike because they couldn't get a hold of Danielle or anyone, and it was afternoon and she was passed out at the house. Another incident where she was out with a friend, and a good friend, and drinking, and I'm trying to get it exact, but some sort of altercation occurred with the friend, and the police were called, and that friendship kind of ended, and they had some incidences when they lived in Indianapolis as well, of the same nature. But he had been talking about her progressive drinking and how, in the end, the last year or so, where he had tried to get her to get help, and she would not go. And he tried to get her to go to AA, and she would not go. So, in an effort to try to help her with her drinking, he quit.
Okay.
And he attended AA meetings. He said, well, if you're not going to go to AA, I'm going to go to AA. And he went to AA meetings, as he explained to me. He went to AA meetings to try to hopefully learn how to deal with her situation, how to kind of maybe help her. He had been attending the meetings for a while, and I can verify that he was not drinking because I've seen him in that time, and there's never been a time I've ever been around him that we're together that we don't go have a drink, at least one. And I remember saying, let's go grab a drink, and saying, I'm not drinking. And I was like, wow, okay. That's when I asked, what brought that about? And then he, kind of explained it.
When's the last time that you actually saw him?
Oh, gosh. It's been a while since I've seen him in person. I'm trying to remember the last time, because every once in a while I'll see him at some professional events. I saw him in Portland. That was probably 2 years ago. I feel like I saw him somewhere, but I can't feel like I saw him somewhere in between there, but I can't place it.
Okay.
I will say the reason I say he's drinking again was that I got a call this summer in the middle of the night. Well, not middle of the night, but at night. We usually talk during the day, so that's why I say all that. But got a call probably about 8 o'clock or so. I was at home. And it was he and Danielle, which took me by surprise because he had moved out of the house. He had been living out of the house. And the two of them called me, and they were at Hammock Beach Resort, I believe. They were at somewhere off. And they were both had been drinking. I could tell by talking to them. They both had been drinking. And it took me by surprise, one, because I could tell he had been drinking, and two, that they were together, because, they had not, at that point, she wanted nothing to do with him, and he was out of the house, because, she would get drunk, she'd get very angry, and he said just the sight of me being there would send her off the deep end. She would just start screaming and hollering, and I said, well, Red, what is... what's going on? Why is she screaming and hollering at you? Why is she, doing these things? And he said, it varies, but he said, most of the time it's just nothing. She just, whatever it is, he said, you didn't put the plate on the table right, kind of thing. He said, it's just, the littlest things. And then she was getting more and more, when she was drunk, she was getting more and more aggressive with the kids, particularly Jadyn. He was telling me that she doesn't really do it to Sawyer, but that she and Jadyn were having a lot more conflict, and that a couple of times he would have to step in between them.
Okay. When's the last time you spoke to him on the phone? I know you mentioned over the summer, but anything?
I spoke to him. I spoke to him the end of November that I remember. It was after Thanksgiving I spoke to him. And I can always pull up my records at the office, because a lot of times he would call me at the office, because he always called me in his car when he was driving home from work or something, because he couldn't, the nature of our conversations, he never could talk when he was at home. So he would always call me in the car. Then we'd talk about, what's going on. And we texted back and forth on Christmas. And he asked me how, I recently had a child, and he asked me how her first Christmas was. And then he said, I'm going to call you later. He texted me, I'm going to call you later. And I never heard from him again. Okay. So the last time we could have talked in December, he would have called me at the office. I'd have to check my office records, the phone logs. But I feel like we might have talked in December.
Okay.
One time.
All right. How would I know you mentioned when she drank, she got angry. How was Michael when he would drink?
Michael is, I can say this, I've never seen Michael be aggressive when he drinks. I could see him being, I could see him being a little dismissive. And I guess when I say dismissive, if he and I were, if we were drinking, we've never had an argument, but if we were having an argument, I could see him being like, just walk away from it. Excuse my terminology, but, you're fucking crazy, and just walk away, kind of, just, you know what I mean? Just dismiss the, I honestly, in 25 years, have never seen Michael be in any way aggressive. I just haven't.
Have you ever gone out with the both of them
yes.
and observed any actual arguments or altercations between the two?
Yes. I've been out with both of them several times, and I've stayed at their house, both in Indianapolis. Well, in Memphis, I used to stay at their, I used to see them quite a bit. In Indianapolis, I'm from Columbus originally, so I was up in Columbus, and I went over to visit one time. And in Memphis was when they first, I was up at the wedding in 2004. And early on, things were fine. Things were great. They had a couple incidents in Memphis where, he would tell me that, they were what I would call your average, relationship dispute, if you will. When they got to Indianapolis, that's when the conversations we had were different. They weren't your average, what I would call your average domestic disagreement, if you will. That's when he kind of started talking more like I went over to visit them, and he had kind of been telling me on the phone that she just goes at him, like she just, the slightest thing will trigger her. So I went up to visit, and I got there, and I drove over, and when I got there, she, I believe, was at work, and I met with Mike, and we had to go pick Sawyer up at his daycare, preschool, whatever it was. Well, we came home, and I saw Danielle, and she was like, "Hey, how you doing?" Because we've known each other for a while. And we were I remember it vividly, we're standing in the kitchen, and we're talking, and we must have talked for 30, 45 minutes or so, just catching up. She's asking me about my girlfriend and whatnot. And Mike's like, well, we were talking about, well, what do you want to do? You want to go out to eat, or do you want to just get some food and bring it in? And we were kind of debating, kind of no one wanted to give an answer, kind of, those discussions where nobody wants to make a decision. And as we're doing that, and she was drinking some wine, and as we were doing that, it just struck me that she became upset because nobody was making a decision, more so than you would normally be upset about no one making a decision. And she started to kind of, while I'm standing there, she started to kind of, I'll say go at Mike, like going at things that had nothing to do with the conversation. Then finally Mike said, well, you know what, why don't we order from, it's called the Friendly Tavern. It's a place down the street, and they have food. He said, why don't we order from there, pick it up, and, we'll get it and bring it back. And she's like, fine. So Mike and I walked, and it's the middle of winter, so it's snowing, and we walked down there, and it's really short walk. So when we got there, we walked in, and I remember telling the girl at the receptionist that, we ordered some food, we're just picking up. And she's like, oh, I'll get it. And Mike's like, no, we'll go to the bar and we'll pick it up. And he looks at me and says, we're sitting down. He's like, we're going to sit at the bar and have a drink. I can't go back to that. And, we need to talk. So we sat and talked, and that's when he kind of was, saying, see what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. She just lose it. And so we had a drink at the bar, and then came back, and we ate, and, we were sitting around and had a couple of drinks, and Mike went to sleep. It was probably about, I can tell you it was about 11 o'clock. Mike went to sleep on the sofa. He fell asleep while we were sitting in the front room. And Danielle comes in and sits down, and I remember the reason I said at the time because Saturday Night Live was on, and we were kind of watching, and Danielle, who I've always had a decent relationship with, I mean, we've never had an argument with anything, starts to converse with me like, see, this is what I'm talking about. And she starts going at him and saying, Mike, wake up. You have a guest here. And this, I don't know, to me it's like if I walked into my brother's house and he fell asleep. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm this is my first visit to the house, and I'm sure I've gone to sleep on him, and he's going, and she just was like, waking up, and I'm like, it's okay. I mean, he's tired. I mean, he's been up all working. He's tired. And she just kept going and kept going. And it was just strange. It was weird because it was me. It wasn't, a random guest. And so eventually I just went to bed, and that was kind of the first I saw of her, of that kind of thing.
Was there anything physical that you observed during
Nothing physical there, no. Okay. She's never done anything physical in front of me. I've seen her go at him. I've seen her go at I've seen her have conflicts with other friends of ours. In fact, there's some she doesn't talk to. But I've never seen her physically go at him.
Has he ever gone physically at her for embarrassing him? Or
no.
Just at home?
Not that I've seen. I've never seen either one of them physically with each other. I will say that he has indicated that he has indicated to me in conversations that in the past few years when she's been drinking, she has physically gone at him, and he's had to restrain her. She has physically gone at Jadyn. I shouldn't say physical. She's gotten, as he put it, really aggressive with Jadyn, where he felt like he had to step in between them. He did indicate to me that in one conversation that we had, he was talking about an argument they had in the kitchen, and that she was yelling at him with a knife in her hand. And I said, did she point it at you, or? And he was like, she was just yelling at me. And that, I mean, this was probably the, 6th or 8th conversation we've had about her having one of these moments where she was really aggressive. And I said, it just spurred me to say, Mike, do you have a gun in the house? And he said, no. And without thinking, I said, Mike, I said, if you're going to be in that house, I said, you need to hide the knives or get rid of the knives. And I remember him laughing. And
just to make sure I understand, because I know we're talking about several incidents.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure I understood what you were explaining. So aside from the incident that you've actually witnessed, some type of verbal argument that seemed like, it didn't lead to the extent that it would with a normal person to get angry about, he had spoken to you about her actually getting to the point that she's been getting aggressive towards her daughter as well, and some kind of argument that led her, or some kind of argument that he described to you where they were in a kitchen, and she either, did she have a knife and threaten him with it, or he was telling you about it and he felt threatened?
He told me, he did not tell me she threatened him with it. Mm-hmm. She told me that they were arguing, and she had a knife in her hand, and that, he indicated, if you know Mike, he's the type, when I said he's dismissive, he would be dismissive of that too. He'd be like, he would say it, but then he'd be like, he'd make a joke about it, so to speak. Like, and where I was going with that is, he'd make a joke like, oh yeah, how am I going to hide all the knives in the house? Then, when I need to cut something, am I going to say, honey, turn around so I can get the knife out? You don't know where it's at. That's kind of the joke he would. He just, that's him.
Did he ever tell you what that argument was about when he was describing that incident to you?
I can. I can't tell you specific. I just can't remember. We've talked about so many that I can't tell you specifically what that one was about. But I can tell you over the last year and a half what they were about, and they all had the same general theme.
Okay. That particular incident, would you say was around the year and a half, or was this a while?
It was probably, yes, it's within the last couple of years. It's within, I'd say, the year and a half to 2 years.
Okay.
Now, I will tell you this. I'll just say this. I can't confirm. He never said it to me, but I will tell you that another individual who's good friends with Mike had indicated to me that he told him one time that she threw one at him one time. That he did not tell to me, but that was told to me by another friend of ours that we share.
Does he live here in Florida, or does he live over?
He's in New York.
In New York, okay.
Yeah, many of them live in Florida. We're all in sports and kind of spread around.
Yeah. What's the name of that friend, before I forget to ask?
His name is Chris Caldwell.
Okay. Now, has he spoken to you about any recent job offers or being interested in moving, or?
Yes.
What exactly did he tell you about that?
So, one of the things to go back in a little history here, he was in Cleveland, and he went to Memphis, and they were in Memphis, and he was there with Danielle, and he took a job to kind of move up in San Francisco. Well, she hated. She at first she didn't want to be in Memphis, and then she began to like it. he took a job in San Francisco, and she was very upset about that. She didn't want to leave Memphis. So they left. They went to San Francisco. She hated, she didn't want to be in San Francisco. Then when they got to San Francisco, that kind of, if you know the sports industry, a lot of times these things can turn on you, a new ownership or a new something, and all of a sudden everybody's out. So it was a short stint there, about a year. They got new ownership changes, and he and another gentleman named Andy Dolich were pushed out. Mike decided to go to Indy to work for the Speedway.
Okay.
At that point, she didn't want to leave San Francisco. And, I remember Mike, we had the conversation where he's like, I don't get it. Every time we go somewhere, she doesn't want to go there. But every time we're leaving there, she doesn't want to leave there, Mm-hmm. And so they went to Indy. He was there for a couple years, and she had been complaining. And he told me at that point that, because we talk a lot about career stuff, and he said, I'm taking this job at UCF. And it shocked me, because he was an executive in professional sports and doing well, and this is really just a strange move in terms of, like, career path. It just was a different move, I should say. Mm-hmm. And I said, really, Red? I said, what spurred that? And he said, Danielle says she's tired of uprooting the kids and moving. And so he said, it's kind of a semi-retirement. He said, it's a place where I can settle in. I can be here for a long time. And, kids will get college and this, that. And he said, we'll get some stability. And I said, okay. I said, I get it. He was, at the time, I'm going to say around 60. And so I said, okay, makes sense. If you want the stability of, but he basically said it was really her wanting that stability. Mm-hmm. Now, my understanding was she didn't really like Florida. Like, she really didn't want to be there either. I will tell you that in the past 6 months, he and I have talked, and he was pseudo-looking at some other stuff. Now, there's been a lot of things we talked about, including, but he moved out a couple years ago. There's kind of some things I skipped over here in our conversation, but he moved out of the house a few years ago. Okay. And he was renting these that were really high-end houses that he knew somebody that he could do rentals for a short period of time. He was out of the house because he told me, he's like, I got to get out. It's just getting too crazy. Okay. He hated being away from the kids, but he said, I just can't do it. Well, he and I talked a little bit about divorce, and, I said, Mike, have you thought about divorce? I mean, you guys, it's to a point where this is not healthy or safe. And he said, he's worried about the kids. He said, I don't want to be away from the kids. And he said, the problem is, he said, here in Florida, is that, she's not working. If I had to, if I got a divorce, I'm going to be paying for the house. I'm going to have to give her alimony. I'm going to have to pay for the kids, and I'm going to have to pay for my own. He's like, I just can't do that right now. Mm-hmm. And I said, okay. And then we had some conversations about the kids, and I said, Mike, she's not stable. I mean, the things you're telling, she's not stable. The things going on. This is, she's leaving the kids. She's passing out at the house, leaving the kids at school when you're out of town. And she's, all that. I said, I'm not an expert in the field, but, if you really wanted the kids, Mike, you probably could get the kids. Mm-hmm.
Do you know if he actually went forward with any proceedings to try to either get a divorce attorney or actually went through the process?
Yes. He told me, which was why I was surprised when I got the call from them being together, because they did. He said he goes, I'm going to talk to an attorney. And at one point, he told me that he had talked to somebody. Then if I remember correctly, he told me that they had a conversation about it. Going back to the AA, I will tell you that I had a conversation with him while he was doing the AA stint, when he had been going to the meetings. And he, in a conversation, he casually mentioned a girl, a woman. And I said, who's that? And he was kind of telling me about her, and the way he was telling me about her, I said, Mike. I said, what's going on there? And he was like, nothing. He said, she's just really cool, and she's, I can tell her a lot about, she understands what I'm going through, and I'm talking to her a lot about what's going on with Danielle and I. But I got the feeling there was more there.
Right. Do you know what her name was?
I wish I could tell you, and he would have only given me her first name, and I honestly don't even remember what that was. However, I can tell you that he was texting her and talking to her, and I said to him one time, I said, and I can tell you this was at the same time that he was talking about the divorce, that he had already talked about the divorce, and this was going on around that, and I said, Mike, I specifically asked him straight. I said, Mike, are you having sex with this woman? And he said, no. And I said, good, don't.
Do you think he met her after he had moved out, or he was still living in the house?
I believe he was moved out. When he was doing the AA thing, he was moved out, I believe, if I'm correct. I believe he was moved out.
Did he meet her in the AA meeting?
He met her at she was in the AA meetings. Yes, she was in the AA meetings herself, and that's how he met her and was talking to her. And he indicated that he was talking to her. He indicated that their conversations were strictly about that, about about how to deal with Danielle. And
was she kind of like a sponsor or something?
She wasn't the sponsor, but she wasn't his actual official, because he wasn't actually in AA for himself. You see what I'm saying? He went to the AA meetings because he was just dropping in on the AA meetings because he wanted, or at least is what he indicated to me. He was in the AA meetings because he wanted to hear and learn how to deal with Danielle's issue with alcohol, because she would not go. He tried to get her to go to AA meetings. He tried to get her to see somebody, and she refused over and over and over again. And just would not. She just refused to go see anybody because she refused to acknowledge that she had a problem. Well, he was the problem. So when he was at the AA meetings, he just met her. Well, I can tell you that he was texting, and I said, Mike, if you're going to get a divorce, I said, you might be wise to just keep it clean. Keep these things clean. Don't do stupid things, like having a relationship with this woman before you're getting divorced. You can wait. And I can tell you that when he moved back, he at some point decided to move back in. Danielle went through his phone and found texts.
Okay. What happened?
He indicated that she got very angry. That's when she said she was going to divorce him.
Okay.
And then I never heard. Then I said, I had asked him later. I said, what's going? He said he had cut off. He said he sent the girl a text or talked to her and said, you know what? Maybe we should end cover, or maybe the girl sent him one of the two. I forget which way it went, but it was decided between the two of them that they should cut off communication until such time that either he was divorced or something.
So
that's what all took place.
Where these meetings were located, or any of that?
God, I don't.
He wouldn't tell you.
I really don't.
So, just make sure I don't want to forget, because I know we kind of went back and forth. So he met this female at an AA meeting. They started some type of relationship. Danielle found out. She got angry. They kind of broke it off. Do you know if Danielle tried to meet with her or have reached out to her or sent her any messages?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
It's possibly not. I don't remember it.
Would this had all happened before, over the summer when you described them calling you when they were together at the hammock or something like that?
Yes. Yeah, they called me. That would have been probably, I remember that being about July-ish, because I had my baby in August, and I remember we were pretty far along. I'm going to guess it was about July when they called me.
Okay, so they called you around July, but do you think this incident...
These would have occurred before that.
Okay, so everything would have happened before, and they had would have been together at that point in July 2018?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, because that was partly what shocked me, that they were together.
Okay. Now, going back to the job offer, and he was looking around. Was he looking around because he figured, okay, we're probably going to separate ways if I get a divorce? I need more money, or?
No, he never mentioned that. We kind of talked, and I was kind of, honestly, I was kind of looking a little bit, and we got into that conversation. He had asked me, what are you going to do about my situation here at the office, which is, less than ideal. So I said, he was like, Z, he calls me Z. Z, you going to move? You going to get something new? And I said, I don't know. Not sure I really want to leave Dallas. And we started talking, and somehow it came up, a position in Nashville that he was looking. He said, yeah. He goes, oh, I know what it was. Sorry. I just remembered. He said, hey, where's Frisco in relation to you? And I said, Frisco? So it's right up the street. I said, it's right up the tollway. He said, well, I got and this is how it started. He said, I got a call from a recruiter that they wanted him to come to run, that they were interested in him to run the University of North Texas sports ad program, which would be essentially a program like he's working on now, except he would be running the whole thing. And he said, recruiter, and he named a recruiter, and I don't remember which one it is, but there's only a few in the industry. And he said he called me, and he said they're wanting to look at me for that position. And I was like, man, dude, that'd be awesome. You'd be right up the street. I mean, that's great. And he knows Dallas, and he likes it. And that was how it got started. That was the first one that I remember. It was the recruiters contacted him. Then a recruiter contacted him about a Nashville with the soccer team that's coming there. They contacted. So when I say he was actively looking, it's actively looking in our industry. A lot of times the recruiters do the active looking, and they just contact you. But in our last
he might have accepted.
That he might have what? Accepted?
Either accepted or was leaning towards?
No.
Okay.
Nope. In fact, he the North Texas thing did not go through. Fell through. The Nashville thing did not. That one had fallen through. That was not going to happen. The last time I talked to him, I will say he still was talking about it, about looking at some things. I don't think I can't remember anything specific he mentioned. But he did. I do remember him saying that he was looking at some things.
Do you think he was planning on, if he had to relocate, do you think he was planning on telling Danielle to move with him, or just separating?
I can tell you this. I said to him, and the reason I is because I know what I said to him. I said, well, Red, I said, in the case that she won't, I said, can you move away from the kids? And he said no.
Okay.
He's like, no, I'm not going to move away from the kids. So I can't. I can assume that to mean that he was planning on Danielle going with him.
Right.
I don't know. But there was nothing that he had indicated to me. There was nothing that was really, when I say in the works, nothing that was queued up, so to speak.
Okay. Do you know, did you ever email him, or did you guys communicate via email?
He would never text or email me.
Okay.
He would, most of our conversations were such that he would. It's interesting. So, I mean, I could go through years of texts, and you would see, if it was a text, it was something like, hey, are you going to be in Portland? Or, hey, are you going to be here? Or like the Christmas, I said, Merry Christmas. He was like, Merry Christmas to you. How was baby girl's first Christmas? I said, good, blah, 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 blah. And he said, cool, call you later. He would not call me at home. And he would basically, a lot of times I talked to him, I was in my office, because he would call me during the day when he wasn't at home, or he would call me a lot on the drive. In fact, one of the last times I talked to him, he was driving in the car with JD. And he would call me with the kids, but those conversations I would be careful what to ask. And, he would always say, yeah, I'm here with JD, say hi, kind of thing. And that was kind of JD's in the car, so,
Did he ever use social media? I mean, it doesn't sound like he used texting much. And
Not much. He was on Twitter because of his job, probably, but no, he doesn't even have a Facebook account. He doesn't have an Instagram account.
I know he met this lady on actually in person in AA, but do you think he was actively looking for anybody on any kind of dating app or anything?
No.
Did he ever tell you maybe his wife was looking for anybody on a dating app?
Here's what I can tell you. I'm going to go back to something. I don't know what you know, so
anything I ask for him, I'm going to ask for her. So I know.
Okay, sure.
He was possibly dating a female. Did he ever tell you she was dating somebody, or maybe?
He told me no. He didn't indicate anybody, but he did tell me that. This is definitely in the last year. He told me that when she would just lash out at him, she would say things like, I said, what is she lashing out? Because I would just be like, Mike, what is she lashing out about? I mean, like, there's two sides to every story. And usually my buddy says, my wife yelled at me. She didn't just yell at you because you were standing there. She may not have been right about what she was yelling at you, but she had a reason to yell at you, at least in her mind. And I said, Mike, what is she yelling about? And he said, she basically just screams at me over and over again that I ruined her life. The ones I remember him telling me, I ruined her life. I took advantage of her. And she would say, I'm 40 and I'm pretty, I'm attractive, and I'm with you.
What does she feel like he took advantage of her because of the whole time? They have several years, if not like 20 years difference from each other. What is?
So I'm going to go way back, and this is the part. Well, it's relevant, I believe, and I don't. That's why I said I don't know what.
Yeah, I wanted to know if you know how they met and how that.
Oh, I'm well aware. I'm well aware.
I'm not.
Oh, okay. Okay. So in '96, Mike was in Cleveland, and he started dating a woman. She was a waitress, worked in a restaurant, and Mike dated her for just a few months, maybe 3. And became closer, but it wasn't anything just ridiculously serious. I mean, it wasn't like they were talking about getting married, but they were getting really close. Mm-hmm. And she was diagnosed with cancer. And she was a waitress, and she didn't have insurance, and anything. And so Mike said, this is crazy. And he went and had a convenience marriage with her so that she would have insurance because it was terminal. But she had months, maybe, they don't know, obviously, but she could have months, she could have a year or 2. But she needed treatments and stuff. So Mike went and I think they went to the courthouse or something and got married, and then he put her on his insurance.
Okay.
And so she was able to get her cancer treatments. She passed away, and I can't say exactly, but it was a short period of time, not too long.
Do you know, was she in a relationship with somebody else or married?
Who?
The female that, do you know her name by chance? The female that he...
Kathy.
Kathy?
And so when Kathy died, I believe it was, I'm remembering it as Kathy, but I could be wrong. When Kathy died, Redlich agreed, or Redlich felt it necessary to help take care of her children. Kathy had 4. One of those was Danielle.
Okay. And had he met them prior to her passing?
He knew of them, yeah. He knew them, yes.
Okay.
They moved in with Red. The kids were living with Red, it was on and off. I'll be honest with you, and it was somewhat dysfunctional. I mean, the dad was their dad had, I don't want to call him a deadbeat, but it kind of abandoned them. He was, I believe he was off in like Philly or somewhere around there. He wasn't in Cleveland, I don't think, at the time. And they were on their own, basically. And so Red kind of felt like it was his obligation to take care of them. Some of them were, they were older. They were in high school. I mean, I think the youngest was the boy. And at the time, I had met them because I'd gone up to Cleveland. Again, I was from Columbus, so when I'd get home, I'd zoom up to Cleveland to see Red. And at this point in time, just Red, because I didn't even know Danielle. And so all I know is one time, it was after my mom's death, which was in 97. I want to believe it was Christmas 98, I would assume, because my mom died in October, and it wasn't that first Christmas, I don't believe. I went up to Cleveland to visit Red after Christmas because I was kind of struggling, with some things. And I said, well, I'll go up and visit Red. And went up there, and when I got there, I went to the house, and I knew he was living with the kids. And the kids were there, and I'd never met them before, and they were kind of, off in their rooms or doing whatever. And I remember Danielle being the only one who kind of was out in the main area. And Red was like, well, let's go down and grab a drink at the bar down there. So we went down to catch up, and as we were sitting at the bar, we were just talking, and that's when he told me. He said, Zia, I'll tell you something. I said, what is it? And he was like, Danielle and I have, started to talk about a relationship. That we've started to grow together, and, things started to get, we're kind of, but we don't, I remember it like it was yesterday. It's just one of those things you don't expect to hear.
Yeah.
And
what year would that have been?
That would have been 98. That would have been 98, I believe.
And the mom died like in what year, you think?
Oh, the mom would have died in 96 or 90. Let's see. It would have been, it would have been 90. I don't remember when exactly, but it was 96, 97-ish.
So did she survive for at least a year when they got married, or did they have at least a year?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it was months. If I remember correctly, it was months.
So, like in 98, he starts telling you that they're looking and kind of having a relationship.
I believe it was Christmas 98 was when he kind of, I don't think they were actually having a relationship, so to speak, from that, but they were kind of growing together, if you will. I believe it was 90. I could be off by, honestly, I could be off by a year, but it's in that time period.
At that point,
I remember when he told me. I just don't remember if it might have been, I think it was 98. It could have been 99, but I remember specifically it was Christmas time.
Okay.
And where we were in that bar, and we were sitting at the bar because I remember it. I just don't remember which I believe it was 98, but it could have been 99.
But she would have been an adult by then, correct?
Oh yeah. She was an adult. She was an adult from the get-go. I believe she was. I don't know. She was in her 20s, I believe. But 20. If I'm now the younger sister, she had younger sisters and a younger brother. And that's if I have my timing right. But I know, she was an adult. Now I do know that in that time period, at some point in there, she dated. And my timing may be off because she dated another guy named Joe Genta.
What was the name?
Joe Genta.
How do you spell the last name? Do you know?
Guinta, and I'll verify that for you because
You're saying T as in Tango?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You're saying T as in Tango for the last name, or D as in David?
Oh, Genta. Here, G as in garage. Uinta, I believe it is. I'm going to verify that for you in about 2 seconds. Joe. Joe dated, and Joe was somewhat friends with Red. Actually, they've been friends. I shouldn't say somewhat. I think I got my I's and U's mixed up. I think it's Giunta.
Giunta?
Yep.
Okay.
Danielle dated him briefly.
So she dated Red, and then she...
No, she dated Joe, and then she and Red.
Okay. How was her relationship with Joe? Did you ever hear about that?
It was a very dysfunctional period for them. You could talk to Joe about that.
Did he ever remain friends with Michael?
Oh yeah, Joe and Michael talk to this day.
Okay.
I don't know how regularly they talk, but yeah, they would. Joe would certainly consider Michael a friend.
Was he around Michael's age or Danielle's age?
No, Joe's about. Oh gosh, Joe's younger than I am, so Joe's probably in his 40s.
Okay.
We'll call Joe maybe mid-40s.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So that helps me understand a little bit better now from what you're telling me.
So when I would ask him, in the past year and a half, what is she yelling about? What is she mean? He would say that she just keeps saying, "You ruined my life. You took advantage of me. You took away all my good years. I'm 40. I could have been doing this or that, and he didn't have to tell me what she was talking about. I knew what she was talking about, and I said, is she? I'm like, Red, this is weird. This is 20 years later. I get it. Sometimes it takes a while for people to, for that to really sit in. But I said that's just kind of strange that she's lashing out about that. 20 years. You guys have been, married for however, I guess they've been married 2004. They got married, so almost 15 years. I'm like, this is just weird that all of a sudden that she's lashing out about this, and he was like, you would think I was the devil with 3 heads, the way she just makes me out to be. He was like, she just makes me out like I'm this awful, evil person who has just ruined her life and yada, yada, yada. And
so you never mentioned her possibly dating because of that?
He never mentioned her dating. The only thing he mentioned was the statement as one of those statements that she would yell at him, that I'm 40 and I'm a beautiful girl, I'm pretty, and I could be dating I could be with somebody who, is more my age, and here I am with you. He never said she's dating somebody.
Okay. Do you know any of his family members? If he has any?
He does not.
Okay, so he never spoke
Which
about
was
anybody.
part of my concern is I'm like, he doesn't have any family. They're searching for next of kin, and he doesn't have any. But I will add one other thing to this because it may be relevant. So as he's telling me all this over the last year, I'm thinking to myself, okay, wow, so she's really this is what this is all about. This is all, she's going back to how they got together, and this is all, and she obviously, he was telling me she thinks I'm just evil, and then he's moved out. And then at one point in time, he moved back in. This was recently. He moved back in. And we were having conversation, and I said, Red, and this is what I'm really kind of honest. I'll be honest with you, I'm on alert a little bit because of all the things he's told me and the arguments and the things that have happened. And I'm like, and I remember telling him at one point, I said, Red, you have two jobs, two responsibilities. One, keep your kids safe. And two, keep yourself safe. And he's like, oh, I'm fine. And then we started talking in one of our conversations after he had moved back in, and he said something that struck me weird. And I don't remember exactly what he said, but it elicited the response from me of, Red, are you having sex with her? And he said, yes. And it struck me as crazy because just 6 months ago she was saying, you ruined my life, you took advantage of me, and that's just not, I don't know, I'm obviously make an assessment here myself, but that's just not something that you do. It just struck me as weird that she would, 6 months after saying, you ruined my life and you took advantage of me and this and that she would be sleeping with him. And that was probably just a couple months ago.
All right. Do you know what the drink? I guess they both drank alcohol, but what was their preference? What would she drink, and what would he normally drink?
For him is one answer, and that was vodka. Okay.
Just straight vodka.
He'd mix it, or I don't think that. Not really a straight. On occasion, he might have it on the rocks, but he would have it used to be Kettle One, and every once in a while he'd have a Tito's after that. Like later on, when Tito's came out, he might drink Tito's, but Kettle One was his thing. He told me that her thing was, what I viewed was, it was wine. She would just drink bottles of wine. He would tell me, he'd get up and there'd be empty bottles.
Would she drink the vodka as well, or no?
What's that?
Would she drink vodka as well?
I don't. Honestly, I've never seen her do that. I don't think I've ever seen her drink vodka. It's possible. I don't feel like she was drinking wine when we'd go out, necessarily, unless we were all having wine. But like if we were out at a bar, or like back in Memphis or other times, she was drinking something. I don't know if it was vodka. Okay. I don't think she was opposed to it or anything, but it wasn't her go-to. Okay. And it certainly wasn't. I know that he told me she was, he would just tell me she's drinking a lot, and that to the point where she would drink, and then oftentimes they'd find her passed out, and oftentimes she'd just be, screaming and hollering, and he said it was an all-day thing. She drank all day long. Mike, I will tell you, drinks, but Mike's not an all-day drinker. Which is why I say I would not classify Mike as an alcoholic, and I know everybody classifies that differently. But in my opinion, an alcoholic drinks all day, or at least periodically throughout the day. Mike's the type that would go to work, come home at night, and he might have a drink at night or a few drinks at night. But it's like, come home, have a few drinks, go to bed, go to work kind of thing. Okay. He's not a drink all day person.
Okay. Did she? Do you know if she was working or doing anything during the day while he was?
No,
working?
no, that was his. That was honestly his biggest problem or issue, was that when we talked divorce and he actually was going to get divorced, he went and talked to a lawyer, and that's when he was like, basically the lawyer told me that in Florida, it doesn't really matter. It's one of those states that it doesn't really matter. He was like, I'm going to pay her X amount of money, and I'm going to have to, she's going to have the house, she's going to have the kids, I'm going to have to pay for the kids, child support, and I'm going to have to pay her a lifestyle, so to speak, salary. And I was like, so you've got to pay, you know.
Did Michael practice law?
He's a lawyer.
So,
well,
did
okay,
he know some
he's
of this
originally,
stuff, or did he?
He's a lawyer, but this is back in the, you know,
It's been a while.
80s, early 80s. Oh. He was a lawyer, and then he went, you know, he practiced law for a while and then went on to do other things. And so, no, he hasn't practiced law in 30 years.
Okay. All right. Is there anything I haven't asked that you think is important for me to know?
I don't think so. I mean, there's nothing that I can think of. I mean, I jotted down some notes. I apologize. I'm going through them right now to kind of see if there's anything I skipped. You know, I would say if you, and look, I know you guys are good at doing your job, but you may want to look into, it's Indianapolis, but it's actually Zionsville was where they lived. It's a suburb. I can tell you that when they were there, that when I went to visit him one time, they were in this really nice house and they liked it. And I remember him telling me how much they loved the house and everything in the neighborhood. And the next time I saw him, he was like, when I was up there, he was showing me this other neighborhood. And he was like, yeah, we're going to move over here. And I said, well, I thought you really liked your neighborhood. And he was telling me, after the fact that basically Danielle had gotten into arguments and fights with so many of the neighbors that they had to move.
And that was Zionville, Indianapolis?
Zionsville is where they lived. It's a suburb near Carmel, and you know, it's basically a suburb of Indianapolis.
Okay. All right.
I know she had a lot of conflicts with a lot of people. A lot of that type of stuff where, you know, they moved because she had conflict. I know he told me about a couple incidents, and I don't know whether they occurred in Orlando or Winter Park, and I don't know how much differentiation there really is between the two. I'm sure, obviously, they have their own police departments. So I know that there was a situation with a good friend. It was actually, as he played it, a really good friend of hers, where he was out of town that time, I think, too, and she and the friend went out, and they got into a very heated, I don't know if it was physical. I feel like he said it might have been, and the police were called. And I think she was arrested.
Okay. All right. Do you think, I mentioned another friend, Chris Caldwell. Do you think he'll be available and be able to talk to me, or?
I'll say two things. And there's actually two people. Two of them. One's Chris. Chris is Chris probably didn't have as many conversations with him, but I know he has had some. He might be able to give you a little something that, you know, like I said, there are people who have said things to me, and I'm like, oh, Mike didn't tell me that. You know, in terms of things that have happened. There's another gentleman, and you know, I look. It's very important that you have everything you need for this.
Is there anybody that's actually seen this with their own eyes? Okay.
There's one person who probably is, and that person's name is Tony.
Tony. Okay.
Barone, Barone, and he worked with Red in Memphis. with the Grizzlies, and he was around them a lot because he was there. I was around them in Memphis, but it was only when I came in town. So I wasn't around them day to day to maybe to see anything like that.
Okay.
I will say I'll put a caveat on that, and that is Tony's father has cancer, and is really going through a rough week.
Okay.
So I would just ask if you reach out to him to be understanding and delicate with it, because he's really struggling right now.
Does he know about Michael?
He knows about Michael, yes. He's kind of, in fact, he was the one who texted me on Sunday morning he texted me and said, I've heard about this thing in Winterborg. He was like, that can't be Redlich. And I pulled up the article and it said 1200 block, and I said, it's Redlich.
Well, how about I do this? How about if you provide him with my contact information, and when he's ready, he could reach out to me, and we'll talk. That way I'm not, calling him at a bad time. Can I get his number just in case?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I have to get it off my phone. All right, you ready?
Yes.
He is 901.
Okay.
482.
Okay.
2550.
Okay.
And that is his cell phone.
Okay.
He's in Indianapolis right now. He works for the NCAA.
All right. Well,
actually, he may be in Chicago because that's where his dad is. But
okay. All right. Yeah. Just feel free to share my telephone number, and he could reach out to me when he's ready.
I will do that.
And then Chris Caldwell, if you could do the same.
Chris is in New York. Okay. He's in Manhattan. I will tell you this. If anything, he has probably sat down with Redlich, the most recent. He was in Orlando not too long ago and sat down with him. And Chris and I are good friends, too, so Chris had kind of shared, some similar type things with me that Red was like, she's just screaming at me and yelling at me. And Chris is 312 636 8112.
Okay. Now, of you three, is there any that was probably the closest that he would confide in?
It's hard to say. Honestly, I would probably say, as far as confiding, it was, I would say probably me, and maybe because I know the kids, and I have concern for the kid, and I'm probably most likely to prod a little bit and ask, whereas the others would be like, how's things going, and not. A lot of our conversations, I would say, they kind of went the same direction every time. We talk for 10 minutes about catch up and what's going on, then 20 minutes, because after 10 minutes I'd say, what's going on at home, Red? How are the kids? What's going on? Is anything escalated? Is it getting worse, better? We talk like that for 20 minutes, and then, we talk 10 minutes about, hey, when we're going to get together. We were going to get together out in Phoenix for some spring baseball. So our conversations kind of took the same. It was almost like we had a format for them at times, unless he was calling me specifically about an incident, in which case we just go right into it. But I would say that Tony would be, and Red might say different things to him than he says to me in terms of he might share certain things because Tony might know a story that I don't know about Memphis, So Tony honestly would be the one who knows the most about their day-to-day. Rephrase that. Tony would be the one who has seen more day-to-day of their relationship because he lived in Memphis for probably 5 or 6 years right with them and worked with him. So he was around them all the time. Not all the time, but a lot. More likely to experience something if something occurred.
All right. Well, I definitely appreciate all the time and information that you have shared with me. one thing, only because obviously this is an investigation, anything that you've told
Sure.
me in case I have to forward it to my lead detective. Do you swear that the information that you provided today is true under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Well, if there's anything that, might come up that you think is important for me to know, please feel free to give me a call. You have my contact information. Please share that with Tony and Chris when they're available. I'd also like to talk to them as well. All right?
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, there was a lot of information in that interview, right? We got the whole backstory of, is it Chalker? But yeah, of how Danielle and Michael got together and how he married her mother and their relationship and about the woman. He met her at AA or probably at Al-Anon, I bet it was. And maybe that's why she was tracking him to the Al-Anon meeting, right? That could be that reason why he mentioned specifically it was an Al-Anon meeting. So, yeah. A lot of information there. And for those of you that have been following from the start, you remember Jimmy was going to work on the caliper now that, he fixed the brakes yesterday, and that's why I couldn't get to the nursery and get all the dirt I need and stuff. So he had to go get the caliper, and the nursery closes at 5, and it's 25 minutes from us, so it's done for today. He's still out there working on this, and it's June 11th. Over in this area, you're supposed to have your stuff in by Memorial Day weekend. So, yeah. It was already hard to get stuff, and so this is just ridiculous. And if you're following the cake saga, there is still no cake. Anyway, then he tells me today, which is he's been keeping this from me, he thinks he shipped all of Shari's, the teapot houses, that covered dish thing that he picked out and sold that from the turn of the century, and a big package of her napkins. He thinks he shipped those to Karen H. Why he thinks this, I don't know. Why he would ship it to them. Their names are not even similar. They live in the same state. I don't know what he did, but I found out that little doozy today, and I've been trying to contact Karen H. because the stuff was supposed to be delivered on June 9th, and I have not been able to even find out if that's the case. There were napkins for It's Bink. I have no idea where those are. That's not the craziest thing because I could put together another package, but he probably shipped that on to someone else too. And I honestly don't know where this man's head is at. And he's shipping stuff that I haven't even invoiced for. And now we're so freaking backed up on things to ship. And he told me he was going to get up early today. Well, guess who was up early today? Me. He wasn't up early today. And then when he came down, he could only get like 2 things out. So, yeah, it's a little bit frustrating with him today. So, Karen H., if you're hearing me, could you please let me know if you, by chance, received... well, it's not just that, It's Bink. It's who did he send them to if I can't find them. You know what I mean? How many other things? It's like a chain reaction. If he sends something wrong to someone, then it's going to keep coming down the line. And I told him this is just absolutely ridiculous. And he's got to get it together here. Because that, number 1, is like really breakable stuff. Number 2, it's ridiculous. Let me not even get into, at this point, it's like, how much are you losing on the whole thing? It's like, come on, Jimmy. Oh my gosh. I tell him, and then he laughs at me for saying, like, what are you sending to who? Does it have this? Does it have that? He sends this out when I haven't even invoiced for it. And I should have thought something because, Karen H bought a lot of napkins, but thought the shipping was a little bit, the shipping wasn't a lot, but it was a little over what the napkins would normally be. Should have been a red flag to me. Oh my gosh. Now I feel like I have more work because I've got to like babysit every single transaction, and we have so many transactions in there from the last time. And I have, you understand this, it's big. I have a big notebook, and I was ready to get at it this morning, and he slept in. It's sometimes hard. But see, Linda, it's not that he sent out 8 million things. Jimmy is slipping up, Linda. He didn't send out 3 million things. Okay? Literally, he's setting out 1 or 2 things. And he's just doing everything crazy in that he is sending things that aren't invoiced, where invoiced things are not being sent. He's into spreadsheets, but then he finally, he keeps asking me the same addresses. I said, put them on his spreadsheet. Oh, you're right. Okay. Finally put it on his spreadsheet. But he's the king of spreadsheets, but didn't, already said, oh yeah, I'm going to do that. Finally did it. But now I just don't even know where to start. Well, I don't want to end up like, Robin, I don't want to end up like our friend here that we're listening to. I don't want to end up like that. It's not worth going to jail for. Yeah, you have a spreadsheet too, but he's really like, but now I can't even get a hold of Karen H, so I don't even know where Sherry's stuff is. And I was just hoping we would find it somewhere, but he's so darn sure he shipped it to Karen H. And what really gets me is that Rough and Ready and Sherry, they both had house teapots. And when we were packing them up, I said, are you sure you got the right one for Rough and Ready? And he was like, oh, I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure I've got the right one for Rough and Ready. Because it's this. And I said, Sherry got hers is a little bigger. Yeah. And he was even talking about how he was packing the box for Sherry. So I don't know what he ended up doing, but it's just, I literally, wow. Let's not even go there. Let's not even go there. Hello to Scooter. So, yeah, and I'm really pissed because I look forward to having a garden, even if it's on the deck. And now I can't even have that joy this year. So it's just this truck is just one thing after another. By this time, he could have brought the truck in and had the brakes fixed somewhere for what he's doing. Like literally his time that's been wasted and all the stuff he hasn't. Yeah, I am just really had it with this. Okay. I need Oompa Loompas, and I need, Jimmy to the dog box. Jimmy to the dog box. We don't have a dog box, but, yeah, we are doing an auction, It's Pink, and I have things like I have to sell, and I was hoping to sell some of the, some of those dolls to offset the cost of shipping that I had to pay for them and stuff like that. So I don't know, but right now I am just so, we've got like all of these shells and everything, and I don't know, he's just driving me up a tree, and now it's just, the garden just like brings me peace, and now I won't, I won't have that. And so it's freaks, and let's see what the freak's gonna go on with him now. Oh my gosh. This truck has been like just nutcase stuff. Okay, so it's 4:44. Let's see what else we have here in the life of true crime. And if you're just a new member and you're joining us, it's okay. It's just the saga of Jimmy and Carolyn to break up the true crime monotony. All right, let's see. We listened to, that was Paul Panzera, right? Yes. Now we're going to listen to Sawyer. Sawyer, I guess. We're going to listen to Sawyer.
There's a reference to case number 2019-46000053. Today's date is January 12, 2019. Time now is 18:02 hours. This is Sergeant Supat. I'm with Winter Park Police Department. Currently at 4746 Lonsdale Circle in Orlando, in the patio of the residence. With me, and can you please provide your full name?
Sawyer Harrison Redlich.
Sawyer.
Sawyr.
Okay.
And then my last name is Redlick.
Okay, and Sawyer, what's your date of birth?
January 7th, 2008.
All right. And Sawyer, we briefly kind of spoke. I unfortunately I can't tell you what happened, but you agreed to talk to me and answer some quick questions. But before we get started, what grade are you in?
I'm in 5th.
5th grade. Okay. And what school do you go to?
Lakeland Elementary.
Okay, is that the grade you're supposed to be on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Are you doing good in school?
Yes.
All right, awesome. And so I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and it's not to insult your intelligence, because I'm sure you're a very intelligent boy, but it's just to make sure that we understand what a truth from a lie is. So if I were to tell you the walls in this patio is blue, would that be a truth or a lie?
That'd be a lie.
Okay, and why is that a lie?
Because they're tan.
Okay. And so if, let's say your friend Ryan came over here and he started writing all over the walls, and Miss Marcia came over and said, who wrote on the walls? And Ryan said it was Sawyer. Would that be a truth or a lie?
That'd be a lie.
Okay. And why would that be a lie?
Because Ryan said the wrong answer and wasn't truthful.
Okay. And so if Ryan said it was me, would that be a truth or a lie?
It'd be a truth.
Okay, and what makes that the truth?
What makes that the truth?
Yeah.
He told the right answer. I was a witness and I could have said.
Okay. And so let's say your mom told you to clean the dishes, and you told her you finished it, and then she passed by the kitchen and all the dishes were still in the sink. And she said, Sawyer, I told you to clean the dishes. And you said, I did. And she's like, no, the dishes are there. Would that be a truth or a lie?
That'd be a lie.
Okay. And so if you lied to your mom, is there some kind of penalty or something for that?
Yeah. I'd probably, get grounded.
You'll get grounded? Okay. So, same concept here. If I'm talking to you and I ask you a question, I just ask that you tell the truth, because, obviously we want to know the answers to this is an investigation, and so we don't want anybody to tell any lie. All right? So, I'm going to swear you in, and basically what that is you telling me that you're going to tell the truth.
Okay.
All right? Can you raise your right hand for me? You solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're going to give, meaning whatever you tell me today, is going to be the truth and nothing but the truth? You're shaking your head yes?
I swear yes.
Okay. And I'm asking you because the recorder can't see your head shaking. Thank you. All right. So, what happened yesterday? How did you get to your friend's house yesterday?
I had a football game last night, and I had a sleepover with him because my friend had asked me earlier that week.
Okay. Is that normal? Do you normally have sleepovers on each other's house?
Yeah.
Okay. And so it's not something that was last minute planned. You had already planned that out. Okay. During flag football, where was that at?
Martin Luther King Jr. Park.
Okay. Is that in Winter Park right there?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think that's the name. It's something Martin Luther King.
Okay. And when you went to the game, was your parents at the game?
No, that's why I was worried.
You were worried?
No, they weren't at this one. They were at last one. I had one this morning.
Oh, okay.
They were at last night's. They weren't at this one. That's why I was worried.
Oh, okay. So let's go back to last night.
My coach had asked me this morning if since he asked me if there was fire trucks at my house, and that got me worried.
Oh, okay. So let's go back to yesterday night. So you had a game.
Mm-hmm.
Was your mom and dad there?
Yes.
Okay. And from what I understand, your father coaches?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was coaching the game. Were both of them there till the time that you finished and left?
I think so, yes.
Okay. How was your parents' relationship that night?
That night?
Yeah, how were they that night?
Well, I think there was some tension between them. I don't know what, but I could tell.
Yeah, and how would you tell there was some kind of tension between the two?
Well, there was something I could see the anger.
Who appeared angry?
My dad.
Your dad? And so, do you know what he was angry about?
So, I really don't want to say this, but okay. So I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently there's been some text messages between my mom and another person because they were not at a good state at that point. Mm-hmm. And in 2017, my dad had texted, on my birthday, had texted another person.
Your
So they
dad
both had done something, but I don't know if that's true or
Okay,
not.
so your dad at one point had texted somebody else, meaning like another female.
Mhm.
And then, so he was upset because your mom might have been texting another male.
Just this past, he found out a couple days ago.
Okay. Did he, or do you know what the text messages actually said?
No.
Okay. Do you think there was any truth to that?
I have no idea.
Okay. All right, so he looked mad. Did your parents speak at all last night that you know of?
I don't think so. Or, I guess so. Like, towards the end, when the game had ended, they were congratulating me.
Okay.
Before I left, I forgot to say bye to my dad. And I ran back and gave him a hug.
Like I said, you don't have to talk to me today if you don't want to. If this is something that you want to do, that's fine. But yeah, I know it's a lot for you to, deal with this now. Like I said, I'm just trying to get some information. If you can't, we can talk another time.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just trying to get a better idea of their relationship.
Mm-hmm. So, I can tell you if you would like.
Yeah.
So they weren't really best, like a year ago. And then, they got really good and better, and this happened.
I heard you use your right hand and your left hand.
I'm ambidextrous.
Really? Can you write also with your left hand, or can you just catch a ball really good?
Yeah, both. I can just catch a ball. I play baseball. I bat righty. I throw lefty.
Wow. Can you write?
I write with my right hand. I can write, but it's not as good.
Okay. Were your parents the same? Did you get that from your parents? No.
They were both righties. So
both
is my sister.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I heard you're in a lot of sports. What is it? Football, baseball?
Yeah, football and baseball. Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
And I used to do basketball.
Cool. You're all in every single sport, pretty much. Swimming?
Mm-hmm.
Swimming also?
Swimming, no, that's my sister.
Oh, okay.
She's a really good swimmer.
Oh, okay. Volleyball? Soccer?
That's her.
Oh, so she's volleyball.
I did do soccer, but I don't like it.
Yeah, you like the hands-on defense.
Yeah.
All right, so both your parents are right-handed. You're ambidextrous.
Mm-hmm.
Was there, going back to this particular week, I understand you said yesterday there was some kind of tension. Did you go home after school, or
Did I go? I ride my
After school?
bike every day after school and back.
Did you go home, or did your friends pick you up?
I went home because
Okay.
my football game was like at another time.
Okay, so when you got home, was mom and dad there? Or was it just mom? Who was home?
I think they were both there. Yes.
They're both there.
Yeah, they were both
Anything
there.
out of the ordinary between the two?
I mean, I think that they were still a little mad at each other.
And how did you tell they were mad? Like,
Well, occasionally they start getting into a small argument and then end quickly.
okay, when you say argument, it was just verbal?
Yeah.
Them yelling? What were they arguing about? Do you know?
I think
The same thing about the text? Okay. Prior to yesterday, were they arguing prior to that?
Yeah, since the day he found out, which was like, today's Saturday, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Wednesday.
So around Wednesday, that's what kind of all
It's
started
either
everything?
Thursday
then?
or Wednesday, yeah.
Okay. Have they ever gotten into arguments that you actually saw them actually physically fighting?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw them physically fighting?
When they were really bad, either 5 months or a year.
Okay. And when you saw that, like, how did that start? Do you know?
It was a argument, and then it just kept on escalating.
Did you see who hit each other? Who hit the person first, or how that happened?
I just walked in, and I went to get a drink, and I saw them.
What were they doing?
Well, they were pushing, I guess. They were pushing each other.
Okay. Have you ever seen anything more than just pushing between the two of them?
Scratching.
Okay. Who would scratch who?
Or, I guess my mom and my dad would push away.
Okay. So what do you mean by scratching?
Like.
Oh, they would do it to each other, like scratch each other?
Yeah.
In a way that they're pushing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because one time I saw a cut, and I asked him, but he didn't answer.
Who had a cut?
My dad.
Your dad had a cut? And you just don't know how it happened?
I don't know how. Or I didn't know how, and then I figured it out.
Okay. How did you figure it out?
I could see the scratch lines and all the obvious.
Okay, that's obvious. Did any of them ever drink alcohol?
Yes.
Okay.
They're both alcoholics.
They're both alcoholics. When's the last time you saw either of them drinking?
Thursday.
Thursday?
My dad was. He was really angry.
Was your mom drinking at all on that day?
No.
No. So when you say he's an alcoholic, and you saw him drink, like what would you consider alcoholic? Like,
I mean, my mom was wine. She didn't do wine, beer. My dad was like beer and vodka, I guess.
that's what he drank, like on Thursday? Mm-hmm. Okay. And what would happen when he drinks, when your father drinks? What happens?
Well, he was already angry about the thing, so he got really angry. Okay. My sister had poured the whole bottle out. So that...
The bottle of what?
Vodka, I think.
Okay. And did he get upset about that?
No.
Oh, okay. So, so he was drinking like vodka. Your mom wasn't drinking on Thursday. Mm-hmm. Does she regularly drink? Is that something that they normally do?
Like maybe like Saturday night, but
okay.
Unless they're angry, then.
Okay. And just to get an idea, you know, when people drink alcohol, they act differently.
Mm-hmm.
Would they act differently?
I mean,
when they drink?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, can you just describe how your mom would act when she drank?
I don't know how I would describe that, but I can try. So, my mom, feisty, I guess, more feisty, and I guess that's all I can really say.
And so, how would you describe your father when he drank?
Maybe a little, like, yelling and angry, yes. Or if he was, like, mad. But, just regularly, I don't know how to put this, but,
So I guess, you know, what I would say is, would he act more, like, mellow and laid back? Would he become more aggressive?
if he was angry, more aggressive, but most of the time.
Most of the time, he was what? Mellow?
No, if he was.
And your mom, would she be the same? Would she be mellow, or is she more aggressive?
If
or something else?
Something made her mad, then she get aggressive.
All right. Do you know if either one of them yesterday, when you last saw them, was drinking alcohol or seemed to be appear to look like they were drinking?
Thursday.
Thursday is the main day.
Yeah, that's the only time I saw.
But nothing yesterday that you remember?
No.
Okay.
They don't. They usually do it at night and only night.
Okay.
Not during the day.
All right. Is there anything that I haven't asked that you think is important for me to know?
I don't think so. They're. I mean, yeah, that's it. I guess.
Has any of their when you seen them argue or it gotten to the point where they're pushing, have you ever seen one of them hit the other first?
No.
Okay. All right. Just give me a minute. Well, if you don't have any other questions, then I'm going to end the interview. Do you remember what your parents were wearing last night by chance?
No.
No?
Sorry, no.
That's all right. Does your father normally, you said he was coaching last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does he have to wear any kind of uniform or anything?
No.
No? Okay.
There's a bug right here. You got it.
You sure?
Yeah, it's right there now.
You see me smacking myself. So, you had mentioned just when we got started that you were kind of concerned this morning. Was he supposed to coach this morning at your football? And he just didn't show up?
Yeah, no one showed up. My parents were.
Did anybody try calling him? Do you know? No.
So what had happened was my coach had come up to me and said there was fire trucks in front of your house, but I think it was across the street, so I stopped. But I was still a little worried. And then when he didn't show up for practice, and then neither of them showed up for the game. That's when I got really worried, and they didn't text Miss Marcia to see if I was okay and stuff. Wait, I do think my mom did text Miss Marcia this morning. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
And I think I can ask her.
All right. Is there a certain number assigned to you? You mentioned you use your tablet to make calls or text messages. Do you have a telephone number?
I don't have a phone number, but I do have an email.
Oh, so it's an email that it comes through?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
It's a nickname. Soy, like S-O-Y.
S-O-Y.
B-O-Y.
Okay. Ah! Sorry. It's buzzing through my ear. B-O-Y.
1. 7. 8. At iCloud.com.
At, what is it, iCloud?
At iCloud.com.
iCloud.com, got it. All right. And, let's see what else. All right. This will be end of interview. Time now is 18:20 hours.
Okay, so it looks like that Ashley, who's the Mary's mother, who's the best friend of Jadyn, the daughter, is the one that has the kids, according to a GoFundMe page. Says they are living with the mother of one of Mike's daughter's best friends who stepped up to be an emergency temporary guardian in the wake of their mother's arrest. The family already knew the daughter well, as she had already been staying at the house 2 to 3 times a week for the 2 years prior to Mike's untimely death, a sad reality which helped make the transition easier for the kids. The kids wished to remain in Winter Park with Ashley, that's the mother, their guardian, so they can keep their friends and the families they have grown up with. Ashley opened her home to both kids and has recently been awarded permanent guardianship status. Having raised 3 daughters of her own, Ashley is prepared and happy to provide the kids with a great home and all the additional resources they will need to come out of the other side healthy and happy. It's important that everyone understands that Mike had no will and no life insurance. In addition to this, because the outcome of the mother's criminal trial is unknown, survivor benefits for the children are not yet available. In addition to the everyday expenses, the kids are seeing therapists, and both the kids and Ashley have had to hire attorneys to navigate through the 3 cases affecting their future: the mother's criminal case, the probate estate, and their guardianship. Many of the legal services have been offered pro bono, but not all. Even though Ashley has not asked for help, our goal is to seek, this is from a GoFundMe, okay, to seek that the burden of these costs is lifted off her shoulders so she could focus on continuing to provide a loving and safe home for Sawyer and Jade. We would like to ask you reach out to anyone that you think might contribute. We also ask that everyone be as discreet as possible. It's our goal for these kids to remain unaware of these fundraising efforts. Okay, so that was that. And this one, it says it's only raised $2,000 of a $20,000 goal since 2019, but then they said that it's the Deibel person that we heard, Tammy Deibel, isn't that funny? Tammy Deibel, is organizing the fundraiser, and on an update it says of January 5th, 2020, thank you all for your donations. There are several more donations than what is seen here, as they have been sent directly to the law firm, the kids, or their guardian, and we thank each of you for contributing. The kids are doing very well in sports and school. They are adapting to their new environment with open arms. There are still struggles emotionally as they continue to heal from all that has occurred. Thank you again. So that is the update on the kids there. Marcia, that is the mother. I believe Marcia, didn't he say I could ask Marcia? I think that may be the mother of the kid he was staying with.
Today's date is January 12th, 2019. Time now is 17:07 hours. This is Sergeant Sukat with the Winter Park Police Department in reference to case number 2019-46000005.
Just so you know that the interview with Sawyer took place the day that she called 911 and reported that her husband was dead. And this now is occurring the same day, and I believe she just said 17, so that would make it like 5 p.m. on that day. Just letting you know that, just in case.
3. Currently in my unmarked vehicle located at 4746 Lonsdale Circle in Orlando. I'm going to conduct an interview with Miss Marcia Engilis. I'm sorry, I apologize if I'm saying it wrong. How do you say your last name?
Engilis.
Engilis? Yep. Okay. And what's your date of birth for the record?
4276.
And how do you spell your last name?
Engilis.
All right. And I just need a sworn testimony, but before we get started, if I could have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. So basically I'm here to talk a little bit about the Redlich family. Mm-hmm. And I understand that Danielle and Michael's son, Sawyer Redlich, stayed overnight at your residence?
Yes.
Can you just tell me how that came about and around what time he arrived at your residence?
Sure. So yesterday when my son came home from school, there's a flag football game that they're both on, and my son asked if Sawyer could spend the night after the game, because then they also had a game this morning.
Okay.
So I did text Danielle, I don't remember what time, probably 4:30, 5 o'clock before the game, and just asked if we can take Sawyer home after the game, because Ryan wanted to sleep over. So that's how it came about. And then after the game last night, the football game ended at 8:50. We took Sawyer and the boys home. We stopped at Chick-fil-A, and so we were probably home by 9:45 p.m.
Okay. Did you see his parents over at the game?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with them at all?
I had a very small conversation as we were leaving. So Mike actually is the coach. He was on the sideline, just waved. He did see my husband, and actually handed the backpack and said, "Oh, Sawyer's spending the night. Here you go." Danielle arrived later, a little bit after the start of the game, probably at 8:05. Didn't really talk to her then. When we were leaving, she did say, we walked out together and said, "Sawyer, here's your clothes." And then there was kind of a little back and forth around Sawyer's haircut. He's got a little bit longer hair, so there was a lot of people calling him Karate Kid, Rambo, because he had a thing over his head. And so it actually, they got in a little bit of an argument, kind of like, "Oh, Sawyer, stop, well, get your hair cut." And then they just kind of started yelling at each other, and it was just very awkward. And so
you say that you're talking about Mom and
Sawyer. Yes, okay. As we were walking away, and Sawyer was running, and Danielle just kind of was really mad about it, because he keeps saying he wants to get his hair cut, and I could just tell she was pretty upset about it, and she just could tell was mad. So Sawyer and my son were running, and then I said, "Sawyer, are you going to go say bye to your dad?" Because he was still on the field, at the end of the game. And so Sawyer walked over, and I waved to Mike and said, "Hey, we're taking him." Sawyer went to go give him a hug, and then we took him. And then we saw Danielle kind of leave, and just kind of, as she was leaving the parking lot, as we were walking, kind of said bye.
Okay. Did Danielle, she came in separate vehicles with her husband? Okay. Has she contacted you since?
I got a text from her this morning. I think it was probably at 10:15, that just said, "Can you please," I can read it. Hang on, let me get it. Text at 10:23 a.m. "Can Sawyer stay after game with you for a while? If not, he can be dropped at Brian Brown's house. I'm sorry, we have an emergency and kids need to be looked after." I responded, "Yes, of course. Hope everything is okay. Let us know if you need anything." And I didn't get a response.
Just for the record, what's her telephone number?
Let me look it up. 901-355-4234.
Okay, so prior to that, there was no communication after he left. Who's Brian Brown? Do you know?
Brian Brown is another classmate of the boys. I think they live close by, but I don't know where they live. But Brian Brown is in their class, I believe, a classmate of Sawyer.
So who would have known? Sawyer would have told you how to get there and all that? Okay.
Yes.
Does Sawyer have a cell phone number or anything? I
think he does. Let me see. My son does text him. I don't know if it's like an iPhone where they just text, or if it is an actual phone. I don't have it on my son has it probably in his contacts.
Okay, so Brian Brown is the child's name or the parent?
The child's name.
Child's name. Was anything unusual between either the parents or the way Sawyer was reacting yesterday?
I didn't see Danielle and Mike communicate at all during the game. We took Sawyer. He said he was hungry. He didn't have dinner. I will say, as we were leaving, when I had said, "Oh, Sawyer, make sure you go say bye to your dad, give him a hug," Danielle made a comment, "It's been a strange night," or "It's been maybe a weird night. It's been a weird night or a strange night." And so they have a very weird relationship. It's on again, off again, and so I didn't know what that meant. I've had past experiences with Danielle where it's probably even on the record with Winter Park Police where she just kind of turned one night, and so I know I just saw the look in her eyes, and I was like, I think she's in one of those moods again, because I said that to my husband last night.
Can you just describe that when you say she's had one of them moods? Like, what would you describe that as?
It's just the look in her eyes. You could tell she is not in a good mood, and it switched. Like, I went out one night with her for a mommy night out. We went out, had a really great time, and then all of a sudden it was like a switch after a couple drinks, and very abusive, even verbally, even like starting swinging at me, where I called Winter Park Police, or actually flagged them down, and that's...
Oh, okay, so when you say verbally, it was actually towards you, not towards her.
Yes, it was.
What was she upset about?
I don't know. It just something triggered her, and I don't know what it was, but that was the night she was taken away by Winter Park Police, and I think she was for 3 days in some...
How long ago was that?
I think that was 2 years ago. And so I've never gone out again. I think...
When you say she was drinking, like, how much was she drinking?
I mean, we were out for a while. It was I'm sure she had 5 drinks, maybe 5 or 6 drinks.
Would that change her demeanor at all when she drank?
That's the only night, honestly, that I've been out drinking with her, and after that many, the way she switched, I've never... I maybe have gone to, like, after baseball games with whole groups where she might have 1 or 2 drinks and she's okay, but...
Okay. What type of drinks would she normally...
That night, what were we drinking? It was liquor. I mean, hard alcohol. It wasn't beer or anything.
Would she occasionally drink, do you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you consider her possibly alcoholic? I mean, was it to the point that she could function still?
I think she could still function. Again, I haven't been around her enough to be able to do it. My thought, like in just conversations with my husband and I felt like there was some kind of imbalance, something, just based on how she reacted that one night when we went out. But ever since that, it's not like we are now social.
How long have you known her for?
Probably, I'm trying to think, maybe 4 years. Since our sons were in school together and they play baseball together. Again, they're best friends. So,
have you known her husband about the same time?
Yep, same amount of time.
And what's your son's name?
Ryan.
Ryan? Okay.
R-Y-A-N, yep.
That's Sawyer's best friend. Okay. What school does Sawyer go to?
Lakemont Elementary.
Okay. What grade is he in? Do you know?
They're in 5th grade.
How would you describe Michael? Have you ever had conversations with him?
The only conversations really, again, are just around baseball. I will say after that one incident that I had with Danielle, we talked a little bit more after that because he wanted to know what happened, and, you know, that's really the basis of our relationship, where they had said they've had problems, she's had issues before, but other than that, it's just relationship. Baseball parents against baseball parents, and again, they're best friends, so he's always here, he's always over at their house.
So it wouldn't have been unusual for Sawyer to stay over for the night?
No.
That's something that's regular?
Ryan was at their house last weekend.
Okay. Did she or Michael ever tell you, as far as their relationship, any issues? Did she specifically tell you they had some kind of issue?
They did. So the night that we went out, she had told me that night that they were separated. He wasn't living in the same house. I don't know where he was living. But I could probably say ever since then, I've heard it's been on again, off again. Sometimes Sawyer will mention I was at my dad's, or my dad's not home. So I've never asked.
All right. I don't know if you know this, but do you know if Danielle's right-handed or left-handed?
I don't.
Okay. How about Michael?
I don't.
Okay. Is there anything that I haven't asked that you think might be important for me to know? Anything either leading up to today or throughout the week between?
No, I will just say I just had that weird feeling last night when I took Sawyer and I saw just her. I saw that look again that she had last night, and I just said to my husband. And then when I got that text this morning, I don't know.
Did you try calling her after that?
No, I didn't.
And so, when you described like her kind of also having this verbal, I don't know how else to say it.
With Sawyer,
fair between Sawyer.
Yeah, it was just like Sawyer. You want your haircut, or one day you want it, one day you don't, and you could tell she just got really angry. Like she was mad that he was running from her, and just yeah.
Well, that's all I have. This will be end of interview. Time now is 19 hours.
Okay, so, Danielle flipped out on her. We hear she thinks that, Danielle looked a little weird the night before, like she was gonna flip, like she did the last time. It's pretty weird. And, just odd. And I don't know if they know what's gone on is the thing, right? Do they know that he's gone? What do they know at this point? I guess they think that, I don't know. It's very odd. So, all right, let's see what else we have here. I guess we'll just keep going on. That was Marcia. Now this is Maria.
It's going to be in reference to case number 2019-46000053. I'm going to be calling Maria Molina for a follow-up. Telephone number 407-741-3124. Today's date is January 16, 2019. Time now is 15:32 hours.
Hello?
Hi, Miss Molina?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Sergeant Supat. How you doing?
Oh, yes, I'm good, thank you.
Just following up with you. I know you said you might have had some information that might be useful for me to know.
Yes. Give me one moment, okay? Hold on 1 second. Thank you so much. Just a couple of things.
Okay.
When you mentioned emergency contact, and I went home and I thought, oh my God. So about a year ago, when he separated with his wife, and he was living in, as a matter of fact, my husband and I knew of someone who had this really nice home in Lake Nona that they were renting, and I mentioned it to him. He thought it was great. It had furniture and everything. He said he thought it'd be great, but that the location, Lake Nona from UCF and from where his kids, from Winter Park, is kind of a little hike. So he says, oh, that's going to be too hard for me to drive. In other words, all the way to Lake Nona and then all the way to Winter Park for my kids and etc. So he didn't take it, but in other words, he was scouting for, he needed a place to be. So eventually he found one himself, and I think that address that I gave you, I think that may be it. I don't know. In any event, so talking about emergency contact, he had literally called me into his office. He says, I need you to do me a large favor. I said, sure, So he said, because the kids know you well, because don't forget, we'd gone to his house. They had come to my house. He brings them to the office. They knew me well, and I would take the little guy out to have ice cream when he came to the office, so they knew me well. So he said, because they already know you, he said, do you mind if I put you as an emergency contact? God forbid something happen, because she's so crazy. The wife. I remember said that so distinctly, because I thought, really? Okay. I said, yeah, of course, by all means. Just put my name down. So he put my name down and my phone number. So there was a serious matter with the kids where he couldn't make it for some reason. He wanted me to pick them up, he said, bring them to your house until I go get them.
When did
I swear to God.
You to do that?
I'm sorry?
When did he ask you to do that?
This is maybe like a year ago, a little over a year ago.
Okay. And
it was over a year ago.
And
he was very, very serious. I'm sorry?
Where did he want to list you as an emergency contact? For the workplace, or?
No, for the school, for the kids' school. He said, do you mind if I put your name down as an emergency contact for my kids? God forbid, I can't make it there. And in other words, I don't trust her. She's crazy.
Okay.
That's exactly what he said. I said, I got to tell her that because that's so important. How do you not trust your wife to pick up your own kids?
And did he tell you why?
I thought, I'm sorry? No, he would always, no, he never told me details. I told you.
Okay.
It was always like, she's crazy, she's nuts, I don't trust her, and she goes off, blah, blah, blah. And in other words, please, can you do them a favor, like a huge favor?
Okay.
I told him, sure. I said, I'll bring him to my house until you come and get them.
Okay. All right.
That's it. Okay, those are the two things.
All right.
If I ever think of anything else, I will. It's just because this is a bad time where just, your mind is kind of playing tricks on you. It's like, it's horrible. We're trying to understand. We miss the guy. He's such, it's hard for us here.
Did you have any passwords, or did you know any passwords to his computers or his cell phone?
I have the password. I think I put that down. He always used the password like hot dog something. Hot dog. He always used hot dog. I'm sorry?
That was for his laptop or his desktop computer?
For the computer and here in the office.
Okay.
I believe it's hot dog something. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if he used that for his cell phone?
Okay. Now don't forget that passwords have to be changed periodically. So he would always keep hot dog, and then I don't know, he would do numbers and exclamation points, but who has access to that is our TRC people. They have that. They're able to get that.
That's your IT people from UCF, you mean?
Our TRC people, our technology people here, there's one particular gentleman that would be able to get in his computer for you.
Okay. We were trying to see also the cell phone. You didn't know his cell phone password, did you?
I would have to ask him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
His name is Richard Caldwell, and
was it a work cell phone? Do you know? Did he have a work cell phone? He had a personal cell phone.
Mike has a personal cell phone. I don't have that info.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying for the computer, if you wanted to see what was going on the computer, and as far as his cell phone, I don't know. Doesn't somebody have his cell phone right now? I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the information.
Okay. So if I think of anything else that's pertinent, I will make sure to let you know.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Did you want me to ask this gentleman if he can call you?
No, I think we already got it from his computer. We were just wondering, like, cell phone and then email.
No, cell phone. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. You have a great day. Bye.
This is in reference to case number 2019-46000053. Going to be calling Chris Caldwell, 312-636-8112. Today's date is January 18, 2019. Time now is 1600 hours.
Hi, this is Chris.
Hi, Chris. It's Sergeant Soup at Winter Park Police Department. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Good. Sorry, I saw your phone coming in just when I got in, and for some reason, it kept disconnecting.
Oh, I apologize. I probably need a new phone, but I'm glad we got a chance to connect.
Yeah.
Can you hold on for 2 seconds?
Not a problem.
I just want to get my headphones. Hold on 1 second. Perfect. Well, thanks for being so patient. I apologize.
It's fine.
Okay, so you had spoken to a classmate of mine, Paul Panzera, and Paul had suggested that I give you a call because I was friends with Michael and had some conversations with him and stuff like that. So he said you wanted to talk. So happy to talk, answer any questions you may have, or help you in any way that I can.
Yeah. I definitely had a couple of questions, and thank you for calling me back. So how long have you known Michael for? How many years?
Oh, geez. So we were in class since probably 1996 when we were in our sports administration class at Ohio University.
Okay.
And have known him and kept in touch with him that entire time period.
Okay. How often did you speak to him?
I would probably say I spoke to him 2 or 3 times a year. A little bit more recently in the last 2 or 3 years, only because of the fact that my job had taken me down to Orlando, multiple times a year. And so we would just get together and periodically have dinner and just chat. And then I was trying to help him with his job stuff, get some interns. We work in the same industry. So.
Okay, great. Yeah. Have you known, since you've known Michael, have you known his wife and his children and anybody as far as his immediate family members?
I met his wife and his children when they lived in Memphis. Mike talked of his children a couple times when we were together. There was a couple times that I came to Orlando and Mike didn't want me to come back to it. I mean, he drove me past his house, but he didn't want me to come in because of the kind of relationship that he had with his wife. So, he's just like, hey, I'd show you the inside of the house, but, she's in there and she's not acting normal these days. So I didn't go in.
Okay. So you've never been to his house here. How about like when he was in Memphis or any other states that he used to work at?
I was at his house in Cleveland, or his apartment in Cleveland. I went to his house once or twice in Memphis. Okay. And then, I went to the exterior of his house in Orlando, and then also drove by his apartment that he was renting in Orlando.
Was that the recent one that he had gotten when they were separated?
Yes.
Okay. How long ago was that?
That would have been last March.
Okay. Did he ever tell you about the separation, what that was about?
He didn't tell me what it was about. He just he didn't tell me what it was about. He just I think over the course of my knowing Mike, I think they were separated 2 or 3 times, and so he every time when I would ask him, I said try not to dive too much into it, but when we talked, it was just he would just say she's crazy. So that was the reasoning. Mike had a really one of Mike's interesting characteristics was he did a really good job of making the abnormal seem normal. So once you say it enough times, it kind of you become numb to it and you don't really pay much attention to it. So as always the answer was, oh, she's a little crazy. So I just took that as gospel.
Did he ever tell you anything that to him might have seemed normal that to you was just that a normal person would have been telling a friend, or just seem out of kind of crazy?
Yeah. I mean, there was a couple instances. I think the first one, I think Mike was attending Al-Anon, and he had met someone, either Al-Anon or AA, I can't remember which one it was, but he had met someone there, and he had indicated to me that his wife had found out that he was talking with someone from AA or Al-Anon who was a female, and he just told me that, when she found out, she absolutely flipped out. I don't know. I can't remember if he had said how she had found out. It was something about his phone, but he said that she basically, she flipped out, and, she just said some things that I think, normal people don't say. I can't remember the exact words or what it was. I just remember saying, that's not anything I would normally say to my, fiance that I have. So it was just, there was a lot of, very mean things that were said. And I wish I could tell you the context of them. I just can't remember, and I'd rather, err on the side of...
you that there was a relationship with this female, or was she just making this up or taking it out of...
I think that, I do recall him saying they had gone out on a couple dates, or that they were seeing each other. They were seeing each other.
Did he tell you that because of that, her finding out whether or not he maintained that relationship, or he had broke it off?
Oh, I don't know of that. Yeah, at the time, I think they were still seeing each other even after she kind of flipped out.
Okay. Did he ever tell you or did you actually observe with your own eyes ever any kind of physical confrontation between the two?
No, he did mention that something to the extent of she threw a knife at him one time.
Do you know what that was about, as far as what the argument was about, what happened?
No, I just know it was an argument. I believe it had taken place prior to the holidays of... So what is it now? It's 2019. I think it was prior to the holidays of 2017. But I think it was one of the impetuses for him to get his own apartment, was that, she threw a knife at him.
Okay. Do you know if it got to give him any injuries from throwing a knife or any of that to that extent?
No, he didn't state. I do remember telling him that, I said, Mike, just make sure that you are, if things like this are happening, you should probably file some type of police report, because I said, I literally said to him, and again, this probably doesn't help now, but I said, Mike, I'm worried she's going to harm you. So I had said, hey, watch yourself. Make sure you're protecting yourself in terms of, letting the police know what's going on. So if, she claims something, that at least there is some type of, whether it's real or fake, I said if she claims anything, you want to make sure that it's on record that, she's done a couple things to you. So.
Okay. Aside from that incident that she threw a knife, anything else that he's ever opened up to you about as far as the argument and confrontation?
He just said that, she was very up and down in types of her moods, and that, she was, prone to yelling at him a lot. And this is, I don't know if this is germane to that, but it got to the point where I was so concerned. I'm getting married in May, and I invited Mike and his wife, and I said to Mike, I go, are you sure that you want your wife to come? Because I know that you guys have a volatile relationship, and I don't want there to be any type of incident at my wedding. And he said he would consider that.
Okay.
So there's enough conversation back and forth that made me a little wary.
All right. Have you ever seen him, when you guys met up, with any kind of injuries, any kind of marks or anything that were questionable?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever told you during them confrontations whether or not he hit her?
No, he did not.
Okay.
He didn't tell me if he did or not. So, and look, this is a little bit probably, I don't know if it's relevant or not. I mean, do you understand how they met? I think there's a lot of backstory to that in terms.
Yeah, if you don't mind telling me.
Yeah, no. So Mike was, when he was in Cleveland, was dating a woman. Her name was Kathy, and she developed breast cancer. So Mike, to make sure that she was covered, she didn't have great health insurance. I think she was in the service industry. She didn't have a great health insurance. So Mike married her to get her on the health insurance. And then she unfortunately passed away. And then Mike had, after that had occurred, Mike had developed a relationship with his stepdaughter, her daughter, and so then they ended up getting married. It was a big enough deal that when I had gone to Cleveland, I believe it was sometime 2000, 2001, he had pulled me aside and said, "Hey, listen, I have something a little bit awkward to tell you." And he told me the story, and at the time I was like, "Look, Mike, I mean, if you love her, you love her." So, but I think, in my amateur psychology diagnosis, I had, probably thought that the reason that she was acting so strangely is that maybe she was having issues with how her and Mike had come together. I thought that may have been a reason for the volatility, but that's just me speculating. I don't want that to be anything that was,
Did you ever meet Kathy?
I did meet Kathy, yeah. I met her a couple times. I met her in Cleveland, and then I also met her at a wedding in 1997, 1998.
Okay. Do you, by chance, would you know her last name?
I don't know her last name.
And how do you know they officially got married? Like, did he have a little ceremony? Did he just tell you they got married?
He just told me.
Okay.
He just told me. And then, at the wedding we were at where he brought her, he introduced me to, obviously, this is my wife.
Okay. And roughly that was what year you said?
I'm going to guess it was somewhere between, it was either 1997 or 1998.
Okay. Did they have, would you say it was a couple of months before she passed, or were they married for some time before she passed away, do you know?
Actually, let me make a amendment to that. It was 1999 when he brought her to the wedding. And I would imagine, I think they were, I don't know how long. So we graduated from grad school in 1996. He met her when he was in Cleveland, so that was 1997. So I imagine that their relationship was like 2 years to 2.5 years, because I know that she died I think she died in 1999. It was actually a couple months after the wedding of Stephen Nelson, who was a classmate of ours.
Okay, all right.
And she was sick with cancer at the time.
Okay.
At the wedding.
All right. When's the last time you actually spoke to him? Do you remember?
Yeah. I spoke to Mike, I want to say it was either October or November of this past year. I've got a couple of voicemails on my thing, but it's just Mike checking in. It was either October, November, or December of 2018.
Okay. Did he tell you how things were over here, as far as family life and work?
We didn't get into it, actually. It was focused around me trying to help him with a new position. He was inquiring about my organization is starting up a football league, the XFL, that will have a franchise in Orlando, and he was inquiring with me as to opportunities for president of that organization.
Okay. Did he tell you anything about anything that was, as far as, was he looking to relocate maybe out of state for any position if it meant that, or was he looking for local?
I believe that his preference was to stay local, but I do think that he was open to any type of opportunity outside. I say that because his desire was to get back into the sports industry in a sales or marketing role. And he had mentioned to me that, look, if they were going to get divorced, he needed to make as much money as he could.
Okay. Did he ever tell you he was more considering a divorce? It was more...
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a couple times that he was considering a divorce, certainly during the separations. When I sat down, the last time I actually saw Mike in person was in March of last year. And if you give me a second, I can actually tell you the exact date that I saw him, because it coincided with... because we work in sports, it coincided with a sports event, and I remember watching the sporting event, so I'm just going to look it up. If you don't mind, I don't...
Sure.
Okay. Big Ten Tournament, New York. So it was the 2018... Let's see here, I will tell you. Wikipedia, the date... and the game. So, let's see here. It's February 28th through March 4th, 2018. And then there was that Thursday of that time period. So whatever that is. I can tell you right now. It was Thursday, March 1st.
2018, and that's when you last saw him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And was that here in the Orlando area in Florida? Or?
That was in Orlando.
Okay. Now, can you tell me a little bit about his drinking? How often would he drink alcohol?
Well, listen, there was, when I was in town, this is important, I was in town for WrestleMania when it was in Orlando, and I'm going to look up that date. He was not drinking at that time, and so that was Orlando. I'll tell you the date. WrestleMania 33. So in April 2nd of 2017, I saw him, and this was interesting. So I saw him that Friday. We went out to dinner, and he was not drinking. And I was not going to see him until Sunday, but he called me on Saturday and said, "What are you doing tonight?" I said, because he had planned when I talked to him on Friday, on that Saturday, to do something with his family. They were doing something in the morning, and then he called me in the afternoon, and he said, "What are you doing tonight?" And I said, "I'm working, but I'll be done." He's like, "I got to get out of the house." And I said, "Okay." And so he came and met me later on, and I said, "What was that all about? You're supposed to be with your family." He's like, "She's flipping out. She's crazy." And so he was with me that night. But he was not drinking at that time. I don't know if he was going to AA or Al-Anon at the time. And I really wasn't asking, but he just said he wasn't drinking. He was having cocktails when I saw him last, which would have been February of March of last year, the date that I told you. So he was drinking then. We went to Ruth Chris in Winter Park and sat at the bar and had dinner. And we had a couple cocktails and went home.
When he would drink, how much would he drink? Would he drink, just socially, or would he drink to the point, that?
Oh no, he was drinking socially, but I would probably say he probably had 3 or 4 drinks, and I had 3 or 4 beers. So he drank vodka. That was his drink. So he had 3 or 4. Now, when we were in grad school, he used to drink. Yeah, probably a lot. But I've never seen Michael not be able to function. But
did he tell you why he stopped drinking in 2017?
I think he was either in support of his wife, or he was just, trying. No, he didn't tell me. I'm probably speculating.
Do you know if his wife drank alcohol?
I do. I believe, he told me that, she was drinking a lot. So.
Did he ever tell you what she used to drink or to what?
No. I assumed, and again, it's bad to make assumptions, that she probably was having drinking issues because I think he was telling me he was going to Al-Anon.
Did he tell you he was going for himself or for her?
I think he was going to Al-Anon for himself to understand how to cope with somebody who was drinking. So I think that's what Al-Anon is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there anything I haven't asked that you think is important for me to know?
Yeah, a couple things. I mean, Mike, stopped. He in college or in grad school, he would smoke marijuana. He stopped for a while, but he was smoking marijuana when I was with him in last March.
Okay. Is there anything else he would do aside from marijuana and alcohol?
No. We talked about that. He didn't do any of those other things. He told me, at least at the time. No, listen, I think he was, when he was in Orlando, I knew that he had, at least on two different times he had moved out. There was one time when he was living in I don't want to say weird homes, but he had some kind of arrangement where he could live in big homes where people were moving out, and they needed someone to live in the house for a while before they came and got their furniture. Mm-hmm. And then I know he also rented an apartment that wasn't too far from where he was living. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that was it.
Okay.
Other than that, nothing that I can think of the top of my head. I just, it obviously haunts me now that I told him that, Mike, just, make sure that you're protecting yourself in terms of, talking to the police if it's warranted. So.
Had he ever told you whether or not he had called police about any incidents or attempted to call or any of that?
No, he did not.
Okay.
Tell me, yeah.
All right. Is there anybody else that you think I need to talk to that might have some information, direct information that he might have confided in them, talking to them about?
I don't know if you've talked to Tony Barone, Anthony Barone.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say because he was with him in Memphis.
Okay.
So that was probably that was a period of where our grad school friends had. He was the closest to him for that 7 or 8 year period when they were both in Memphis.
Okay. All right. Well, I definitely appreciate your time and calling me. If for any reason you think of something, or there's somebody that you in communications about Mr. Redlich, they have some information that might be useful, just give them my number and let them know they could call me and I'll talk to them.
Yeah, happy to help in any way I can.
Chris, how do you spell your last name? I just want to make sure I spelled it correct.
Yeah, it's Caldwell, Caldwell.
Okay, and is Chris short for Christopher?
It is. It's short for Christopher.
And just to make sure for your identity, what's your date of birth?
The date of birth is 10/23/1968.
Okay. And the information you provided today is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All right. Well, I appreciate your time. Like I said, just feel free to give my number if somebody has any information that you think is directly, like they had observed anything or anything as far as between him and his wife, any confrontation. Feel free to have them call me.
You got it.
All right. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, that was Chris Caldwell. Anthony Barone. I would say Barone, and normally it's Barone. I don't know where they're putting the Barone in there, but they're okay. David Messina. And we heard about David Messina in one of the things we read. So we've got 2 more. I'd like to finish these audio number 1 before this sale. Let me see how long this one is.
This is Detective John Dallas with the warrant.
This is 19 minutes and 59 seconds. Let me just see how long Tony Barone's is.
Is in reference to case number.
Okay, I'm going to play Tony Barone first because I'm going to try to take a quick walk and listen to this on my phone while this is playing. Okay, so I'm going to be listening as I'm walking and I'll be back. So this is going to give me like 26 minutes to run out for a walk real fast. Let me, hold on a second. Before I go, hold on a minute. I just want to put my sneakers on before I go so that I can get, you know, as much time as necessary. So if you, it might be a good time if you, anyway, but yeah, so there's a lot of information in these things, and so we'll listen to this Tony Barone because everybody's been saying that they've got to talk to Tony Barone, right? So I wonder what Tony Barone is going to tell us. Honestly, this has been far more informative to me than the trial has been at this point, especially because the trial is not even like showing the photos when they have the experts on that are testifying about them, and their audio was so freaking poor that I don't know if they played, because I remember somebody saying something about Sawyer saying, I didn't say goodbye to my dad. So, hold on, I'm trying to put my shoe in. Yeah, good girl. I mean, I was trying to be lazy and see if I can just. I did it. So somebody said something about they heard Sawyer. So I don't know if it was in court that they heard it, because I tried to listen to some of the stuff they were playing and it was almost impossible to hear it. So, because we're hearing it through court and then through another device. So yeah, I've been, Tony Barone's going to have a lot of interview. Okay, so I've got my sneakers on now. Hang on, Annie. Okay, let me just get my phone, because when I put it on, I want to be out. I want to put it on and be able to get right out the door, okay? So let me just make sure that, let me grab my phone so that I can listen to it while I walk, and I'm just going to get my channel queued up here. Okay. Okay. Your channel. Okay, I've got it. So I'm going to play it now, and I'll be walking and listening to it.
For 2019 46000053. Today's date is January 17, 2019. Time now is 12:07 hours. And be calling Tony Barone Jr. Telephone number 901-482-2550. Friend of Michael Redlich.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. Mr. Barone Jr.?
Yeah, this is me.
Hi, this is Sergeant Supe, Winter Park Police Department. How you doing?
Oh, good. How are you?
Good. Is now a good time to talk to you about Mr. Redlich?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I wasn't sure if you're in the middle of something. I appreciate you calling me back. We're just trying to gather as much information from people who knew Mr. Redlich. I'm sorry for your loss. I understand he was a close friend of yours or something? A colleague?
Yeah, I talked to him on Wednesday night. Before Wednesday night, he asked me to come speak to his class in 2 or 3 weeks. It's like on a Friday at the end of the month. So we were confirming that. So I was flying in a day early to have lunch with them and speak that morning and leave. So, yeah, I had just spoken with him.
When were you due to be a speaker? This next Friday?
No, I want to say the 25th. No, that's not right. I want to say the 15th of February, maybe? I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it.
All right. And so when you spoke to him on Wednesday, how was he?
He was fine. You know, I've known him probably... I've worked close with him in Memphis, and then I've always stayed in touch with him. And his relationship with his wife throughout the years has been rocky, so every time I talk to him, I'm straight up with him. So I always ask him first how he's doing, if it's getting any better. That's my first question with him. He knows I don't mince words. So he had said Wednesday night, he said, no, everything's fine. She's still crazy as ever. But I'm back in the house because he had moved out a while ago. But he had said he had moved back in. And I said, is everything going okay, though? Are you guys still having problems? He goes, no, she's just really angry all the time. But he said, I'm in it for the kids. That's what he said. And then he went into how Jadyn and Sawyer had been. I hadn't talked to him about any updates on them.
Right.
But that's how I always start my conversations with him.
Now you mentioned you've known him for a couple of years. About how many years have you known him?
Well, grad school was 96, and then he circled back and started working. I was director of scouting for the Memphis Grizzlies, and he started working there. You know, I'd have to look, but I mean, I've known we worked together in Memphis for probably 6 or 7 years.
Oh, okay.
He lived a block from my parents. My dad also worked with us, so I'd always see him, stop by his house when I'd go see him in Mud Island, which is downtown Memphis, and see him at the office pretty much every other day.
Okay. So now, in the years that you've known him, you've come to know his family, right? His wife and his children. You mentioned him, confiding you on whatever issues they had amongst each other. Had you ever seen them argue or gotten into any kind of altercation? Can you just describe that to me?
Yeah, it was Jadyn's birthday at their house in Mud Island. I want to say she was 5. I'm not. It's murky, but she just was very, very high strung. Not even high strung. It was just a quick trigger where she'd get pissed. I saw it about 2. I saw 2 times where she got really pissed and started laying into him where I had not seen that side of her, and it stood out to me. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up, because I remember, and she would start MFing him, and then he would try to walk away from it and just leave it alone. In front of me, he never really snapped and started getting salty with her. Now, I don't know how they were in private. I will say there was an incident, again, the date, I wouldn't even know. He was working with us at the Grizzlies. I had several friends in town at a place called Huey's, downtown Memphis. And he came, a car pulled up. It's like on a Saturday afternoon. The car pulled up on the sidewalk, and he almost crashed into the place. He came into the restaurant, and he's like, it's bad. I look over, and he's standing in the freaking doorway, and he's got like a big scratch, like a claw marks across his right face. And I walked over. I'm like, whoa, what are you doing? I take him outside. His car's on the sidewalk. He goes, she was throwing plates and she started hitting me, so I had to hit her. That's what he said. I said, what are you doing? So I took him across the street. There's a hotel called the Peabody. I said, you need to get a room and sit here for a minute. So I called Danielle. She wouldn't answer. And then I walked back over to my friends. I called his other buddy, I think I called Chad or somebody, I don't remember, to try to go check on him. I never heard back from him. And a couple days later, I checked in, and he downplayed it, said everything was fine. But at the time, he had told me that she was throwing plates across the room and breaking stuff, trying to hit him. And he physically had the scratch across his face. It was brand new that day. And I was like, dude, what are you doing? This isn't healthy.
Did he tell you what started that argument?
No, he did always say that when they would talk, she would snap in his terms. And I jokingly on my end, I'm single, so I always say, oh, you married people, you guys are nuts, you guys are always doing this, and that's why I'm single, and all that. But he always would say, she just has a lot of anger issues. She really has to manage it. She's not doing a good job of it.
So when you describe the marks on his face, when you say claw marks, did it look like scratch marks across his face?
Yeah.
Or fresh blood marks or anything?
Yes, it was fresh, totally. My friends all saw it. They were just acquaintances from Peoria, Illinois, just in town visiting me, and they're like, who the hell is that? And I'm like, I work with the guy, and it's one of my good friends from grad school.
When he said that he had to hit her back, did he tell you what he did to her?
No, he just said he punched her. He said, I hit her back, I punched her, I had to defend myself. I said, what are you talking about? He said, she came at me after throwing the plates and hit me with one of them and then scraped my... He said she did this. He pointed at his face. And again, this was probably a good almost 8 or 10 years ago. I just remember when it happened because he literally almost pulled into the restaurant with it.
Did he, when he pulled in and you kind of described his driving going up the curb or something like that, did he appear to have been drinking prior to going there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not as bad as he typically is. Mike drank a ton. He would drink a bunch all the time. But in this setting, he didn't seem like he was in the foggy area where I've seen him in the past. I would stop by his house and see Danielle and him and the kids on like a Sunday when I'd see my folks, and they'd both be sitting there boozing in a big gulp cups with, just mixed drinks. And I'm like, geez, you guys are, and they're just sitting there drinking while watching games or something, and it's just them. Nobody else is over. So I always remember, I was like, he drank a lot, always, even in grad school. So, and we always were amazed because he handled it relatively good, but I always remembered that was a lot too much that he's been drinking. And a couple of years back, I went down to Orlando to see him, and he had stopped because he wanted to kind of make things normal again with the family. And he legit wasn't drinking. I could tell. We went out and had a steak. And
do you know around what time he had stopped drinking? Was it a year ago, 2 years ago?
I would say this was 2 years ago, and he might have done it again last year as well, from what some of my friends have said. But it was 2 years ago for sure. And whatever else you got to ask, I'll be happy to answer. But before I forget, I was down in Orlando for an athletic directors convention. It was a year and a half ago, maybe. And he came to meet me at the hotel, the Gaylord, I think it was, for his big convention. And he came in, and Mike's kind of justified and talked himself into how the normalcy of the chaos that he lived in. And I always was like, he didn't see it. So he came in disheveled. He had his class that I was meeting upstairs for a meet and greet. And he looked like he had not slept or was a little disheveled. And he had a bruise on his face, kind of a fresh one. So we're at the bar in the middle of the day, and I said, we weren't drinking. We were just having lunch. I said, what are you doing? He's like, it was bad last night. She came at me. We were talking. We were going to have they were trying to work it out where they were going to have sex. So they had kind of planned the night. He went to go get something at the store. He was explaining it to me. And again, this is me coming off the plane. I hadn't seen him. The first thing I asked him, what's going on? And when I saw the bruise, I'm like, what are you doing? So show me in here. So he went into the story, said his version. He said she called while he was getting something at the store, said, pick this up too. By the time he got back, she was getting out of the bubble bath and had started drinking wine in the kitchen. She had only a robe on. They were in the kitchen, and they started to kiss. And he said, again, pardon me for being detailed, but this is just kind of what he told me. He said he put her up on the island or the table there, and they started kissing, and he said she just snapped and started hitting me in the face really hard. He said, I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. He said she just has this anger build up, and out of nowhere she started hitting me. And he said she was really, really drunk. So he went up to the room, and he went up to their room to get away from it, he said. She came in at him again and started really trying to hit him, and that's when Jadyn, that's the only time I have heard him tell me that Jadyn or the kids started getting involved. He said Jadyn stepped in and pulled her off of him, and he had to get her and Sawyer out of the house for the night. This is the night before he's meeting me, and that was, again, about a year and a half ago. So I told him he's got to do something about it. This is getting out of control, and those were the two incidents that stick out to me. Just thought I'd let you know.
What type of bruising did he have in his face?
It looked like a swelling, kind of almost like a, it wasn't like a big time shiner, but you could tell it was discolored from his normal cheek.
Do you remember which side of the cheek?
No, I don't. Okay. I would be guessing if I remembered.
But it was noticeable that anybody, let's say at the workplace or something like that, would have noticed?
Heck yeah, I told him not to go upstairs. I'm like, what are you doing? You got your whole class upstairs. Mm-hmm. But again, he talks himself into thinking everything looks normal, and it doesn't.
So it was more like swollen, and you could see discoloration. It's obvious bruise. Okay.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
And how did he say she was hitting him? Did he say, was she using something? Punching?
No, he said she was grabbing him and punching him in the face. He said she kept hitting me in the face, and I pulled away and ran upstairs because she was going nuts. And he said she came in the room at him again, and that's when Jadyn stepped in. Now, again, his version, I didn't know any much more of it other than that, but that's all the kind of detail that he went into with it.
Okay. So since I'm assuming, was he drinking that night when he was telling you this?
He said he was going to have wine with her, I think. And the reason I remember that is because she was texting him. He even showed me on his phone, now that you say that. Mm-hmm. She was texting him while he was going to the store or running the errand. Mm-hmm. And within that time frame, he said she kind of devolved into really being really, really drunk. And he was going to have, if I remember correctly, I think he said he was going to have wine with her, but I can't remember.
Okay. Was that her preferred drink, wine?
From when I've been around her, yeah.
And what would he drink?
Red did a bunch of, he did vodka. He would always do vodka on the rocks. He sometimes would mix it with some like Sprites and stuff, but he was in grad school, and at the Grizzlies he was straight vodka rocks.
Okay. All right. So aside from him telling you, you had never actually seen them in a physical confrontation, correct?
Never saw her swing at him at all. Never saw him touch her either, but I've seen them yell at each other. Her more than him, and it wasn't because he was embarrassed or anything. He would try to keep it calmer. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I've never seen her lay a hand on him or him lay a hand on her either.
All right. I know this sounds kind of odd, but by chance, would you know what password he used on his cell phone?
I do not. I wouldn't even be able to guess, to be honest with you. If I had to, it would probably be something along the lines of his kids, because he was all about them.
Okay.
Sawyer's baseball team or some. If I was a guessing person, it would be something linked into one of those two kids' livelihoods and what they do.
Did he ever tell you of Danielle getting into his phone or maybe tracking him or any of that?
No, never did. Never told me.
Did he ever tell you if he was seeing other women?
No, never once. He would too. In theory, if he did and he didn't tell me, I'd be surprised, because he would tell me everything.
Okay. Did he ever tell you if Danielle was seeing anybody?
No, did he ever worry about that? No. Yeah, no, he never mentioned it once. I'm trying to think. He was bitching because she didn't go. Sorry, he was complaining because she didn't get a job. Mm-hmm. He was hoping that she would get a job so that he could ultimately get a divorce, but he said he was going to try to reconcile, but he never complained about another person or her doing any of that.
Okay. Do you know how they met?
Oh, yeah. He was married to her mom beforehand, and the way it's interesting, because I talked to this girl I'm dating up here, and I don't know how we got in the subject before any of this happened. And on paper, when you say it, it sounds horrible, because it's just socially, it sounds crazy. But if I did what he did, people would be like, Barone's doing that, that's nuts. But with Redlich, Redlich was a playwright, a cabbie, a lawyer, went back to grad school at 42, so he was kind of a free spirit. He was dating a trapeze artist in grad school in 96. I mean, he was just kind of an out there guy. So we went to a friend of ours' wedding, and he showed up with a very nice lady. I'd never met her, and if I'm not mistaken, that's Danielle's mom. And he told me, he's like, look, I married her so that she had coverage for her, I think she had cancer, but don't quote me on that. She had some kind of disease that she actually succumbed to. And all of us were like, oh, it's such a red move. We called him Red. We were like, oh, such a red move to marry her. That's something he would totally do, and yada, yada, yada. Well, throughout the process of her passing away and then going to the family stuff and the functions, he started hanging out with Danielle, and then they started. Now, I've asked him several times if he was, because for me, I was like pissed off about it, because I said, if you were dating her or hanging out with her while your wife's still alive, that's just completely wrong. And he said, no, I swear to God, it happened naturally after the fact, and we had gone through this whole journey of being sad and kind of consoling each other. So we started hanging out. I don't remember the time frame until after. He said, I swear to you, it was after she passed away.
Was he with her mom for long?
I don't know how long he was with her, because, see, I was shocked he even brought her to the wedding and that he was married. I was like, I hadn't even known about her. So I was like, what are you doing? But this was a long time ago. And then we kind of reconvened our friendship when he moved to Memphis to work with me, because I was with him all the time. But when he came to Memphis, I told him he was very concerned about, should he tell everybody that he's going to be working with the situation. And I said, well, you should, but at the same time, if you explain the situation and what you said you did, which was you were supposedly helping out a friend to get coverage, and then you ended up marrying her daughter, it doesn't, if you explained it a little better, maybe it would go over better. But he decided not to tell anybody there. And I think only a handful of people there knew. But I knew, and she knew I knew. So I think whenever I was around, she wasn't too pleased with me anyway, but I think it's because I'm a straight shooter, and she kind of didn't like that. And I think she knew that I understood the whole situation. But I was never rude to her. I was like always welcoming, because it is what it is. So But that's how they met, for sure, through her mom's deal. And I talked to him about when they went, I think they went to counseling together, if I'm not mistaken, and I would always bring it up to him that, are you guys addressing the issue that was her mom? And he's like, no, we don't talk about that, because they had kind of explained that away and justified it in their own heads. And I'm like, I was always shocked to him. I'm like, why are you wondering what the root of the issue is? If she has anger issues, there might be something there with that. And he's like, no, it's not that, I promise. So I always found that frustrating, because he just wouldn't accept that maybe that was a root of some of these issues, of them constantly fighting.
All right.
And it was, for years, it was constant fighting. So I wouldn't ever paint a picture that they were just hunky-dory all the time. It was, whenever he showed up, you were going to hear a story about them in a battle about something.
Now, recently when you spoke to him, or maybe prior, had he made it known that he was possibly looking for employment somewhere else, or looking to relocate?
Yeah. Yeah, he said he was either close to, he was trying to interview here at the NCAA, didn't get any interviews for a position. He was with the Carolina Panthers, there was a position possibly, and with the Titans, Tennessee Titans, but that one was more down the road. That one was further down the road than the Carolina one, because I knew he was either going to get interviewed or was in the running for getting an interview. And I said to him, that's great. What's the plan? Are you guys all moving there? He's like, yeah. He said, I'm just sick of being on a campus. He said, it's very slow and boring. I got to get my juices flowing again. That was the exact words he said. I said, well, that's great. I said, I hope you can get one of those too. So I know, but in that process, he didn't say, I'm getting out of here or anything. He just said, this would be a great opportunity. I got to get off campus to get my juices flowing again. So that's the only thing he told me about it.
Okay. All right. Is there anything I haven't asked that you think is important for me to know?
Just that I think that the mom-daughter thing was always a big problem. If I don't know the relationship with her dad or the ex-husband. I don't remember, but I know for a fact that they did not want Redlich around, and her sister lived in Memphis, and she had a rough go of it for a little bit, but she had a very, very bright daughter who was going to get some kind of scholarships and all that, but I remember that her sister was kind of a train wreck, for lack of a better word. So I think they were trying to make
Danielle's siblings were kind of upset about their marriage as well?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. So, and that was always kind of explained away and downplayed by Red, but I always thought it was a big issue. And, you know, if there's anything else that comes up that you need from me, I mean, like I said, I never saw it in person, but I'd always hear about it the next day or that night.
Okay.
But I'm more than willing to talk to anybody about anything, because I'd be happy to help. I was probably with him more than anybody besides coworkers, but on a personal level.
Right.
When I was in Memphis we were probably together for 7 or 8 years, but I can't remember.
Okay. All right. Great. All right. Well, just to confirm your identity and make sure I have everything correct. Your legal name is Tony Barone. How do you spell your last name?
Like Bar 1, B as in boy, A-R-O-N-E. First name is technically Anthony, but I go by Tony.
Okay.
And I'm a junior, so that.
All right. And what's your date of birth?
12/31/71.
Okay. And do you swear that the information you provided today is the truth?
Correct. Absolutely.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. Like I said, you have my contact information. If you have anything additional that you think is important for me to know, just give me a call.
I appreciate your help, and if you need me at all, hit me back.
Will do. Thank you very much. Take care.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Sweet. End of interview. Time now is 12:32 hours.
All right, I'm here. Okay, so it's 6:30, and we're supposed to have a sale. Hi, Liza. What I'm gonna do, and I guess I ran, is I'm going to start the sale, and we'll probably stop the sale at midnight and finish listening to excuse me, the other we have to listen to David Messina on here. We still have so much more to go through, but all right, I'm here. Oh shoot. Okay, so it's 6:30. Okay, so there's quite a delay. Wow. All right, no wonder. So remember David Messina, and then we also have where we left off on the documents. So I'm going to do a redirect to the sale. So hang on with me, and then we'll go back to this after the sale, okay? So let me do the redirect here. I'm going to redirect us. Okay, and thanks for watching this. I appreciate it, and we'll be right back.